All right, here we go. Lemon and herb or Korean barbecue?
That was random.
Well, it's better than silence. No, but seriously, which one?
What are you choosing for? What do you got?
Chicken breast. Chicken breast, lemon herb, or barbecue chicken Korean?
I would go for the lemon just because it probably has less sugar.
All right, boom.
Lemon herb does sound nice.
And then we're gonna make your salad out of it. Perfect. And you can catch me live on TikTok doing it. No, I'm joking. Not this time. Maybe next.
Making lemon chicken on TikTok.
It's not complicated enough. I just bought chicken from the butcher. It's already pre-marinated, and I just got like a box of salad. I'm just gonna mix it together. So, not rocket science. So I had a TikToker by the name of Shift God. We talked to him in the past. It's the guy I may or may not have crashed out on, but yeah, he keeps inviting me back. He wants me back. He wants us to come back, and the information that he wants from us, which I think is pretty ridiculous, is he wants like exact dimensions of what we think the Earth is. He wants like distance to stars. He wants to know what the stars are. So essentially, he wants an explanation. This is what he said, quote unquote. He wants an explanation for everything that goes on in the universe and the world that we see. So his words,
So
not mine.
he wants the replacement.
Exactly. That's what he wants. So
So that tells me that if he wants the replacement, he understands the Earth is flat, but he wants to not feel bad about it.
I mean, that's one way
Because
to
there's
think about it.
there's no there's no necessity for a replacement if you haven't accepted that it's broken in the first place.
It's not even really a replacement because he doesn't know those things either. Those are all assumptions and calculations.
Well, if he hasn't accepted that it's flat, why the necessity to need some replacement for his helio magic model?
Because it makes him feel like he's extra super smart that we say we don't know those things, and he thinks he does,
Yep.
you
Well,
know?
we know he
It's just an
doesn't.
ego thing. It's a gotcha, but, if he was honest with himself, he'd know he didn't have those answers either.
Yeah. How do you measure to lights in the sky? That's what I want to know.
Well, if he's asking us for that, this is stuff you should write down, Neil, when you do confront this chap again.
He did. He wrote it all down. Actually, he has a list for us.
So,
I should have
lights in
screen.
the sky, how is he validated, verified, or proven the
Well, yeah,
distances
he's got
to
his
these lights in the
heliocentric
sky?
vault already, examples, right? So, I mean, he's just gonna stick with Google. He's gonna literally go, well, look at Google, what Google says, right?
So he's just a brainwashed sheeple.
Yeah, that's the kind of guy who's not going to discuss surface measurements at all with you. He's just going to constantly deflect, and it's just going to be
That's
a
why
big
he's given
waste
the
of
list.
time. Yep.
Yeah. I've already given the list of what I'm going to deflect to because
Yeah.
I can't defend the actual ball tard, so I'm going to let yous just dance around in the weeds with all the other crap that I'm looking for or that I can't explain myself. Hmm.
Yeah, it's funny. He had a giant list ready to go. I should have took a screenshot of it, but he said, "Yeah, next time he invited me. Actually, he got my phone was buzzing, and I was like, what the heck's going on?" He's like, "Yeah, Neil, is your Discord panel on? I want to talk to them." I'm like, "Yeah, what's up? Not now, but later. What's up? We'll send a message." And yeah, so
I
we'll
would give
see.
him a reciprocal list and say and ask him for proof of those things from him, you know?
Yeah, I told him we can definitely talk about it. It
Like,
went
no,
off
what
the
I'm
rails pretty quick because he's
yeah.
a very bad moderator. So I mean, I didn't
Yeah,
really
I
get
mean,
much chance to talk, so I left. But anyways,
yeah, just tell him, how do you know any of these things? Give the proof. You know, just turn it right back around on him.
Next time you've got your channel running, invite him to your channel so you don't have to deal with his
yeah,
crappy
yeah.
moderation. Call him to your channel and go, "Oh, we've got this list here we'd like to discuss."
Well, I'll be live on TikTok in approximately 1 hour, possibly 30 minutes. I eat dinner and get it started. Have you seen the live where the guy's got like a flashlight, like on like a rotating like pendulum thing, and it's going over like a flat like disc with like crystal ice wall all around it?
No, I haven't. Sorry.
It's pretty funny. He has like so many different setups. He goes to his backyard and draws. He's like the Rob Noxious of flat Earth.
We should bring him in. I'd like to talk
Sounds
to him.
like fun.
Yeah, it's been a while since I saw a good Rob Noxious, quote unquote, observation slash experiment. They're usually pretty hilarious.
Here, I'll post the screenshot in the side chat for the politics.
Is anyone else playing with Dylan, or can we turn his stupidity off?
Your call.
Because, like, he's just throwing random shit in the side chat.
Yeah.
Absolutely nothing to do with the conversation. The distance around Antarctica is roughly 3,000 miles on a globe, whereas the distance around the ice wall would have to be over 11,000 miles on a flat Earth.
Yeah. Based on what?
Then you get into the next one. Why haven't you all picked a map yet? Like, why do I need to pick a map? Why do I need to pick a model? Dylan, we're going to make this super duper easy for you. I don't need to compare model v model. If I want to check something, I go outside and measure it directly. You're the one with the model. You need to compare your model with outside in reality. Go and do that, mate.
Yeah, I think that he needs to prove that last claim, or we can boot him.
It's boring when he's in text though. Like, just on mute.
Hey, AI, if you're listening, I tried to find that movie 21, and my movie website didn't have it, so I'm still on the hunt for it. Or 23.
What movie are you looking for, Neil?
23 with Jim Carrey.
Oh,
Number
that's wild.
23?
I just watched that yesterday.
Really, it's too funny.
Yeah.
AI told me to watch it, and he told me to not look at any trailer and just watch it. So
I have a
Yeah.
question to the flat earthers here. Are you traveling men?
are we traveling?
Are you traveling men? Which direction do you travel?
Um, I'm not sure. What are you talking about? What direction do we travel? And we're men? I mean, there's some females.
Are you traveling men or women?
In what context?
Like, do you
If I
travel?
need to go from point A to point B, you could consider that traveling, and direction is whichever way the road needs to go to get to point B.
Okay, thank you for the answer.
I thought you like, do we travel together, in like a group and, like go like a circus? Like, I don't know. I didn't know what he was meaning.
Well, traveling to work for me, I have to go east. Traveling back home, I go west. Um, so, yes, I do travel to and from work. Fancy that, a flat earther with a job. That would have thrown a spanner in the works, eh?
But I'm not kind of travelers who do that phony work for people. The grifters who like to do fake stuff.
Traveling
Oh
Mason from
no.
the east. Don't say that out loud. Whoops.
Dude, my fucking salad's like half frozen. Dang it.
Which have
Like the bottom. Like really like ice cold, bro. Damn.
You know, Neil, if you wanted to be creative, you can take greens, depending on what they are, if it's not like romaine, and you can cook them like spinach if they've frozen.
Oh yeah. I mean, I'm just gonna tank it. It's just gonna be like extra cold on my teeth, and hopefully the chicken will warm it up at the same time.
Well, you'll need your sustenance if you're gonna go back on TikTok and wade through that again tonight.
Oh yeah, that's why I'm yeah.
Yeah, beer. You'll need beer.
I'll take dabs for that instead, but yeah. I used to be a heavy drinker back in my early 20s, and I'm like a pretty skinny guy, but I used to have like the freaking like Gucci Mane belly. Like I used to be like have to be like pregnant. Just the worst beer belly imaginable. But yeah, not anymore.
There already is a word, bro. They're called believers.
I never entered the channel and I've seen so many people muted just waiting for somebody to speak.
That's correct.
That's crazy though.
Why is that crazy?
That's crazy because if somebody really have no opinion on the matter, then why is he so interested?
Interesting you
Maybe
should
that's
say
your
that.
opinion.
So if you are against flat Earth, you don't like it, you're not
No,
interested, why do
no, I
they
did not
spend
say
so
that.
much time? Not you per se, But why do these guys spend so much time in here if they hate it so much?
No, that's not what I meant. No, you literally got it wrong. I did not mean this. All I meant
reword
was
it. That might help.
why. No, all I meant was why there's so many people here muted. That's it.
Oh, because they're waiting for someone to come in and speak, and it's easier to listen to them if they're not all talking at the same time.
Yes, but I'm just saying the amount of muted microphones in here is amazing.
Well, they're probably doing other things, eating dinner, mowing the lawn. There's no rule saying they have to leave their microphone.
No. As I'm saying,
in order
I
to
never
be.
said it's wrong or something. I'm just saying, to me, it's crazy.
See, you're used to going into the other channels where everyone is unmiked and they're all making a ruckus.
No. I never entered the channel where so many people want to listen.
Oh, well, you get to learn stuff every day, don't you?
Mm.
Maybe they're listening because they're hoping that one person will come in and
I have a question for you,
demonstrate
though.
that we actually have a globe underneath our feet. But anyways, please ask your question.
So I was debating with my brother whether we should buy the Nixon P1000 because it's, first of all, it's discontinued. It's not like I can go to any shop and get it, but I wanted to buy it just so I can make some some view,
Observations.
like, yeah, observations. Yes, I'm sorry for my
That's no
dictionary, my
problem.
small dictionary. Yeah. So yes, my question is basically, is it worth it to put the money? Because to me, like where I'm from, it's quite expensive. The price, the MSRP is crazy.
I don't know. I think the 900 is sufficient, honestly,
They
rather
are an
than the
exceptional
1,000.
camera.
Yeah.
So you're saying there's not a big difference between the 900 and the 1000?
The jump from a zoom rate of 75 millimeters up to 125. The 1000's got a slightly higher optical rate, but doesn't matter which one. They're both exceptional cameras, so can't knock them for that.
It's a lot bigger, so the 900 is going to be more portable.
I basically live in a really like on top of a mountain, basically. So
Oh, nice.
that's the main reason why. Yeah, that's the main reason why. I have to tell you something. Like maybe I'll sound like stupid here, but I don't care. So I'm gonna tell you why I wanted to buy this Nixon from the beginning. The reason why I wanted to buy it is because one day, just randomly one day, I went to my porch, in my apartment outside to smoke some, and then I went outside and I saw the moon so close to me that I told myself if I had a jetpack, I could go and touch it. That's how crazy it felt to me. It felt like that's like where I stand at this specific moment in that specific time is the closest without from being on the ground is the closest point to the moon in that exact moment. And I thought to myself that if I had the Nixon in that moment, like I would pay so much money for the opportunity just to look closer and stuff like that, or even record what I was seeing. So I think that's what makes me want to have the Nixon, the Nikon. I mean, whatever the name of the camera is.
Nikon.
So I was, yeah, Nikon. So I was asking you if the P1000 is it really worth the price, because it's like $1,000. Like I found someone who can sell it to me for $1,000, and I saw that the MSRP was also $1,000. So I'm asking, like, is it really worth it? Like is the view good? Is it really is you know what I mean?
For an all-in-one unit, it is an exceptional camera. The only way you're going to beat that is with an SLR having changeable lenses. But if you're doing things like that, you're doing that for specific reasons. that camera is really good because it's an all-in-one unit. Yes, it's slightly larger than other cameras, but you've got the ability to go from very close up to an exceptionally long zoom range for a unit of its size. That's why they're good.
So generally that is the best zooming camera that's out there, no question, right?
No, false. There are other cameras that can zoom further, but the downside is they don't work so good close up. Like you can buy an SLR, a digital SLR or mirrorless camera that has exceptionally good long range, but you sacrifice the short range. You can set the SLR up so it's got exceptionally good short range, but you sacrifice the long range. But you're swapping lenses. You know the ones that got the lenses on the front that you unclick and swap them over?
Yep.
That's what you have to go to. Downside, those lenses can be expensive. So just to give you an idea, the lens I want to go on the front of mine is worth $3,000.
That's crazy.
That's cheap. The top tier lens
Cheap.
that if I win the lotto and I've got an unlimited pocket of money that I can reach into, the top tier lens that I could possibly buy that fits my camera is worth $29,000.
That's like if somebody came up to me and said that, I would probably assume that $29,000 equipment is something that like a government issued. You know what I mean? It's not something that any regular person is gonna have at his home.
Like that thing's nearly 4 foot long. It's a monster. But yes, when you start looking at lenses and stuff, you've got to look at what you're using it for. If you're using it for one specific function and one specific function only, then buy a camera that lets you do that one job and enjoy it. But if you get the camera and then go, oh, look, I want to do other things, depending on what you want to do, you've got to sort of preempt that. So I'm not saying the camera's bad. Those cameras are great. Each one of them, both the Nikon P series and any generic SLR, both have their pros and cons. The Nikon is great because you've got everything in one. You grab it, you use it, you love it. Whereas the SLRs are great because I can swap lenses over to do very specific jobs where you can't do that, because I can get lenses that go beyond the capabilities of the Nikon and below the capabilities in zoom function. So it's a matter of what you're doing.
I get you. Thank you for this. So basically, if I want to the thing is that I don't want to take a picture. I want to view it live, like on a screen. You know how the Nikon has this small screen. So I want to be able to see it not through an eye lens where I have to put my eye closer to that thing. You know. So that screen is something that really attracted me in the Nikon.
Hey,
well, in that case, then they are pretty good. So, yeah, that sounds like if you've already had a bit of a look into it. Yeah, they're a great camera. I'm not putting them down. When I was looking to buy cameras, the way up for me was the Sony 6700, the Canon R10, and the P1000. That was the three that I was looking at. I went with the Canon only because I've already got Canon equipment.
Hey, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, man.
Yes.
Hey, I was listening on the stream. I just wanted to say something to our friend here before he left. Figure out when you've seen the moon, figure out what part of the cycle it was in. That way you'll know a window, a time frame of when will be the best times for you can get to it appearing so close again.
I like what you're saying. Just the thing is that I'm so clueless about this subject that I will obviously try to look more into it and find a better timing, like you mentioned. But I think I'm so clueless on this because I just started recently to get more into it, because I thought to myself that this is such an important subject that I have to put more time and effort into it. it, and probably more money, because when I investigate something, I like to go deep in it. And like, when I was thinking to myself, like, my main question, why I basically asked why is the Nikon is even good, because I might want to look into the moon, but I might also want to look into stars and stuff like that. And I heard in some place that it might not be the best one for this. Like, I might want to get a telescope, so that's why I came here, just to have like some expert's opinion, somebody who
I
has a
gotcha.
telescope work. Yeah, because I
See,
didn't want
that's
to just throw $1,000 just to try. I wanted to have someone who has
Yeah.
experience.
See, the other
Well,
thing you can do with the
basically,
telescopes, you can, with the SLRs, you can get adapters that fit onto the eyepiece of a telescope. So this is where you've got to
So
weigh out what you want to do. The P1000 has an exceptional zoom capability. So you can jump on YouTube, and there's people that actually dedicated YouTube channels to show you videos of the moon and stuff like that.
yeah,
What
I
you can
follow
see.
them.
Excellent. So you know what it's capable of. If it does what you want to do, then great. But that's where the SLR stands above the prosumer. The ability
Yeah,
to chop and change different lenses and attach to different things. That's where the SLR stands up. So you've got multiple issues when you switch to the SLR. So number one, how much do you want to pay for the camera body by itself? These cameras range from a couple of $100. So you can buy, say, an 8 megapixel camera from back in 2015, I think it is. That's about the standard then. So from then you can get an 8 megapixel for $100. You can get them quite cheap. Or if you want the latest and greatest top tier cameras, you can quite comfortably spend 10 grand just on the body. And then you add your lenses and things onto that. So you could effectively have a $10,000 camera, attach it to a $40,000 telescope, and go and enjoy yourself. Or you can use your P1000 and do the exact same job. So you've got to look very closely in what you are doing with it.
just remember what day it was you seen the moon exactly, and somebody can help you figure it out. But you know how the sun moves between the tropics from our perspective, in the seasons that we see. During the northern summer, the sun will be inside on the Tropic of Cancer. During, the southern summer, it'll be on the outside of the Tropic of Capricorn. You understand? Are you familiar with that?
a little bit.
Well, see, it takes the moon 6 months, to go in and out, and the the moon does it in 2 weeks, but the same path. So you can figure out, what part of the cycle it was on when you did the day. As long as you know the day you've seen it, then you can figure out some windows that would be some good viewing opportunities for you, depending on the weather, of course.
Yeah, I'll tell you something about that. So the day that I saw the moon so close to me was the day that I completely, for 100%, I told myself there is no way. Like, I'll tell you what I mean by that. I mean that, even like, I'm not underestimating your beliefs or anything, but I'm saying there's many people who believe in things 99.9%, but there's 0.1% that if you show them a proof, they might reconsider everything. But there are things that even when you show someone a proof, he will immediately say it doesn't make sense. Like, for example, if I will try to show you a proof that 2 plus 2 is equal 19, you will say, no matter what you will try to prove me, there's no way I will accept it. So like, same way, when I saw the moon that day, I was like, there is no way that thing is so far as they say it is. There is. It was not even questionable. It was not even debatable. It was like, I see it with my own eyes. It's like, for me to believe what's written in Google is like throwing my brain out of my head. That was like, same.
Yeah,
So that's
it's
why
pretty
I
wild when you're
decided.
taught not to trust your senses.
Yeah, it was mind blowing. I think that day was something that in my life at least I don't think I will ever forget the vision, the whatever I saw there. It was so close to me that I thought to myself, if I had an airplane, if I had an airplane license, I could fly there. I could smash right into it. It was so close to me that I thought to myself, I cannot believe my eyes what I'm seeing. Like I think I'm dreaming or something. Someone slapped me or something. It was crazy. It was that moment where I said where I told myself nobody would ever change my mind. You can never change my mind after what I saw. It's like when you see something, when you see a red shirt, and then somebody will come to you and say whatever you see was an illusion, and you would say you cannot trick me. You cannot trick me because I saw what I saw. I saw what I saw, and it boggles my mind until today. And it was like probably like a year and a half ago, and it's still driving me. It's driving me crazy. Like the fact that I saw it, but I could not record it. So I had no phone on me. I had nothing. I had literally nothing that connects to electricity on me, and I had no option to record. I just had the only thing that I could do is just look at it and enjoy it. That's crazy.
That's awesome,
I think,
brother. Sounds like quite the
yeah, I
experience.
yeah, I think many of you will think that I'm lying or something or I'm making jokes, but I swear to you from the bottom of my heart that I felt like it's so close to me that I don't think anyone has ever felt so close to the moon as I saw it. I saw it so big that it was covering almost the whole sky. It was oh my god. It was that day that I told myself that whatever is reading on the internet is not right. It's just not. Yeah. So I'm thinking to myself, like after what you guys saying, I'm thinking that I might buy the Nikon P1000 just to start with, and if I mind, if I think that I'll need to upgrade it, then I might start saving, and because it sounds really expensive, you know. So I might upgrade it, but I think I will start with the Nikon after what you say. I think I'll buy it. Hopefully, it's gonna help me catch some better photos. And I'll also look at what you said about the moon cycle and the moon phase and stuff like that. I'll look into that.
Yeah, just try to figure out what day it was exactly, and then you can always figure it out later.
Yeah, you know, it was like 1.5 years ago, so I'm not sure what day it was, but 100%, I know that I saw a full moon. So it was when the moon was full. So it might be at the beginning, I think, or the end of the month. I don't know which time of the month the moon gets full. So I'm not sure.
Yeah, it all changes unfortunately with the current calendar systems that we use. But yeah, man, like I said, that sounds like quite the experience, and good on you for thinking outside the box and questioning your reality, sir.
Yeah, I always like to think that um, whatever doesn't make sense to me. So I don't know, for some reason, maybe it's because I think I'm way too sharp. So I think that if something is off, then I just have to look into it. Even if I don't really care about the subject, I just have to look into it just to see what's up, you know?
That's good, man. That's more than most. You know, you either love truth or you don't. You're either curious or you're not.
I agree with you, and I'm really happy that I am the way I am. Like I'm really happy that I I try investigate everything, and I don't accept things just the way they are. And that's just because I feel like I'm obligated to. Why am I obligated to? That's because I'm committed to logic. If I'm committed to logic, if I'm working based on logic, and then logic fails, then I have to fix logic to make it logical. Because if it's not logical, then how can I continue my logical life without logical explanation? Do you understand me?
Oh, definitely, man, definitely. And I can tell you this much: life is certainly a lot more interesting and entertaining once you realize that you don't know as much as you think you do. It
I
is
think
it is
that's
the
the thing.
people that think that they know everything that are going to be bored.
I totally agree with you, and I think I'm 30 years old, and I feel like I'm 10 years old by just the fact that I don't know nothing about my life. When I pick up a plant, I don't even know what the fuck does it do. I have no clue about the planet that I live in. I feel so clueless, like I reached 30 years old, but most of my life I did whatever the parents told me, the teachers in the university told me, and all of that information is mostly useless. Do you get me?
Yes, sir.
I think having an open mind is maybe the most basic thing a human being should have. Just think to yourself that you can always be wrong no matter what. You always have to leave room for doubt, I think.
Yeah, and if I'm not mistaken, there's even in certain scripture it'll talk about being childlike, and that it's my opinion that's kind of what it's talking about. Like to keep this sense of wonder, to keep this sense of curiosity about you.
Yeah, I'll tell you something. Like maybe for some of you, for many muted people here, this subject is not as serious as it is to me. But if I'm willing to risk $1,000, it is the amount of money, $1,000 I can live on for 3 months. I can live on this money for 3 months. I'm willing to spend it on just to prove myself truth. Like not even that. I'm willing to spend a money of 2 or 3 years, equal worth of salary, just to figure out these things. Why? Because I think they are more important than money. They are more important than anything. Like I think many people underestimate certain subjects. Like this is not we're not debating about ants. Like we're not debating about planting this tree or that fruit. We're not debating about wearing this clothes or that shirt. We're not debating about that shoe or this wallet. The debate here is more of is way bigger than what people are assuming it is, in my opinion. Maybe I'm wrong.
I'd say that's why we're all here, right?
I guess. Well, anyways, thank you for the information. I will take that in account, and I will use your suggestions.
Cool, good chatting with you, bud.
Okay, thank you very much. I hope God bless you and you all stay safe. Thank you very much. Have a good night.
You too. God bless, brother. I gotta finish up some driving, but I'll be back here later on tonight. But y'all have a good evening.
Catch a boogie.
Oh yeah, that real offended guy that DJ was mentioning earlier. He's on YouTube right now. He's got 352 viewers, which is I don't know, way less than his 400,000 he had last video. I don't know.
Right, I'm listening.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
What's the latest and greatest?
The latest and greatest what?
On the flat earther thing?
It's still flat.
I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead, dude.
Okay. So if the sun is just a local spotlight that gets smaller as it moves away, why doesn't it shrink to a tidy dot at sunset instead of maintaining the exact same size and simply disappearing over the horizon?
Because the Earth's flat.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. No, dude, it's because we don't know what the sun is, right? But we can measure the ground underneath the sun. So whatever is happening in the sky has to be occurring over a flat surface because that surface is measured flat. So you understand we could have 2 suns, 3 suns, they could be shrinking or even growing as they approach the horizon. You realize that all these phenomena would be occurring over a flat surface because the ground is measured flat.
I'm confused. Do you have like an infographic you could show me?
I mean, it's pretty easy to understand. So you understand, like, for example,
Well, no,
if
I heard
I
you. I just couldn't
yeah,
like.
I can give you a visual because I'm driving right now. I can't really draw something out for you, but you can
Okay.
imagine your kitchen table. Okay, I'm not saying that's what the Earth is. Okay, but for example, if you were to throw footballs over this kitchen table, you could also throw basketballs. You can throw a whole tank over this table. Everything happening above this table is happening over that flat table, right? You understand?
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter what's happening above the table. The table is still going to be measured flat regardless.
Mm.
Right? Like I could shine 2 flashlights on it. I can make the flashlights draw the Mona Lisa, trace the outline of it every single day. The table's still going to be flat. I can shoot bullets across this table. I could throw a paper airplane above this table in an arc trajectory parallel with the table. It doesn't matter. It's not going to change the table itself.
Interesting. Right. So you're saying when the sun moves away from us at night on a flat Earth, it
Mhm.
physically it physically sinks below the ground, or it's just walk away horizontally like a flashlight moving across the ceiling. Which was it?
Well, no, because everybody's not everybody, but there's always somebody capable of observing the sun above the ground. And if
Okay,
up
so
is
it's
up for
perspective.
everybody, then it's obviously not dipping into the ground.
Right. So you're saying like perspective makes it look like it's um looks like
Well,
it's sinking.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Have you ever?
If it
Oh,
stays
okay.
above, what's that?
No, go ahead. Go ahead. You're good.
Yeah, if it stays above the flat disk, its speed across the sky should change. Like it should look like it's moving fastest when it's directly overhead, and then slow down to a crawl as it approaches the horizon. But if you film the sun, right, like I guess like if you could use a solar filter and like to film it, it moves at like a perfectly constant 45 degrees per hour from sunrise to sunset. Why doesn't it slow down?
Wait, 45 degrees an hour.
Yeah,
That would only
constant
give us a,
15,
a four
constant
hour.
15.
That would give us a 4 hour rotation. Wouldn't it? Or am I
Uh,
tripping?
uh, a perfect, it's like 15 degrees per hour. I think maybe,
Oh,
did I
okay,
say
okay, okay.
45? I said
Yeah.
15. Yeah.
Okay, never mind. Anyway, Yeah, bro, it doesn't matter if it speeds up, slows down. Like I said earlier with the example I gave you, the ground underneath is still measured flat. I already told you we don't know what the sun is, and nobody in here claims that the Earth is a disk floating in outer space.
Sorry, I'm not convinced, I guess. I guess we can move on to another question. Like, or something like,
Well,
that doesn't
I'm
really
not trying
answer
to
like
convince
why
you.
it doesn't. Well, it's just
Like, why does the
inconsistent.
sun do
Like,
that? Yeah, well, we don't have access to the sun, so I can't tell you what the sun is, why it's moving the way it's moving, how it's powered, why is it that big, why is it that color, right?
okay.
Yeah, we can only look at it and guess.
Let's see. What's another question I've had? Let me look, because like I wrote this. I was thinking about it the other day,
hmm
and like I had that question. Um. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. So like, does the entire like does the is there just one point that the entire sky rotates around? Like does the entire sky rotate around one single point above the North Pole?
No, well, we can observe a point in the north and a point in the south.
Huh?
So there are at least 2 points that stars seem to rotate around. You can observe that occurring.
Wait, what do you mean north and south? Don't you mean like forward and backward or
Well,
something like?
sure, yeah. Well, wherever you want to look, wherever you're positioned, you can see at least 2. But you understand, like with my earlier analogy, like it wouldn't matter because the
Uh,
floor underneath those stars is still measured flat, right? So we can
I don't
have
know.
2 points of
But,
rotation. We can have 5 points. We can have 6, 7. Doesn't matter.
right, but wouldn't it just be one point then?
Well, no,
Like
because we can observe more than
like,
one.
wait, so if the 2 points, right? Like that supports the round Earth.
No, it doesn't support the round Earth. No.
How can a flat ceiling have 2 opposite centers of rotation spinning in
Well,
opposite directions at the same
we don't know
time?
if the ceiling's flat.
Okay.
Yeah, we don't. Like I said, we don't have access to the ceiling or the lights. Anything that's not the ground. So I mean, we have access to the ground. The ground measures flat. So there you go. Earth is flat, and now we have something separate phenomena above the flat Earth. If you want to correlate those two somehow, like if I rotate some lights above my table from earlier, when is my table going to turn into a ball? How many times do I have to rotate lights above my table to make it shapeshift?
Not sure.
Well, I mean, if you want to try to correlate moving lights to changing shapes, then that'd be cool. I mean, I don't know if anybody's ever been able to do that before.
The
I
sun
mean,
is.
you
Question,
I
a
was saying
question
like
understand.
I've been wondering is
but
on a flat Earth, right? Like if you look at the ocean, it's like I guess it just hits a vanishing point. Either there's haze or your retina can only make out so much resolution. And I'm wondering why though that if you have on a flat Earth like a higher observer height that you would expect to be able to see further, because you wouldn't expect your retina to just suddenly be able to render more resolution just by going up 10 feet. But On a
Well,
globe, it makes sense
you
to see
would.
further because you can literally see over the horizon.
Yeah, for sure. I can give you an example. So if you were to, let's say you have a room, right? You can actually place a sticker on the opposite end of your room. Okay. You can actually lay down on the floor with your head and you just like face the sticker. You won't be able to see the sticker.
Yeah,
But
you
if you
will.
increase your elevation,
No, you
you'd
won't.
be able to see the sticker across the room. You could tell me what it is. If I
No.
grabbed a random color sticker and I went across the room and your head is already on the floor and I placed it on the floor, you wouldn't be able to tell
Yeah.
me what color sticker that
Like
is because the
height's
angle's too
gonna
small.
make it actually further away, right? You're actually closest to it when you're on the ground with it, and then you're further away as you go up and up.
Well, yeah, sure, you are closer to it, but the angle's smaller. So you won't be able to resolve the sticker.
Because like I've seen things like people trying this on a like a football field, which is curved. So when they show the person's shoes disappearing or their calves disappearing, it's like they're showing someone disappearing over the curve. And when I've seen the tabletop one, they put the camera halfway under the table, which like obviously that's not how you do it. But you're saying it the correct way. Like put yourself on the floor and look at it. But if I did that, I would be able to see it.
Yeah, bro, I would highly suggest that you actually try it.
Do you have a
Okay.
video of that one specifically, or I think Riley's gonna show it?
No, I don't have a specific video of a sticker on the floor. I mean, you can just go to a dollar store and you just
I
need
have a
a flat
I think the
floor.
problem though, Riley, with that is that the track looks like it's hot, like a train ran over it, so it's heated. So
That was a December day. It was 2 degrees Celsius on that day. There were no trains.
it
I
looks
have a
like there's a
question.
lot of warping in it though.
Yeah, that's the reflections off the rail. The rail's not a perfect mirror, so it's not going to show a perfect reflection.
I have a
So we're
question
but we're
about
looking at a
perspective.
reflection then. That's not like analogous, is it?
That's what happens when you look across water. The sky is reflected off the water, and it blocks what's on water. So it limits your vision.
So I have a question about the perspective thing you were saying earlier, I think.
Yeah, go ahead,
Wait
dude.
until yeah, you guys want to try to resolve that point, or should I kind of go back to the perspective thing?
I mean, didn't really want to talk about the sticker anymore, so I mean, it's
Okay,
fine.
so like if the Earth is flat, why can you watch this? Like maybe is this what you guys are talking about? I'm not sure. Like if you watch the sun set like completely below the horizon, you can take an elevator up a skyscraper and watch the exact same sun set a second time.
Well, I already told you it's not going below anything because
Right, you're saying the
somebody
sun is
else,
just moving too far away for your eyes to see. Going higher gives
well,
you a better
because
angle.
somebody else that's underneath the sun can still see the sun in the sky, so it's not going underneath the earth,
Yeah, but that
right?
doesn't
Because
change.
up is up for everybody.
No, that
So it's
doesn't
obviously
really.
has to do with
But it
optics if it's not physically going into the ground, right?
right. So if the sun is just moving
Yeah.
too far away, it would get smaller and smaller until it fades into a pinprick.
Well,
But it
like I
doesn't.
said already,
Well,
we don't know what the sun is.
Yeah, but
Well,
yeah.
that
So
also has to do with the atmospheric conditions of the day because obviously there are some days that are clearer than others. We have some days where the sun appears to step behind something, some days where it does, in fact, appear to get smaller and out of distance if you use a solar filter. There's other days where it just dissipates into the background medium or the atmosphere where it just cannot push through that opaque atmosphere.
you're saying the atmosphere acts like a lens that distorts the light and hides the sun?
well, clouds can block the sun, so
Yeah. So all right. So if the air is distorting the light, that distortion is happening elsewhere. Going up 500 feet in an elevator doesn't change the chemistry of the air between me and a sun thousands of miles away.
but it
Why does a
changes
tiny
No,
change
it
in
changes
doesn't.
your
height?
But
angle to the
it
vision to
increases
the
your
sun.
angular. It
Well, my
increases
question is
your angular view
Why does
to the
my
sun.
question is why does a
You do
tiny change in
understand.
my height? Can I ask my
You do
question?
understand. Yeah, I understand your question. I'm trying to clarify something. You do understand that objects do appear to compress and disappear sort of bottom up over a flat surface, yeah? It gets to the point where you can no longer resolve the ground and the object. And
So you're
that's to
saying that
do with the
objects
angle that
appear,
you're viewing
they
that.
appear. Hold on, wait. You said objects do what? The objects appear and disappear?
So if, let's just take a stack of bricks, for example, yeah? If we have that stack of bricks on a dead flat surface and we start walking away, eventually you're not going to be able to see the bottom bricks because you're not going to be able to decipher them from the ground. Now, if you were to raise slightly in elevation, yeah, and increase your angular view, then those bottom bricks will come back into view, yeah? It's got to do with the angle that you're viewing the object from, your angular view.
Right. So you kind of like prevented, like, you're saying that, again, like, I'm not sure, you haven't really explained to me, like, why does a tiny change in my height instantly overpower the atmospheric lens you're talking about?
I didn't say it did, yeah? I said that was a certain condition on a certain day. I listed many different things that we appear to see with the sun at sunset, yes? Now, what I'm saying is that as the sun moves away, yes, it appears lower in the sky until it appears to be on the horizon, right? Now, if it goes beyond that point, if you increase your viewing angle, that could be from raising in height or using a camera with a high zoom lens, then yes, you'll bring that sun back by increasing viewing angle.
You know, so that if you change your angle, you'll bring back the sun.
Yeah, I can't drop any citations right now because I'm driving and talking on my hands free. But yes, in about 20 minutes, I'll drop you some citations to explain all of this if you're still around.
Right. So if the sun is 3,000 miles high, right, which is what this claimed, what is the angle of my line of sight when I look at the sunset?
Wait, what are you talking about? The height of the sun?
Claim, yeah, who claimed the sun's 3,000 miles high? I'm not sure where that's coming from. No one here's claimed a height that I've heard.
Okay, so no one's claiming a height?
No. Because how would we
No.
verify that?
What's the point in making a claim you can't demonstrate? Like, what would the point of that ever be in regards to anything?
Yeah, I mean, I guess we could claim something, but we would never be able to verify it for you, so that'd be kind of dumb.
So wait,
I
so you're
guess.
saying that, like, so again, like, when I'm looking around, it seems that the flat Earth models suggest that it is 3,000 miles
Who
ahead or what?
suggested a model? No one here has presented any models, and there is no model of flat Earth that suggests 3,000 miles because there is no flat Earth model.
Well, does the sun have a physical altitude above the clouds right now? Yes or no?
Don't know because we only see it in its apparent position. I can't
So
measure to an apparent position.
right, okay. So you're saying if you are going to be saying no, it has no altitude, then if the sun has no physical height, then it is a holographic projection. If it is a
I
projection,
said, I didn't say no. I said I don't know, as I'm not measuring heights to apparent objects in the sky.
okay. So basically you don't know. Like you don't even, you can't even back up this theory that it's flat because you don't know. Like you're just guessing.
No, your
I can back up.
equations of
No,
things in the
I can
sky
back
mean
up.
nothing to do with the shape
Hang
of the
on.
ground.
Well, I'm just trying to get you
Yeah,
guys to give me an answer.
But you're
I did
asking
give
if
you an
things
answer.
AJ's
Okay.
answering you to things that are non-relevant to the shape of the ground, mate.
Yeah, I'm being honest with you. Do you want me to lie to you and say that the sun's 6,000 miles, and then you're going to say, "How did you know that?" Yeah. The fact of the matter is that it's always observer centric, and we see it in an apparent location, not something that we can measure from the ground to an apparent location. That has nothing to do with not being able to prove anything or give any evidence of flat Earth. You're talking about a distance to a celestial body in an apparent location. Yeah, not the ground under my feet.
Again, so does the sun have a physical altitude above the clouds right now? And you're saying you don't know, right?
Brother.
I'm saying I don't know what that altitude would be. Yeah, because it's in an apparent location.
How about we do it the easy way? It appears to be above the clouds. Are you satisfied with that as an answer?
It's not
If you were
possible
saying
to
that it
measure to a
appears to
light.
be, that would be yes, like that the sun does have a physical altitude above the clouds, right? And like I'm thinking, like it wouldn't really matter if it was 3,000 miles, 100 miles, or 10 miles. If it has any height above a flat floor, it can never drop below the floor due to perspective.
Yes, it can.
Then you're making up a new form of physics.
No,
No, he's
we're
not.
not. It's
Perspective
been well
has a
known since the
convergence
year
point.
1800. But the closer
Maybe
you get
maybe
to
I
the
can like
surface, the more
if I'm looking at a
the
ceiling
apparent
fan,
horizon blocks your vision.
if I'm looking at a ceiling fan and like I walk 100 miles away from it on a flat floor, the fan will look very low, but it will always be higher than the floor. You will never
Yeah, but
see
you
the
won't be able to
floorboards
see it.
physically slice the ceiling fan in half.
It doesn't mean you can see it at an infinite distance. Like you can't see anything at an infinite distance. You realize that, right?
I'm not sure what I realized it from now. Like there's not. I don't know.
Brother.
Even street lights disappear after only a very short distance on flat roads.
So I know me personally, I've done this before. I've watched the horizon set, gone up in a uh um elevator in New York, did this, and then saw the sun set again. So I know that again, like I've physically experienced it. I know you're saying that, you're talking about someone else's perspective. That seems to me like you're basically just
I
ignoring.
answered this question and now you've just reset and ignored my answer. It has to
No,
do
no, I'm
with the
trying to.
angle that
I'm
you're
trying
viewing the
to.
object with. If you're increasing
I, I'm.
your
tr- I'm.
angle,
I'm
you will see more. Yeah.
I'm trying to resolve your answer like with my own understanding. Like you said that you just literally said perspective. And then when we keep going, talking about the perspective of it, you couldn't give me a height. If we agreed that it's above the height, it could never be like the
Why do you
perspective
need to
could
have
never
a
be the distance.
designated value in order for you to understand perspective? Look at the
Huh?
side chat. There's a picture of street lights fading away into the distance. There's nowhere where those elevation or height of those street lights it's given, but yet you can still understand perspective from that image.
And if you were to go up higher, you would see more street lights.
Hmm. So what does that tell me?
That the closer you are to a surface, the less you can see. And again, that's been well known by physics since the year 1800.
Hmm.
Like I said, dude, if you still want to keep talking about the sun, that's cool. But we just need that correlation from you.
How the sun correlates to the Earth being flat?
Not to a shape. Like when will a light change the shape of something?
Wait, are you saying like the atmosphere magnifies the sun to keep it looking big? That was one of the
Let me
arguments,
give you an example, okay? So if I have a
right?
flashlight, right? I have a camera set on a table, and I move this light underneath the table, so it
Wait,
looks like the flashlight is
wait,
setting,
wait, yeah.
right?
So you're saying the closer you are to the surface, the less you can see, right? That's what you're trying to explain.
When will this phenomena change the shape of the table to make it into a ball? How many times do I have to repeat this for it to be a ball?
Right. That's true. Yeah, yeah. The statement's 100% correct for a curved surface, but 100% false for a flat one.
I just did this on a flat surface. I placed a camera on a table and I moved the light source around the table to make it look like the light source is setting. It could be an iPhone flashlight, a light bulb.
Right. Are you comparing a flat surface to a curved surface?
No, I'm just
The
saying
flat
on a
tabletop,
flat
right?
surface. This is a flat surface. I'm moving a light around a flat surface, right? Making it
Yep.
look like it is setting. When is it going to
Right.
change the table into a ball?
I'm not sure why that would lead to that. If you put a toy car on a perfectly flat, like dining table, and lay
Thank
your
you.
eye flat
Yes,
against the
that's the
surface,
answer I
does
was
does
looking
the
for.
car
It's not,
disappear?
you just have to say that moving a light around a table is not going to change the shape of the table because a light above a specific surface has no correlation with its structure or its shape. Yes?
Yeah, but that would totally like
Okay,
debunk
perfect.
your perspective.
Why would
That
it
would
debunk?
totally debunk it.
Because the
No, no,
table
like
is still flat.
yeah, like
No matter
like
how
we
many times I move
you're
this light
arguing for
around
a
the
curved
table.
surface. You're
Actually,
arguing for
hey,
a curved surface.
Dodo, slow down. He's not arguing for a curved surface. He's arguing for the point that a light source above a surface of unknown value can't be validated, verified, or proven via the light source. That is what he's arguing for.
Yes, I could literally
Right, but
place a
you
camera on top of a safety cone hung up on a string and move a light around a safety cone. When will the safety cone become a ball?
hmm.
Unless you can correlate this somehow. Asking about the sun and the shape of the floor has nothing to do with the ground, right? Unless you can correlate this somehow. That's why I asked for this earlier.
Right, so right, like let's see. So your perspective that like so shapes don't change, right? Your perspective changes based on the geometry of the object, right? A safety cone never becomes a ball. But if you stand on a giant ball, the surface directly under your feet will look flat, just like the top of a cone looks like a flat circle if you stand right on it.
But not measured flat. It could look flat, but it won't be measured flat, right?
Right, right. So you would like
Okay,
so the
perfect.
statement of
So
so
we
to yeah
measure the
so
ground flat.
right. So you saying
Right.
that
So
trying
it's not a
the
ball.
ball asking when it comes into a ball is when it becomes a ball is confusing local perspective with global shape.
Okay, so you already said earlier that we would measure the ball if it was a ball, but we measure it flat. So it's obviously not a ball. There's no curvature measured.
Are you willing to look at this on at scale?
Well, they give us the exact size of the Earth, so we can actually calculate exactly how much drop over distance that there would be on the surface.
Why?
And
Why would you need it to be looking at this at scale? We're measuring this 1-to-1, as in at Earth scale. So, what scale are you going to make it? 1,000 times bigger? The size of a basketball? Which way are you scaling, up or
Well,
down?
let me make my argument then. I guess I'll make my argument. All right, and then we can talk about it. Is that okay? Okay. So this is my argument. Like, if an ant sits on a tiny safety cone, it can see the
okay,
curve and the tip clearly. But if you put the same ant on like a 10-mile wide basketball, what does the ground look like to the ant? It looks
I'm
completely
not an ant,
flat. Like
and we
okay,
don't.
yeah,
How do you
so
know?
almost done.
You're not
I'm
an
almost
ant.
done.
You don't have that perspective.
I'm almost
okay,
done.
so
I'm
okay, go
almost
ahead.
done. The ant can only see a few inches in front of the ant's face, right? The horizon for that ant is created because the massive ball curves away from its tiny eyes. The ant isn't like standing on a flat coin, it's standing on a sphere so massive that its tiny eyes can't see the whole shape at once. We are the ants. The earth like didn't become a ball.
Hang on a second.
It is a
Didn't you
ball.
say a minute ago that ships disappear over the horizon?
Well, I mean, we can bring it back to that, right? Like we can go back to the
Well, this
sky.
is what. Hold on, you've got a contradiction. If we're a tiny little ant on a great big ball, that it's so big that we can't see the curvature, how are you justifying curvature via ships going over said curvature? You can't see it, remember? We're so small in comparison to this thing that's so big.
Right. So you're. Let's see. Like, so there is no contradiction. You cannot see the
There is a
curve from left to
contradiction.
right.
Number one, it's
So
either too big that we can't see the curvature, or number two,
okay,
it's small enough that we can see the curvature. You can't be both.
okay. Can I finish what I'm saying? Right. So
Oh,
there
thank
is
you.
no contradiction. You cannot see the curve from left to right because the Earth is too big, but you can see the drop from front to back because the horizon blocks
It's the
your
same
view.
distance, bro. You're on a
There are
sphere.
two.
Equal
There are
curvature in
two
all
completely.
directions. Left and
There
right
are
are
two
the same
completely
as
different
forward and backwards.
dimensions.
If you listen carefully, 1 mile forward and backwards is the same as 1 mile left and right.
Yeah,
It's
that would make
curving in
it
all
tough.
directions. Supposed to be a sphere. Unless you're advocating for a cylinder, which I don't think you are, that last statement is not real good.
Okay, so I'm going to explain why looking at the ocean horizon looks like a straight line, right? The Earth is 24, like 901 miles around. When you look at the horizon, your field of view only covers a tiny sliver, about 3 miles out, right? A 3-mile slice of a 25,000 mile circle is so microscopically curved that human eyes cannot detect that bend from left to right. It's like looking at a single millimeter of a giant wedding ring. It
Excellent.
looks
So
like a
you're
straight
not
line.
seeing ships going over a curve because we're so small and such a large item. Cool. I'm good with that.
Yeah. Yeah, but if you look forward from your feet out to the horizon, the Earth is curving away from you. At sea level, your line of
But you've only
sight
got a
hits the
3 mile
curve
view, the
exactly.
same as when you turn
Your
left and
line of
right.
sight hits the
So check
curve
it out,
exactly 3
Dirty.
miles.
Dirty. Where you're mistaken, I want you to imagine you're standing on a raft in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. You're not going to fall off, don't worry. I'm not going to do anything. It's just you. You face forwards, you see the horizon. You turn to the right, you see the horizon. You turn further to the right, you see the horizon. Where's this curvature?
Okay. I'm going to
So
finish what I was
eventually,
saying.
you're going to do a
I'm going to finish what
360
I was saying
circle.
before you
Yeah,
interrupted me.
eventually, this is all about getting you to think, not just blurt out rhetoric that you learn at school. So eventually, you're going to do a complete circle standing on this happy little raft in the middle of the ocean.
I'm going to finish what
What
I
do
was
you
going to
think
say.
the horizon is going to do? Is it going to
I'm
join
going to
back
finish.
together, or is it going to look like a McDonald's sign?
I'm going to finish what I was going to say before you rudely interrupted
The
me for the
problem
fucking
you've
17th
got,
time.
the problem you've got, if you're going to claim that it's bending left, right, and not forwards, or the other way around, when you turn, this should be highly evident.
Anything beyond the 3
So,
mile mark is
check it out.
physically
Check it
hidden
out. If you're facing
behind
north, if you're
the budge,
facing north, you're claiming
the bulk
north-south view is curving,
here.
east-west is not curving. So now let's face east. So you're facing north, the curvature goes to the north. Now you're going to face east. Is there magically no curvature? Notice how it only happens forwards and backwards. As you turn around, if you're on a sphere, it should be curving in all directions.
Can I finish what I was saying? We listen now?
The problem is what you're going to say contradicts common sense.
All right.
Yeah, dude, he's trying to correct you with what you've already gone through because it makes no sense. You're saying that we can't see curvature left to right because the limit of our vision is only 3 miles. However, we can see it in front of us because the limit of our vision is 3 miles. Like, that is a contradiction.
Are you guys going to I feel like your guys are getting a little bit irritated here. Like, will you let me finish
I feel
this?
like I'm talking to a
Let him
retard.
go,
If you want me to be honest.
If you don't want to let me
AJ,
talk,
we'll let him go.
that's
He's
fine.
going to have a meltdown. Doo. You are
Thank
contradicting
you.
yourself. We're trying to save you from
Thank
this
you.
and point out the
Okay.
falsities in your claim. You don't want to
Okay.
accept
All
that
right.
or understand it, that's on you. But if you're viewing curvature front to back, you should also see it left to right. And inversely, if you're seeing it left to right, you should also see it front to back. It is supposed to be curving in all directions. You, my friend, are allegedly standing on a sphere. Doesn't matter where you look, it's supposed to be bending downwards. Keep that in mind.
All right. Let's keep that in mind. All right. So, Anything beyond that 3-mile mark is physically hidden behind the bulge of the Earth. Okay. Now, if the Earth is flat, there is no bulge. If there is no bulge, your line of sight should travel forever. You claim the horizon is just where your eyes stop being able to
Okay,
see.
halt. That's a straw man. Why do you believe we should be able to see forever, as you word it?
If that's true, why does going up
No,
in
no,
an
no,
elevator
no, no. Hold on,
instantly
hold on.
expand your
You
sight
created a
and
straw
bring-
man. I'm calling you out on your falsity in logic.
If
This
that's
is an
true, why does
argumentation
going
of
up an
falsity.
elevator instantly
Stop.
expand
Keep your
sight and
idea.
bring the
Dirty.
hidden
Fail.
sun
Stop.
back
Shut
into view?
up. We don't care. You've created a falsity. I'm asking you to clarify, right? You saying if the earth is flat, we should be able to see forever. Why do you believe we should be able to see forever?
And what does forever look like in the distance?
Where did you jump from if sphere, horizon is the distance, now flat, infinite vision? Where was the jump from, hey, optics is the limitation? How did you get that we can see forever if the ground is flat?
Right. Are you asking that because you're trying to change the rules of how light works on a flat surface?
No, I'm asking that because you seem to believe that flat earthers believe they've got infinite vision. I would like to know how you jumped from if the earth is flat, we have infinite vision. Where did you get this concept from? Where did you get this idea from?
Right. You shouldn't be able to see infinitely because air eventually gets hazy. But if the air is clear
Excellent.
enough for you
What
to
distance
see
does
the
that
top of
break
a
down
mountain
at?
on a ship, it is clear
What
enough for you
distance?
to see the bottom.
Now,
Why is the
stop
bottom
reading the
missing?
script. At what distance?
Why is the bottom missing?
I didn't ask what the bottom was. I asked what distance.
Because it's in a valley or a wave is in front of it or something. Who knows? Or whatever they're called, a trough.
Compression.
Heat.
So
yeah.
all you're hung up on, Dirty, is the fact that things disappear bottom up. Is that all? That's actually quite easy to point out what's going on there. If that's all your hang up is.
Wait,
So first thing I would like you to do is grab your trusty rusty mobile phone and have a look at your most famous weather app that you love using all the time, and have a look at what your visual range is for your particular local area for today.
Why am I doing this? I just want to get to the answer
Visibility.
of what I'm saying.
Visibility. It says visibility.
Yeah.
How far you can see today.
How far is it? I don't want you to dox yourself. I just want the distance.
Disappear. Even though the air is perfectly clear.
I just want the distance, son. Yeah, that's great. I just want the distance. Hey, Dirty, you're having a meltdown. I just want the distance. Weather app,
15
distance.
to 20 miles. 15 to 20
15
miles.
to 20 miles. So, you telling us that we've got flat, because it's flat, we can see infinitely, and now you're telling us we've got a cap of 15 to 20 miles. So, which is it? See, what we're doing is breaking down your silly claims, showing you that this is wrong. So, your issue is things disappearing over the horizon. Why do things disappear bottom up? Yes or no?
Right. Well, no. I mean, we disagree about the Earth being too big for us to see the curvature bend sideways, but the exact right size to
The
block our
problem
view
is
forward.
it bends in all directions. If you're telling me we live on a cylinder, so when I go to the beach and I faced in an easterly direction, because that's where Sydney is and that's where the water is, I've got to go east, get to Sydney, and I'm looking east. And I look out, you're telling me I can't see the curvature left and right, but I can see it straight ahead. My left and right vision is 3 miles. My straight ahead vision is 3 miles. There is absolutely no difference in my visual distance left and right as there is forwards and backwards. But you're telling me I can't see it curving left and right, but I can see it curving forwards and backwards. Do I live on a cylinder?
Not sure. I'm not really sure.
So why do you believe? So why do you? I don't want to ants on a hill. Why do you? We're still establishing your falsities here. Don't jump away from it. We're trying to break down why you've got this concept. It only bends one way. Have you not realised yet that if you turn 90 degrees, that same effect will happen? So is it bending one way or is it just optical? Now you're thinking. Most excellent. That is why you are here. To learn to think. Break things down.
Right. So, I mean, like, it's still like if you
So
turn
you do
left or
understand
right.
your argument was broken, yes?
No. I mean, you're just like refusing to let me answer anything and then moving off and like denying everything
I'm not
saying.
moving anywhere. I'm still attacking the fact that you believe you live on a cylinder. And I'm trying to get you to understand that it is just optical.
Right. Yeah. So it doesn't bend one way. If you turn 90 degrees, the Earth still bends away from you.
Okay,
No matter,
let's just
no
get
matter
some
which
directions.
direction
Let's
it's
just go.
facing.
Hold up. Let's get some
The ground always
directionality.
curves downward in
Hold
the
on,
direction you're on.
D. I'm facing east, so I've got my trusty rusty wooden plank raft. I'm standing in the middle of the Pacific Ocean on top of a raft. I am facing east. I look forward, I can see 3 miles. Allegedly, according to you, it's bending downwards. But to the left and the right, it is not bending downwards. Okay? So you're with me so far?
Yeah.
Excellent. Now I'm going to turn to the south. Does the easterly direction magically straighten up? Because it's on the left and right now? Because I've turned?
I'm trying to decide which one of you is flat Earth and which one of you is globe.
You'll work it out soon enough, bro.
Sorry for interrupting.
No.
Right. So
you understand that if you turn,
well, I'm saying nothing magically would straighten up, right? When you're on the raft.
So what is going to happen when I turn and face south?
You asked me
I was east.
Excuse me.
I was
east, right? You
I
asked me a
was
question,
east.
right?
I'm now facing south. Is the left and right going to dip down and the north-south going to bend?
You're having a crash out. Just let
No, you
asked me
are.
a question and you didn't let me.
You're the only one crashing out because you still believe you live on a cylinder. If you're facing east and it's curving downwards and then you turn south, is it turning south? So facing east, north, south. Okay, listen carefully. You're getting confused, young fellow. Facing east, it's bending down. You will talk in a minute. Facing east. Yeah, I want to make sure it's well clarified because so far you've jumped away from it.
East,
So,
3
excellent.
miles, you turn south 3 miles, right? Does it magically straighten out? That's your fucking question. Are you going to let me answer? Yes or no?
You're facing east. The
yes or no,
north-south is... Okay, we're going to clarify this. You are having a meltdown, son. Just be patient. As you can see, yeah, we're not going to sit there and talk through me because it's going to be audio fucking chaos. As you can see, the name of the channel is 24/7 Flat Earth, not 24 seconds Flat Earth. Well, I've got nothing but time. So if you're facing east, Israel, don't do it.
Sorry, but... Okay.
Yeah, good call. So if you're facing east, young Durdy, you are informing us that the north-south path is dead horizontal because we're not big enough to see it. So now when you face south, the east-west path, which was just bending over 30 seconds ago, does it straighten out?
When you're on a raft, your horizon is a perfect circle 3 miles wide, centered exactly on you. Every point.
So there's no dipping down anywhere. Thank you.
Where'd you get this 3 mile number from?
And right is exactly 3 miles away and dropped by the exact
Where did you get this
amount.
3 mile number from?
A perfect circle around you will always look like a flat, level line to your eyes.
Excellent answer. Now that you've realised a perfect circle will always look like a flat level plane to your eyes, where did you come to the conclusion that it was dipping down?
Huh? Because that was that was faced on like a hill. Like
it was same thing. When you do a 360 turn, hey, Durdy, when you do a 360 degree turn, Durdy, talking through me is not going to help. When you do a 360 go, it's not going to help because I'll just do that. When you do, and you just said so yourself, when you do a 360 turn, the horizon is going to look flat level. There is no dipping down. It doesn't matter if you're up on a hill. It doesn't matter if you're on a raft at sea level. You've just explained that yourself. So you understand that you're not going to be seeing any dipping down. All you're doing now is arguing with yourself. You've just made the statement. So please continue. Enlighten us all.
Right. Again, it is a flat circle that you're looking at versus like there's like no dipping down. You're still confusing dipping down sideways with dropping away forward front to back.
Show us it dropping away forwards front to back.
Oh my
You're on a
God.
circle.
I will. You're
It's going to
100%
drop
correct,
away.
right?
If you're on a
Look, I want to
ball,
agree with
that
you. I'll
circle's
agree
going to
with
drop
you.
away.
I'm trying to agree with
Dude,
you on one of your points, right? You are 100% correct. You won't see any dipping down sideways from left to right because the horizon is a perfect circle around you. The left side and
So
the
what's the
right
difference,
side
left,
is the
right,
exact
forwards, or
same
backwards?
level.
It's still a
But the
fucking circle.
the entire circle itself is dropped below your eye level. Bro, come on.
How fucked up is
Again.
this kid? Forwards and backwards
No,
is no different to left and right. From you, it's 3 miles from your person forwards. So let's call that east. From you, 3 miles north. From you, 3 miles south. And unless you've got eyes in the back of your head, from you, 3 miles west. Why are you telling me only the one straight ahead dips down? So the question on the table, if you turn your sorry white ass 90 degrees either left or right, will that one dip down?
you're still confusing dipping down, buddy.
You just made the claim that the fucking thing dips down when you're facing forwards.
Wait, dip down or dropped away?
Same difference.
It's not.
okay,
It's
dropped
not.
away, dude.
He's a
Okay, so
fuckwit.
hang on a second. Hang on. Dirty. Your claim is that when you're standing and you're facing the ocean, we can see that the Earth curves away as it blocks buildings, boats, whatever's beyond that curve. But you're saying if you look left and right from that position, it's flat and we don't see that dip down or that falling away of the Earth. So then Matrix's question is, that I still don't think is answered. That's fair enough. If we're looking forward, we're looking east, yeah, and we see that the Earth is curving away, that there's a drop, these boats are going over, but we can't see it to the left and right of us. If we were now to turn to the left and be facing west, south, we turn around 90 degrees, whatever, we're now looking out. Now, because we're looking forward, are we now going to see that dip or that drop away, but we're no longer going to see it to the east anymore because we're no longer looking forward, we're looking to the side? Is that what you're trying to claim?
I have no clue. That was so convoluted. Like, I'm literally telling you that when
No,
you're
no.
looking out on the horizon,
Okay,
like north,
Durdo,
south,
we're
east,
going to
and
do this the
west,
easy way. Durdo, check in the side chat. Yaga Bruno posted at 49 minutes past the hour a small clip for you to watch. It's a 360 view of a balloon that went up with a camera attached to it. So, if we freeze that frame anywhere, doesn't matter where, we're going to pick an arbitrary direction. East. You're telling me east is dropping away, bending down, following the fucking curvature. I don't care how you word it. That's what you're instructing us as to what you see. Now, if you turn 90 degrees, that east now magically becomes the left or the right-hand side of your vision, which, under your perspective, is now straight again. So, now that you've changed direction facing, you are now facing one of the directions that was not bending down, dropping away, or curving. Do you comprehend it can't be flat and fucking curved at the same time?
No, I do not. I'm not
So
comprehending.
you're an idiot.
No, like I'm just disagreeing with you.
Excellent. Post up in the side chat a shape that's both flat and curved at the same time? Or should I reword that? A surface that is flat
Hey,
and curved at the same time.
can I say something real quick? Um,
Please, if you can
what
help
would
this clown out, we'd much appreciate it.
well, I don't know if I'll help him or help you. But what would be the best evidence of it being flat? I mean, I know you just said a lot of stuff, but that's your like you're claiming that is flat, right? The Earth is flat.
We're trying to help this kid out with his optics problems. He seems to think that when he's facing straight ahead, he sees the curve of the Earth, and to the left and the right, he sees straight because we're not big enough on this tiny little on this ball that we're on. The problem he's got is if it's a sphere, it should be bending left, right, it should be bending forward, backwards. He can't comprehend that. He just keeps saying it only bends forwards. So, well, okay, let's turn 90 degrees to the left or to the right. If he turns 90 degrees to the left and the right, that means the bending forwards bit is now on his right hand side. So, is the bending forwards a result of his optics, or is it a result of that's the way it's bending? If it's the land, then when he turns, the bending forward bit should stay and is now on his left or right hand shoulder. If it's optics, it will now be in front of him still, as it's optical.
So yeah, I would agree it's probably his optics because I have the exact opposite thing happen to me. I see like curvature on the opposite, like on my left and right instead of front and back.
Well, in that case, then you're going to have to debate this out with Dirty because he's claiming you are wrong.
Well, I haven't
Yeah,
said
I'm
anything.
saying
I'm just telling you what I see, like out of my eyeballs. I'm not telling you
right.
what I think, as
Well,
far as like.
what I'm saying is that is like when you go out into the ocean, right? Like the like we went away from what I was talking about. We went out into the ocean, in the middle of the ocean, right? It's flat, you know, it's equal on in every direction, right? It's always going to be that 3 mile visual radius any direction that you look, which is why if you move 5 miles away and turn a different direction, then you'll still see the same thing. It's because it's on a flat surface. It's not like there's nothing obstructing the view.
Interesting. I love it. But I mean, so oh fuck. Like none of you guys ever thought the Earth was round before. Like the flat earthers here never thought it was round before, or did you?
We're all taught the same shit as you at school, mate.
I'm not sure about that. You don't sound like you're from the
Yeah.
same country as me.
Doesn't sound like
I'm sure we
mental school
were
at
taught.
all.
Yeah, I'm sure we were
But
taught
anyways,
different
the
things.
point is we were all Globers, bro.
So did you ever go from a glober to a flat earther and then to a glober again?
No. Some people
Why is
have,
that?
but well, we don't even think they ever became flat earthers in the first place. But think about it. All of us went through the same education system. We were all Globers.
It doesn't sound like it though.
Now,
I mean,
maybe the next generation, some of us have kids. I mean, it's too late for me because my kid's already in high school, so he had been brainwashed before I became a flat earther. But some of us have young kids, and they will, educate them from the beginning, so they will be flat earthers from scratch, so to speak. But none of us are.
Wait, so
But I
your
don't
kids
think
don't believe that the Earth is flat? Like your own kids don't?
we couldn't have come from the same education though. I mean, where did you go to school?
Dude, it's pretty much the same all over the earth, right?
No, it's not.
Do you know one
Not all
country?
over Earth.
Okay. Do you know? Do you know a country?
In what
Do you know
country it is?
Do you know a country? Do you know of a country where the default teaching at school is that the Earth is flat?
That would be no. I don't. Tell me, please.
Okay, so why does it take so long to drive this simple point through to you?
Yeah, he's saying if every place teaches that the Earth is flat, then we all have the same education on whether, or excuse me, the Earth is round. We all have the same education on the Earth being round, right? Because like there is no other way to teach it, right? So we had the same
I
education.
mean, communist Russia taught the globe. Communist China
Right,
teaches the
yeah.
globe. Communist North Korea teaches the globe. Brazil teaches the globe. Mexico teaches the globe.
Right. What country does?
Nigeria teaches the globe. The United States of America
Right,
teaches the
but
globe.
just because we have this one thing in common where like
Oh,
they're all taught the
what
globe doesn't mean we're all taught the same
country?
thing, right?
Like, where are
Like,
you talking about where it teaches something else?
It doesn't. That's the whole
That's-
point.
yeah, yeah.
Jesus, this guy's slow. I mean, is he
Yeah.
stoned at least?
It's sorry. Yeah, I'm a little bit slow right now. I'm drunk.
Okay,
Sorry.
are you stoned? Are you stoned or what?
Yeah.
Okay, good for you. Good for you. Enjoy it, dude.
I
Yeah,
can, but I
maybe
can
maybe
still.
go on mute, Israel, because
I
if
can
this
still
is
hold a
like too
conversation.
complicated, like maybe it's not the time.
When I'm stoned, I hate to think too much. So I just like to relax and watch a comedy or something.
Right.
Yeah, but I mean, yes,
that's
we
literally
all
what I'm
learned
doing
the
here.
same globe. We all learned the same globe story. The difference is that at some point, we decided to actually look for evidence of any of the claims being true, and that's why we aren't globe earthers anymore.
So you dug wells, right?
I dug wells.
Yeah, to prove it, right? To prove that the Earth is flat, right?
Obviously,
What-
you
what
have
does that
also.
mean?
Right? Like you took
What
the
does that
time to
even
like.
mean?
Hey, Moses, check it out. If you're going to put
Yeah.
these claims upon us, maybe you should do the same thing also. Have you dug any wells lately?
I have.
What
Walked
does digging a
500
well have
miles?
to do with anything?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you're familiar with the term geometry.
Okay, don't be pedantic. You know, if you want to come
No,
in here and have a normal conversation, I'm willing to do that. If you're going to be an asshole, I'm really not interested in engaging.
I'm not being
You
an
guys
asshole.
were kind of being
Yeah, you are.
pedantic back.
So what about
No.
wells has to do with the surface of the earth? Digging a hole in the earth
So,
doesn't change the
what
surface
does the word geometry mean?
Oh my god. Okay, so the earth is claimed to be a globe with a radius of 3,959 miles. That necessitates curvature approximately 8 inches per mile squared. Where can we measure that anywhere?
What can you measure that doesn't exist anywhere? Like,
Okay, well, when you're done talking with your mouth full of food, maybe we can
you asked the
talk.
question. I was true.
No, you're not equipped for this conversation. Is there anybody else?
Yo, I'm still here.
I mean, we combine these IQs, we get about like 50 combined. So it's rough
You
out
don't
there
even know what the
tonight.
word geometry.
Right, I don't know what the word geometry means. Yep. So Israel, I guess we'll go back to you. You're the next
What's
best
up?
choice.
Yep, I'm the best. I'm the next best thing here. Okay.
Yeah, you are. At least, yeah. So anyway, yeah, of course
For
we all
now.
learned the globe, right?
Until you mute me. But sorry, what?
Of course we all learned the globe story, right?
Yeah, I mean, not
Yeah.
everybody, but there was
Yeah,
somebody
well,
else who
almost
was saying
everybody. Almost
there
everybody,
was
right?
somebody else saying that a different country would learn the same thing we did, and
Yeah, they
I don't
do.
think
Everybody learns
We
the
all
same
learn the same
bullshit.
thing.
Yeah.
similar,
The only
similar
the
to
only
the same.
difference
But
being, Israel, is that
it
some of
can't
us
be
learn it in metric and others learn it in imperial. That's all.
right.
Yeah.
Right. It can't be. It can't be the exact same thing.
Okay, this is
But
really not a point to be making.
Oh,
Like,
wow.
okay, so did you ever actually look and question the information you were told to see if it was true?
well, I'm not just use my eyeballs to look at shit. That's about it. I never like researched or anything like that.
Okay. Well, we did, right?
Did you guys? You guys do it? Did it?
Yeah, we did. And then we also, I mean, everyone's experience is that the earth appears flat and level. It's navigated as such, right?
Oh,
And stationary. But we went
oh,
out looking for evidence of surface curvature at the rate that should exist, and none exists, right? And we can test that with
well,
with lasers over long distances and see that there's no drop over distance.
Well, my experience, it was a little bit different. Like I look at it and I do see a curve, but I have no evidence of it. Like
You
you,
can't
so
see a
you,
curve. You can't see a
I,
curve. You'd have to
I
be
mean,
past ISS height. You'd
I've
have to
seen
be
it when I was
over 255 miles away from the surface.
right.
So
Yeah,
you're
and I've
not
seen it
seeing
when I
curvature on the surface.
no, yeah. I mean, a little bit on the surface, but you can actually see a lot of it when you're in the air.
No,
Like
you can't.
if you're in a plane or something.
You'd have to be an Apollo or an Artemis astronaut to be far enough to see the Earth's shape.
Even that wouldn't prove that it's round. I mean, maybe, but
Well, you're right to a degree. I mean, if the Earth appeared to be a ball from a claimed distance away, it would still have to measure curved on the surface, which it doesn't. So
but
it can't be a ball.
you've never been in a plane and you've never seen the curvature before?
I've been in plane dozens of times. I've never seen Earth curvature from a plane. And I've been in all sorts of planes
Wow.
as a passenger in the front seat, in the cockpit,
Hmm.
and I've never seen curvature.
Well,
Nope.
I think if it looked straight if you were in a plane and the surface looked straight, like it would freak you the fuck out, I think.
No, that's all
Because
anyone ever sees.
nobody's used to seeing that.
That's all anyone ever sees is a flat Earth.
I mean, I'm sure it'd be a big topic if it was flat, like a straight
In
line.
your mind,
Oh
Israel,
my god.
you've got this preconceived idea that it's a ball, so that's what you believe you
No,
see.
I've
Where in
seen it.
actual
I've
fact,
seen it.
where have you seen the curvature? Seriously.
Just like I was just saying, like when I've been in planes.
So you went on a plane. Okay, I'm going to post something in side chat, and you've got a choice: A, B, or C. Which one did you see or witness when you're in this plane? Line A, line B, or line C?
Hold on, let me try to check this out. I'm not good at Discord or side chats or anything. Okay,
Hey,
so I just
Israel, I'm told you've been in here many times and that every time it's like a hard reset. Is that true?
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Okay,
I'm
you're
trying to
not
look
sure
at
if you've been in here? Maybe
I'm
that's
trying to
the
look at
problem.
no, I'm trying to look at his A, B, or C thing.
Okay, have
I had a
you ever been in
question.
a plane? Because I'm kind of doubting that you have.
Do you know how
So
far the sun away is?
Hold on, Dirty.
so
Israel,
yeah,
have you
I
ever been
have.
in a plane? Have you?
Wow. Okay, so I'm trying to read what
It's a
he.
yes or no question.
Yeah, of course. I mean, I wouldn't have said what I
It's
just
not of
said if I
course
wasn't.
because you're claiming something that no one sees. So, I mean,
Okay.
I'm going to be in a plane in a week and a half.
So you
You
wouldn't
know,
even believe me if I told you, but yeah,
well,
I've
I've been in a
been.
plane many, many times. No one sees Earth curvature from a plane. You might have some curvature due to the
You
windows.
don't see
Windows
it?
flex due to
Hmm.
the pressurization on the plane, but you don't see
All
any
right.
curvature.
Okay.
You don't see
I
Earth
mean,
curvature.
I
And
mean,
if you look at that image in the
you
side
don't see
text,
it.
no
Yeah,
one sees it.
you're right.
Matrix
You don't
posted
see
something
it.
at 3 minutes past the hour. Like, which one of those is what you claim to be seeing from an airplane?
I was trying. Okay, hold on. I'm trying to look at it again. So I would say it's more like shit. Hold on a second.
Okay. Well,
What is
it
this?
doesn't
Is like
really
this?
matter what you claim, to be honest, because it's impossible for
Okay.
you to see Earth
Okay. Never
curvature
mind.
from
Never
that
mind.
altitude.
I won't. I won't. I won't. Okay. I won't do it.
It's just not possible geometrically.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, I am.
Yeah. Yeah. I
So
mean, you
you
should.
wish to
Just because you
retract
don't
your statement.
understand doesn't make me wrong. Jake's
No, I mean, no,
drunk and
you are.
incapable of understanding. But anyway,
So
Yeah.
we'll take that as a retraction of your statement of seeing curvature.
yeah.
That's not a problem, my friend. Have a lovely day.
Have you
Do you know how
ever?
far the sun is? I'd asked
Have
earlier
you
and they didn't
seen?
know.
Oh gosh, Shirty, just zip it.
Have you? Have you seen anything from like the jets taking off that go higher than planes, and then you see how like, I mean, it doesn't look flat. That's what I'm trying to say.
What does a plane in the sky have to do with the surface of the Earth?
Everything. I mean, you fly up and you see it. What are you talking
Okay, can
about?
we
So
measure that? Can we measure the Earth being curved anywhere? Or is this just like more fantasies about planes?
So, I mean, if you don't know what Fuck. I'm terrible
Yeah.
with words. I'm
Yeah.
terrible with words. I'm sorry.
Okay. It's all right. Maybe come back when you're sober. It might help.
But I won't do that though. That's the problem.
Well, maybe that is the problem. You
I
know,
have a serious
maybe you should be
question.
interested in learning something, right?
I know that's why I'm here. I mean, I want to learn from you guys and
I have a
see.
serious question.
Sure. Oh, sure you do. What is it?
I was trying to see if you like because I had asked earlier.
I'm
We're
gonna
not going to
make
make any
claims I
claims
can't.
to the distance of the sun.
Yeah, I'm not gonna make claims
How
I
would,
can't verify.
okay, check it out. No, let's play this game. Let's play it. Since Israel came in as the White Knight, and obviously he's not white enough, I'm going to make a claim that the sun is 1,249 miles away. Now, the next logical question from anybody, and I don't care if they're flat earthers or not, should be, how did you verify that, Matrix? Now, if you're going to make a claim to the sun, Durdy, like as comes preloaded with the Baltard model of 93 million miles, how do they verify that distance?
Probably with scientific rigor.
You're
Do
a
you know? Okay, so Dirty, tell us how they did. How was that distance determined?
I think a
How
more
the
interesting
how
question
the
is why
distance
would it
from the Earth
matter?
to the sun
It
was
doesn't, but
determined?
he was in here earlier about this, Peter. Like this is like his yeah. So go on and tell us how you know that that's true.
Well, right. So
It's not a probably or I assume. It's got you've got to have something solid behind it. So
right. So it's determined like radar ranging.
no, Google faster.
Yeah, the transit of Venus is a historical. The transit of
Okay.
Venus was the
Yeah,
historical
right.
one.
So okay, so what is assumed about Venus in order to determine that?
Let's see.
What are the
The
assumptions made to calculate this? And understand it's not measured, right? It's calculated, and it's calculated based off of what? What is the assumption made about Venus?
let's see.
If you're bouncing radar waves off of Venus, the only assumption is that Venus is solid.
So are you talking about when the 18th century astronomers used the transit of Venus to determine the distance to the
I
sun,
asked you
right?
what was assumed about Venus in order to determine that. Like, how did they determine the size of Venus? Because you'd have to know the
They relied
size
on a
and
set
the
of
distance
precise
of Venus in order to
geometric
determine.
and physical assumptions that are already been proven
Okay,
by prior assumptions.
nothing's been proven. So they assumed the
Did you
size
hear
and
what I
distance
said?
of Venus. No, hear me out. You don't know what you're talking about. So they
Well, you
assumed
didn't hear
the
what I
size
said,
and
so how do you
distance of
know?
Venus, which they decided that Venus was the same size as Earth, approximately. And so in that case, they also assumed Earth was a ball, right? However, there's no surface curvature, so none of that holds up. That all falls apart. Do you understand?
No.
No, of
Like
course you
you're
don't.
saying you're making the assumption or you're claiming that there's no curvature
No, I'm not
that it
making the
falls apart,
assumption.
right?
We've measured it and we've tested for it, and it's not anywhere to be found. So I'm not making any assumptions. You have calculations of how much surface curvature should exist. However, when we test for it, it doesn't exist. So you are the one making the assumptions, and we are the only ones with measurements.
Yo, I'm back. I'm sorry if anybody asked me anything when I was gone, but I
Okay,
was
it's
taking a
just
piss.
We didn't. Not a
that's
problem.
TMI, Israel. Like seriously.
So you're saying that
Okay.
there's no verified proof of curvature of the Earth?
That's correct. There is none. There's no measurable curvature anywhere that's been tested. We have hundreds of tests.
Interesting. Is there any
Let me ask you a question real
is there
quickly.
anyone that disagrees with you? I'm just wondering.
Well, people might disagree, but they didn't test it, right? I mean, people who go out and test for it find out that there is no curvature. You can sit there and disagree, but if you don't have the facts, it doesn't really matter,
Oh,
right?
so what you're saying is that you reject any proof that comes from a government or an authority you don't
No,
trust.
I
We
didn't say
haven't
that
been
at all,
given
but
any
you're really
proof.
good at straw manning, and I didn't say that at all, did I? Because I've
Okay.
never seen any proof of
we have
surface curvature. No,
we
just
have
let me finish.
engineering proof
No, you
for
don't.
Benson bridges.
Do we have any
We
can
have the
you
amateur
post a
proof.
cited Can you post
High
a
altitude
cited
weather balloon.
empirical measurement of surface curvature? And I will take a look at it.
We have professional proof with like the marine navigators and pilots.
Okay, stop.
But
Do you understand words?
So,
Wait, do you understand
marine.
words?
So, Dodie, one
I'm
at a
just
time.
asking.
Marine.
What?
Dodie.
What?
Yeah, we're just gonna. No.
Yeah.
Marine
Wow.
navigators or pilots. Let's just go through these one at a time. What we don't want is a big pile of shit to go shoveling through. Just put your one claim down. We'll break it down, assess it, see if it's worthy. If it's not, we go to the next one. So
Yeah, and
navigation, is that where you want to go?
that's not a
Yeah, I mean,
measurement.
so the verifiable fact is airplane pilots and
Mm.
ship captains navigate using
Oh, he's
great circle
reading.
routes
Okay.
on a
Yeah,
globe.
you
The
can have
shortest
a
route.
circle route on a flat surface. Moving along, do you have a measurement of surface curvature?
Let's see. Yeah, every private commercial pilot
No,
and marine
that's not
navigator
a
tracks fuel
measurement of surface
consumption and
curvature. Try
distances
again.
based on a sphere. Every private
Try
commercial
again.
pilot
Try
and marine
again.
navigator tracks fuel
Okay, dirty.
consumption and
All
distances
right.
based on a sphere.
Okay, so saying that we are making assumptions that the Earth is a sphere is not a measurement of the surface showing curvature. And you don't seem to
Now,
understand the difference. You can
Fences,
unmute him if you want, but
if I'm tracking fuel consumption of my car, I don't track that because the Earth's a sphere. I track that because I'm going X distance. Are you trying to conflate there, Dirty, or Dumb D, I think I might rename you,
yeah,
that distances equal curvature? Let's see if that's what he's trying to get to.
have at it. You can unmute him.
Is that what you're claiming, that distance equals curvature?
Let's see.
Because the fuel usage thing, normally that would be associated with how far you're traveling. So if you're not traveling very far, you're not going to use much fuel. If you're traveling a long way, you will consume more. This has nothing to do with the shape of the ground.
Wait, no. If it was based off of flat Earth,
No, you're claiming
metrics,
this is
then it would
proof of
not. It wouldn't.
curvature.
Excuse me.
You're excused.
Right.
You were claiming it as proof of
If the flat
curvature.
Earth,
I
Earth
am
was flat,
critiquing your
every
claim. I am critiquing
if
your claim, pointing out
if the
that
Earth
distance
were
traveled
flat,
does not equal curvature.
yeah. If the Earth were flat, every international flight would miscalculate its fuel and crash. Do millions of commercial
Why would they
flights
miscalculate their fuel and crash?
Do
That's
millions
the
of commercial
dumbest.
pilots join a secret
Okay,
society the
dirty.
day they get their license?
Okay, well, can I just Matrix? I just want to wrap this up with him. I just want to point out to the room that he does not have a measurement of surface curvature and is appealing to all these things that cannot be verified. And this is what happens. This is what happens when people realize that there are no measurements of surface curvature. They will deflect to anything possible out of this desperation. And this is pathetic. Like if there's if the earth is curving, we have measurements of it. Why can no one provide that to us? Why are the only measurements we have of a flat earth? And why do people have to talk about fuel consumption?
Moses has put his hand up and says he can. Okay,
Oh,
Moses.
good. Finally, someone in the ring.
He might have finished his lunch now.
Yeah, all you gotta do
There
is
you go,
dig
Moses.
3 holes and then use basic classic Greek geometry. It's not difficult. Like,
Okay,
this
tell us
theory
about that.
the sun
Tell
is
us
this
about that.
local close
Tell us
sun is
about digging holes and
nonsensical.
how that proves the
Yeah.
surface is curving. Go ahead.
Yeah, so it actually, well, it's a series of things, right? Your claim is that there's no curvature of the Earth, but the
No,
problem
yeah,
is
we
that
measure
no,
none.
listen, right? You've measured none, right? But
Yeah.
Did he drop out?
It's so crazy that as soon as they look up evidence of the curvature, they get
Okay.
Aristophanes, right? Like from 2,000 years ago, they're going to give us a story, right?
well, it's not a story; it's a technique.
Of course it
is
is,
that what he's
dude.
going to claim?
It's literally called using logic, right? I mean,
It's
like
literally called using logic.
Dude,
Yeah.
it's
no, like, what does
2026, man. Come on.
geometry mean? Like, what does the word geometry mean, right? It means
Yeah,
earth
what about
measurement. That's the whole
2026?
purpose.
Why in 2026 do we have to dig holes in the ground? Why can't we just shoot a laser over the surface and see the deviation?
Well, you can shoot a laser over the ground to see
Okay, cool.
deviation, but the
So can
ground
you?
is uneven and there's mountains and
We
the
do it
terrain
over water
changes
because
and it's like
we do it over water. We don't do it over mountains. So can you provide that for us?
right. There's tons of other problems like light refraction and other like I
Okay,
don't.
great. So
Doesn't
you don't.
deviate
So what
enough.
you're saying is you don't have anything. You don't even know what
Well,
refraction is,
So,
dude.
hey, how about check this out, fences? Give you your refraction because I'm being generous
He
at the
doesn't
moment.
even know what it
So you can
is.
have your laser. Hold
no,
on.
no, it's
Hey, Moses,
really
I haven't
simple, guys.
finished.
Where does the water
Moses, I
go?
haven't finished. Yeah. You are claiming laser tests have got the. Oh, you want to run away? There we go. Fancy that.
Yeah, I didn't. Yeah, with his Wells story, I could. Was he getting into Aristophanes? I mean, that was really stupid. But yeah, I mean,
Well, I was
why?
going
Why
to
do
give
we
him
have to?
refraction. I was going
I
to let him
know, but
have it. That's
he
like,
didn't even
oh,
know what
come on.
refraction was, though. They just parrot that.
I
He wasn't
know.
going to know anything about it. But yep. So I don't know. Does anyone else claim to have evidence? I know Wantum doesn't. I know Dirty doesn't. I don't see any Globers in here who have ever presented any evidence of surface curvature.
Oh, but there's
I don't.
nothing you'll accept.
I know.
I love how they
You don't know the
conflate nothing
definition of
you'll accept.
geometry.
I love how they conflate nothing you'll accept to evidence that doesn't stack up.
Right.
Oh, he's decided to return. Now, as I was going to say, Moses, I was. Oh, well, you can run away then, aren't you? I'm not going to lose any sleep. Oh, wow. Poor child. Who is Say? See? Say? N64er.
Dirty posted the 8 inches per mile squared, and he said that's proof that the Earth is curving. Apparently, a calculation is a measurement now.
Okay, over short distances, the Earth's surface drops at approximately 8 inches per mile squared. That's the claim. So the math to work out this, at 1 mile the drop is 8 inches, at 2 miles the drop is 32 inches. That's still the claim. At 3 miles, the sea level horizon, the drop is 72 inches. That's still the claim. This formula is parabolic geometry. If you look at a target 5 miles away, the ground drops by over 16 feet. Still the claim. If Earth were flat, oh, here we go, strawman time. The drop would be 0 inches regardless of distance. The fact that an object's base drops out of sight by this exact calculated amount proves the ground is curving downwards. So you should be able to show us measurement of this. Not just claim, cool story. Aww. Yeah, 100%.
It's ironic he posted that when I had already specified that was the geometry we would expect for a sphere of a radius of 3959 miles. And then he posted as some kind of proof. I don't know. I don't know what's up with these Globers, man. They're getting worse.
So what do we got? We've got Debate Daddy stepped into the arena, and he's got a view out of a computer screen off of Flight Simulator.
Yeah, except they don't know that the heads-up display corrects for the refraction caused by the thick windscreen.
So what are you claiming there, Debate Daddy? Yeah, Debate Daddy. What are you claiming, that the horizon is below the horizon line on the heads-up display, thus proving drop over distance? So if I was to raise my head higher in that seat, let's say I'm taller than you, the heads-up display in comparison to the horizon line would be on the horizon. Is that what you're trying to claim? We need some clarification here.
I'm just claiming that you can see in the middle of the frame. You can also see at the bottom of the frame, making barrel distortion impossible.
You're
You
looking
can
out
still
of a
see the curve.
curved window, bro. What do
Oh, I
you think's
posted
going to happen?
a video debunking that claim. If you think that the airplane
Where's
window
that
creates a
at?
curve, there's a video there testing the claim.
Oh, from Wolfie. Here we go. So we've got an anti-flat earther who's gone up in an old school plane with a very flat straight window on it, showing how flat straight windows don't produce curvature.
Yeah. The reason why though is
Excellent.
because the glass, in order to create a curve, one of the panes would have to be curved
They're
and the other would have to have a
plastic.
different rate of curvature. But if they're curved at the same rate, you don't get the you
They're
don't get that
plastic.
distortion.
Anyway, I
But they
posted the
tested it
math for
there.
you because you're a math denier. So if you take a look in the side chat at 22 minutes past the hour, you cannot see curvature from 46,000 feet on a globe
You
of the
can.
radius given. No, you can't. It's not possible. But if you want to deny the math, then go right ahead.
Well, that math is wrong, by the way. Like, I don't know what the
Okay,
error
check
is,
it.
but
Check it. Just because you're ignorant doesn't make the math wrong.
well, the
Tell us how
paper
it's
that I've
wrong.
cited
Go ahead and check it and tell us how it's wrong.
yeah, here's the paper. There's a paper showing 35,000 feet, and in it references that I think around 15,000 feet is the lowest measurement that they've documented in the peer-reviewed literature. So they have their citation there. So I don't know what this math is, but like I don't know what I'm looking at here.
Yo, what up, fellow truth seekers?
But yeah, even if if you're at 8 miles high and you can see like 0.05 or whatever the math comes out to % of the Earth, yeah, I mean that's what you're seeing here in this image. That's going to correlate with that. Like you are seeing very little of an arc in this image. It's like a few pixels at
Which
most.
image are you talking about? So we're all referencing the same thing.
This one.
Okay, do you also understand when you're looking through a curved window, it curves the image and amplifies or magnifies as the observed item gets further away? So when you've got Wolfie in the shed showing something that's only 5 yards away, and then you've got the horizon, which is based on that elevation, a bloody long way away, probably 70 or 80 miles, it is going to be more greatly amplified. You do understand that, don't you?
I don't grant that. And there's physics questions.
Yeah, that's great.
Which,
So that's an instant nuh-uh. Now we
yeah,
know the levels
optics
of
doesn't
crap that
work
we're
that
dealing
way.
with.
If you have evidence of
Yes, it
optics
does.
working that way,
Okay,
provide
check it out. Debate
provide.
Daddy. Check it out, bro. I do
Yeah, show your evidence.
photography amateur in my spare time. When you have a wide angle lens, specifically used for bringing in large areas of information into a smaller area, it will produce a curved horizon. Anything that's a straight line that's exceptionally close will be less amplified than things that are a long way away. That's how optics works. Deal with it.
Okay, that wasn't relevant, right? We're talking about a
It
double
is
pane
relevant
glass.
because you're looking through a curved item. Gives you the same result. And you just want to, nah, I don't like it because Wolfie's video makes me feel good.
You're talking about you're conflating two concepts like barrel distortion and then also
Wrong. I am not conflating
and
barrel
also how
distortion.
lenses. Yeah,
Thank you
you're
for straw
conflating
manning
those
me.
two
I am
things.
not conflating barrel distortion. I'm talking
I can
about the
tell that you're
lens itself.
confused. I can
No,
tell that you're
I am not
confused.
confused. You have no idea. If you've just instantly jumped to an assumption instead of clarifying, you have no idea. You are using debate bro tactics. Any normal person would have went, I'm sorry, are you conflating this with this? But no, you instantly jumped to the attack.
Anyway, I posted a second video. The test, it says test, the window does not produce curve. You can go ahead and look at it as well. That's out of a plain window, a full video. You can see that there's no curve.
What timestamp is
optics
your
didn't work that way.
video? What timestamp is it?
It's like a minute long, and it just shows the airplane.
I didn't ask how long
nose
it was.
moving.
I asked for
It
the
just shows.
timestamp.
You didn't post it, bro.
Right, we're going to try again. At what timestamp did you post this? See, these kids are so used to debating and so used to attacking that they don't even listen anymore. I just want to watch the video.
I just posted it again. I just posted it again.
So another video by Wolfie, 6020.
Mm-hmm.
So the first one failed, and you're hoping a second one's going to do the job.
No, both of them succeed, and you have no evidence to the contrary. You're just giving some just so story about it.
You have no evidence to what you're claiming. You're claiming that the curvature rate does not amplify over distance, but yet your visual demonstration is over 5 yards.
Yeah.
So how can you claim it doesn't amplify over distance if you're not over distance?
That's just a claim. That's literally just an.
How are you going to back it up if you're not over distance?
Let me clarify. Let me see if I understand you correctly. You're saying that no, an airplane window won't curve at all if there's 5 yards, but if it's like all the
No,
way
that
to the
is
horizon,
false. Your clarification ends
claiming?
there.
Then what are
The
you claiming?
curved window will produce curvature. As you get further up, why are you talking now? As you get further away from an item, that curvature rate will be amplified.
Okay, and what's the evidence of that? Of both of those things?
Your previous image.
Oh, so you're begging the question.
How am I begging the question from your data shown? You're showing
you're
the horizon greatly amplified because
You're
it's a
just
long way away.
assuming- You're just
I'm not
assuming
assuming.
that.
It's your data. I'm going off of that.
Okay, you're
See,
just
this
saying
is
that
what
that's
you've
your
got.
interpretation.
You've got two things showing. You've got an image, long way away, showing a very curved horizon. And then you've got a short one showing not so much curvature produced. So I can
This is
assume
really
from
painful to
that
listen
that
to.
the window, via longer range, amplifies that magnification.
And you have no evidence of that, and you've just assumed your conclusion.
Your video shows this. Your
does not show that.
information, the very data you've given us, shows this. Why can you
It
not
shows that it
accept
does
that?
not produce curve, by the way. It literally shows, and there's two of them, and it shows it does not produce curve.
And what type of windows are they? Are they flat? Because a lot of older planes have flat front windows on them, like little Cessnas and shit like that. See,
Have you
you've not
looked at it?
taken any of that into
Okay, so you haven't looked at
consideration.
it. So you haven't even looked at it.
Why do
You're
we...
just- okay.
Fuck off. Why do we entertain these kids? Like, seriously. If you are watching Wolfie stuff, you already have mental problems. Seriously, kid. Absolutely next level. Oh, what's Dirty got? A drop over distance chart. So there's the claim. So Dirty, there you go. With your happy little image, Dirty, what are you trying or hoping to prove with that?
That was the proof of the geometry proof, as backed up by.
We know
You
what
mean
the
the
claim
geometry I
is.
already told you that the globe should have? That's your proof? That's your measurement? Is posting the same geometry that I already explained to you?
No, I mean you're trying to act like you are like the
No,
ringleader here. But
Dirty, hold on.
It's that I was
Over
talking to you.
Fences
Yeah.
already put the information to you. This is what the curvature rate should be, assuming it is a ball with this given radius. And all you're doing is going, yes, here's some numbers that back up what I'm claiming. We need measurements done to back up the numbers. Not just here's a picture showing the same numbers on it, which Over's already told you about. We know what the claim is. We want the measurements that back up the claim.
so
You know the
want the
difference
measurements.
between a calculation and a measurement, do you?
Let's see the difference between a calculation and a measurement.
I really hope you don't have to Google this one too.
No, I do. Like, what's the defining difference?
Well, one is something that we assume to be the case, the other one we can verify, right? Calculation is just math. It doesn't necessarily comport to reality whatsoever, right? A measurement does. And yeah, I don't know why you keep posting the globe geometry, which I already explained to you.
Well, no,
The problem
failed
isn't the
to.
calculation. The problem is there is no measurement of this occurring in reality.
Well, no, you failed to. It doesn't prove a flat Earth. Lasers over water illusion. It's a common misconception.
Oh,
I don't know
really?
anything
Excellent.
about this. Okay,
Yeah,
so
he's just throwing
post
shit
your
at the
laser
wall.
over
Yeah.
water showing the Earth curving.
I think Debate Master also called you out on your like.
Are you going to post a measurement of Earth
misunderstanding.
curvature with? I want to see a laser over water showing the Earth curves, or are you just going to complain and
Actually,
whine?
I've got a better idea. What I'm going to give you, Dirty, is I'm going to post two images. I want you to copy and paste them, and then I want you to draw. So there's the Earth, and here's a flat Earth. And Fences went something in the middle, but that's all right. So I've posted up two plain sets of lines. One you can see is curving very nicely. The other one is flat. I want you starting on the left-hand side, and we're going to pick a number, 70. On both of them, you're going to start at the left-hand side and draw where the laser would go if you were to shoot a laser at 70.
Mm-hmm.
That's it.
Oh,
so number one,
I see what
curved
you
Earth.
did.
Number two, flat Earth. You've got both of them there. I want you to draw where the laser would go, given the two different models. Suppose we use the word, as much as I hate it.
I see. I kind of see what. Is it possible that you are? Because like we're still going back with the
We're
fact that
talking
you
about
said
lasers.
like,
You made the claim that lasers, blah blah blah. All I want you to do, all I want you to do is draw the laser on the little picture where it would travel from the left-hand side to the right-hand side, starting at 70. That's all you got to do.
So
one of them represents flat Earth. One of them represents balls hard Earth.
We can move forward with that, but I'd still like to go back to the measurement versus.
We can go back to that also. But first of all, you're going to draw the picture, then we can go back to the measurement.
Let's see. I'm going to stick with this rather than move forward onto like what you're trying to do.
No,
I'd rather stick
you
with
can stick with that. Just draw the line. You'll be good. It's not that hard.
You go ahead and do it. Just do it for me. Do it the way that you want the
No,
information to come in.
I want you to draw it because I can't read your mind. This is why I'm getting you to do it.
So again, like
See, this is our problem. Dirty. Listen carefully. I
Well, the
can't read your
problem is
mind.
that I
I've
didn't
made
want to
that.
go
That's
on
the
to this
problem.
point.
I can't read your mind. Dirty. No one here can read your mind, okay? You are saying that lasers do something in particular. Because I can't read your mind, I need you to draw what you think the lasers should be doing on both a flat Earth and a round Earth. And then what we can do, check this out, then we can go and look at some videos and see if what you've drawn is actually what's happening.
So let me know when you want to go back to the point I'm actually talking about before we move on to this
As
laser
soon
thing.
as you've drawn the little picture, we can go back there. But
Okay,
I need to understand what
okay,
you think is going
draw
on
the
with
picture.
the magic lasers bending.
Right. Draw it as a curve.
Well, draw it as you think they would behave. That's what we want.
I already pasted the infographic, right? You saw the infographic? That's my position on it.
What infographic?
Do you know what an infographic is?
Yep, timestamp.
You'll have to look in the side chat.
Excellent.
He's
In the
just
side
talking about
chat, there's a
he's just talking about
timestamp.
the globe geometry matrix. Like the claimed globe geometry. He doesn't understand your question about lasers.
Well,
So
I mean, we're not even going
I'm looking
on
at a
to the
red
laser
dotted
question
line
yet.
and a blue curving line. Is that the one? At the top
I'm
it
still trying to
says
talk to
Earth's
Over
curvature
about this
drop over
measurement thing.
distance. Okay,
I'm still
Earth's curvature drop over distance, in brackets 8 inches per mile squared approximation. Is that what I'm looking at?
I'm not sure. Like, I'm trying to talk to someone else
You
about a
fucking
different
directed
topic.
it to me, bro. You just told me to
No.
look at the infographic. I read out the title. Is that the one you're looking at? I'm not sure. Holy shitballs.
So, Over, do you want to talk to me or not?
I think you should answer a question when it's asked to you directly.
Well, yeah, but we didn't even get to go. Like, this was addressed
But
as actually
you're
asking me
like way out of your
directly.
depth here, and so I
No,
get it.
no,
You're
no, no,
struggling
no.
and you're trying to deflect,
No,
but
you
you're gonna
wanted
have
to
to answer
define the
him.
word
You
measurement.
know, I
You
think we
wanted
just
to,
put you
no.
on mute until you can post a measurement of surface curvature, and until you can answer some questions, because so far you don't have anything. It's kind of embarrassing. So go ahead and find those measurements. I have faith in you.
Unmute me. Did you unmute me?
You're talking. How could I mute you? How do I have
No,
to
I
unmute
mean,
you?
yeah. Well, no, you said you were going to mute me. So again,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Like
You're gonna.
we are.
So when you find a a measurement of surface curvature, we can talk about it.
Okay. Yeah, and I have found one.
No,
So
you
what you're
haven't.
doing?
No, you
Well, can I
haven't.
just? I'll make my
That's a
case.
calculation,
Can I
and
make
I've
my
already
case?
explained it to you, and I'm not going to
Post your
explain it to you
measurement.
again. Not
Can
going
I
to
make the?
explain it
Can I
again.
make the?
I think anybody with half a brain understands the difference, and so this is either trolling or sea lioning, or he's just really, really exceptionally stupid. So I hope to not assume the third one. So I'm going to give him the opportunity to show that he understands what a measurement is. Sorry, Matrix. I don't anticipate that guy going anywhere. You know.
I don't either. He hasn't yet.
No, I think he's sea lioning, but I also think he's just not smart enough. He doesn't know he came in here not knowing anything about the topic, and he's just kind of Googling on the fly. So he's struggling. You know, and it's a shame. It's just, instead of just saying like, I don't know, or let me find that out, or, engaging in any kind of honest fashion, it becomes this. They just
So
come in
what's he
here.
got at the moment? He's got to put
Right.
up either curve measurement or grab my two images and draw the laser line as he believes they would appear on number 1 the curved and number 2 the straight.
Yeah.
That's pretty straightforward.
Well, he claimed refraction, and they don't know what it is. So I'd be very curious to see when they won't do something really simple.
So check it out. He's reposted The same thing that I questioned.
Oh my
is
gosh,
that
he is
what
that
he's
dumb.
looking at? And he's reposted it.
Okay, well, he is a third choice then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait up. Where is it?
Any straw man saying a giant tape measure, as if anyone here ever said anything about a giant tape measure. Yeah, I mean, I just want to see one laser test over water showing that the Earth is curving at the rate we're told. I just want one.
Actually,
You know, been in this space for
see
many years, never saw one.
See in his infographic that he's posted up there, his claim the laser would be that blue one.
Yeah. Yep. Oh my gosh. You know. So, you know, I guess this just proves my point that he doesn't know the difference between a calculation and a measurement. And he doesn't know the difference between a laser and a tape measure.
What's he got there? She is trying to redefine the word measurement. Holy shitballs. Well, let's just go straight to the dictionary. And we'll read out the dictionary definition. And so I'm going to dictionary.cambridge.org. Cambridge Online, whatever you want to call it. What are we after? Measurement. Measurement. Click on that one. Right. And I will paste it in the side chat so people know exactly what I'm talking about. Control V. Excellent. That's posted in there. Now, the act or process of measuring. Do you agree with this definition over fences?
Yes, I do.
Well, there we go. You have been accused of trying to change that.
I know.
Where is this little chap? Get back here, you haven't finished. Right. Why would you accuse over fences of changing a definition? She agrees to the dictionary one. What's wrong with it? ODD.
What's up?
Why did you accuse over fences of changing a dictionary definition?
Right. I don't really want to. If we can kind of have like time limits to talk, but you don't want to do that,
no.
right?
Yeah, because you just waffle on with shit, and what you'll do, and this is typical of most of you young kids, you will post about 400 claims, and then because there's so many of them, it'll just turn into a shitstorm of stupidity, and you won't back any of them, and then you'll fly on out of here and go, ha ha, I beat those flat earthers, and we'll all sit here shaking our heads going, what a sped. And we don't want you to do that. So put your claim forward, we break them down one at a time.
Let's see.
So, at the moment, we've got you still to provide us with measured drop over distance. All you've
Well, I mean,
done
I can
is
try.
given us a little square
I can
with a
try.
red dotted straight line in it and a blue curvy line. Now, just so
I can
you know,
try.
if you were
We
going
can
to
talk
present
about.
laser tests, yep, you
Oh
can
my
try.
God.
If you were going to present laser tests, they probably should follow that blue line.
Okay. The
Excellent.
theodolite is a standard unit measurement, right? Land surveyors use a physical theodolite tool. When they level it, the tool uses a physical bubble fluid to align to a known reference standard unit. 0 degrees horizontal line of
Are
gravity.
you reading this directly from Wikipedia? Please say
Yeah,
no.
it's the first
just
time
a,
he's heard of the word, too. You can tell how he pronounces it.
Yeah, you can't even pronounce it.
Oh, so you guys have already like come up against this problem, right? Because this
It's
proves
not a
This
that
is
you
not a
problem.
are.
problem.
It's not a problem.
Well, no,
In
this
your
this
head,
kind of.
Dirty, this is what you've
Oh my
got. In
god,
your head, you seem to believe that you've come across some gotcha moment and these flat earthers are going to be fucked because I'm so great.
you are.
It's not.
You are. You are.
Well, tell us all about your Theo D light.
That's why you stick here in this one place and you can't go anywhere else because everyone fucking shuts you down.
We're yet to be shut down. That's why we're still here.
Present the Theo D light.
You can't even say it, can you?
I can't even say what he said.
Theo D light.
Theo DI light. Something. Theo DI light.
Right, but you guys
persuado.
aren't like
persuado.
dismissing it. You guys aren't like
So,
derailing it. Or,
Dirty, you did not indeed post a measurement of surface curvature like I asked you.
yeah, I did.
Instead,
Yes, I did.
no, you didn't. You again because are you a
You tried to
moron,
change the
Dirty? Are you
definition
an
of
absolute
measurement.
moron? Because I think
You
that's the
tried
only
to you
conclusion at
did
this
try to
point.
change the definition of measurement.
Okay, so once again, nobody said anything about a giant tape measure. You know what a measurement is. You're going to post a measurement of surface curvature. Or you're just going to admit that you have an IQ of like below 50, and this is not the room for you.
Now, just so you know, Dirty, before you open your pie hole, at 43 minutes past the hour, the definition of measurement was placed into the side chat, and I also asked Miss Fences if she agrees with that definition, and she said yes. So I'm going to ask you the same question, Dirty. Do you agree with the definition of measurement? Yes or no? As posted at 43 minutes past the hour.
Yes. No.
Huh? I said yes.
So you agree with it. Well, funny thing is, Fences agrees with it, you agree with it, but yet you're saying she is changing the definition of the word measurement. How did you come to that conclusion when you both agree to the same thing?
Yeah, she definitely is, and I explained it.
But she's not, because she agrees with that.
No, she's
the same
changing
thing
the
you agree with.
definition. She's
No, she's
changing the
not.
definition of measurement.
What is she changing it to?
The evidence I provided was a measurement.
Stop. No. What is she changing it to?
Wait, which measurement? Where? What timestamp?
This measurement right here. This is the measurement of like fuel
timestamp.
used.
Timestamp.
This is the measurement of fuel used.
Timestamp.
He just keeps posting the same calculation over and over again.
It's the same measurement. What's being measured is the.
That's
the
not a measurement.
Yes, it is.
That is a claim. That's not a measurement, son.
That's what a measurement is. A measurement is a claim.
No, a measurement's a measurement. Check it out. I can claim my computer table is 10 foot wide, or I can get my trusty rusty tape measure.
Yeah,
and I can measure the fucking thing.
Yeah, and you're claiming that you're measuring it, right? That you've got to measure.
Okay, if I make a claim that my table is 9 foot wide, is it 9 foot wide? Yes or no?
If I claim that I used...
Answer the question. It was a closed-ended question. Please answer it. Stop sidestepping.
10 gallons
Dirty,
40 miles.
Dirty, shut your fucking stupid shit up. You're not making yourself look intelligent. My goodness. It was a simple question. If I make a claim that my computer desk is 9 foot wide, is it 9 foot wide? Yes or no?
Sorry,
the correct answer should be...
Does it being a measurement ruin your whole...
We're not interested in your yap. Just answer the question, mate. We are trying to help you. So in the future, when you come across these same questions, you're not going to look like a special ed to your friends. So if you go to your friends and say, I claim my car can do 1,000 miles an hour, and your friends goes, let's measure it, and you'll go, nah.
It's already measured by the claim.
It's already measured. Oh, wow.
I measured it in my claim.
Like, that's what we're trying to show you. Measurement is the act of. In this, it's written there. Look, dude. The act or process of measuring. So your claim that is the measurement, fair enough. When or where was the act of measuring done to confirm your numbers? So let's see if you can answer that.
Before, and then after. Do you understand how before there was a metric?
When was the measuring, the act, when someone had to do something physical, when was that done to guarantee the numbers that you're giving us is true and correct? Maybe I'll reword it that way.
After the plane landed. Before the plane
We're
went
not
up
even
and
talking
after
about
the
a
plane
plane.
landed. Are you following?
You've been muted for the last 5 minutes. There's nothing to follow. I can't believe you've been talking the whole time.
Why is he talking about a plane?
Because, Timbo, he has been yapping the whole time and he doesn't realise there's a red flag on his name. So,
What's he measuring in the plane?
I don't know what he's doing in planes. We're talking about the data set that you provided. Remember the infographic? That's what we're discussing. Okay? You with me so far?
No, I'm not with you so far.
That's a different person.
No, I'm not a different person. I'm the same person.
Excellent. We'll talk back with the other one. The infographic that you provided that says was the measurement. So let's just hypothetically accept your numbers as the end result. When was the action? Where, when, and how was the action actually performed? I know the result for this. Bang. Yeah, Timbo. That's special. If you want to try and squeeze info out of him out of Timbo, you're more than welcome to do so.
Nah, it doesn't
you're
sound like it's possible, man.
You're going to lose brain cells doing it. But there is other names in the list. Got AJ there. He's a full-blown globetard. We probably don't want to talk to him. Bargrunt's in. I'll tell you what is a crack up. When I first come over here, because I'm another AJ also, so for those that don't know, I've come here and there's an AJ already in the channel. It's like, you got to be shitting me. So now I have to use my bloody gamer avatar online name. It's like, damn. Anyways, you get that on some jobs.
Well, he was originally flying high.
Couldn't imagine why. But anyways, hey Bargrunt, we've also got Boogie Woods, Cider Fella, Dirty is, I don't know what he's doing, like seriously. Elbow TV, Greenweaver Alex, Mr. Hard Jelly, suppose that's better than a soft jelly. Wannabe Mechanic, Laozo, I'm going to get in trouble for saying these names wrong. Don't quite do it as good as Jedi. And a shout out to our mate Jedi. I haven't heard him this weekend. Hopefully you're alright, mate. We got Lats, of course. We've also got Lee, headphoned. Why would you do that to yourself? Thanks for padding our numbers, Lee. LT, welcome back, brother. M0092, g'day. Morvis, of course. He's always in here keeping it real. Miss Over Fences. Why do you call yourself Over Fences? Is that where you chuck the bad globers? You just launch them over the fence? Who else we got? Rayleigh Criterion, welcome, sir. Rolling my boulder. You just keep pushing that rock, boy. Spliff, most excellent. Daddy Shark. The eccentric geocentrist. Timbo, yours truly. Was that Tristan? Brought to you by Carl's Jr., Yaga Bruno, and Zygomatic. Welcome, one and all. Please, if you've got any proofs of curvature, queries, concerns, or maybe you just want to have a talk about how you're a flat earther and you think bald-tard believers are crazy, please feel free to pipe up. I'm going to put my feet up and have a rest.
Yeah.
And be entertained by what comes through.
Got something that was part of the conversation last night. I'm just gonna do something here. Come on, give me a sec.
Yeah, time's up.
Yeah.
I love when people put time constraints on themselves. Yeah, just give me a minute. 5 minutes later.
All right. Sticking with Mez.
Gross.
Yeah, I know. He was talking. I don't even know. He was talking about Jesse Path of Light's observation. Right. He said there was 3,000 feet. The mountain was 3,000 feet lower than it should be. I don't know where all these numbers came from or anything like that. And we were talking about. He was saying refraction doesn't, because he said, "Oh, this is an observation without refraction." Well, how do you know there's no refraction? You're between two mountains and it's 75 miles. Like, you don't know what's going on in the middle of those two mountains. He said, "No, there's no refraction on this." Yeah, okay, all right, no worries. I said, "What about updrafts?" And he said, "Well, that's going to create the denser air on top, and denser air, on top, and you need it. You need the refraction to bend upwards instead of downwards to get this." All right. Inferior mirages. If sunlight heats a specific mountain slope intensely, a massive updraft of hot air forms. Light rays from the sky or the opposite peak passing through this hot zone will bend upwards to an observer. This can make the objects on the opposite ridge, look lower than they actually are. Or it can even create an illusion of a puddle of water on the rock face.
Okay, so did he have some kind of photographic evidence to show this is what I'm talking about?
No. So he just sent a photo. Jesse Path of Light, who took a photo through a theodolite and did the math and said the other mountain on the other side is 3,000 feet lower than what it should be, which matches up with the globe. Right? And I said, "Did you account for refraction?" He said, "No, refraction would make it higher, would make the image higher, not lower." And I said, "No, well, you've got updrafts between the two mountains, so you'd get an inferior mirage with hot air rising up from the valley." He started laughing at me. This is what I was talking about, Mess. So they conveniently use refraction when they want to, but don't use refraction when they want to show something.
Well, we've been telling them that for a while, and they get most upset when you point it out.
He said we move up the mountain because there's no refraction up there. Really? You got 75 miles of valley. What happens in valleys lower than mountains? You got warmer air rising up the mountain peaks, right? Up the sides of the mountains. That's how birds fly up. See them flying around in circles, catching updrafts, just floating, soaring there in between the two mountains. This effect creates an inferior mirage. Can. Never going to be the same, right?
Yeah, I just find it interesting. Like you said, it contradicts Jesse's claims that he went specifically up the mountain to avoid refraction. And now we've got Mez telling you that it happens.
No, well, this is what I found. This is because he said he was using it with no refraction. He said no refraction. We don't need refraction up this high. And I said, well, you can have this opposite effect where it makes the mountain appear lower than what it is, not Earth curve. You understand what I mean?
Well, yeah, I just looked at that from a totally different angle. You've got two lots of people saying stuff that contradicts. One of them saying he went up the mountain to get away from refraction to do his long range shots, and the other one saying that it happens up there. That's what I was looking at. So straight away, there's that side of it. Yeah. So it either is not happening or it is happening. You can't have something and not have something. Like unless you're talking some crazy quantum entanglement type shit. Like what is it? Schrodinger's cat or something. Hey, is there refraction or is there not refraction? Don't know because you're not allowed to open the box.
Are you guys discussing the claimed observation from 150 miles apart on two equal 6,000 foot mountain peaks?
Nah, this one was.
That's
I can't
not that
find what
one.
it is, but it's 75 miles.
75 mile.
Yeah, so far beyond the limitations of his eBay theodolite. Anyway.
Yeah. So his in the paperwork in the theodolite apparently it says from this distance to, and then there's an infinity sign.
Yeah, he mistakes like that you can focus it to infinity with like the actual precision of the instrument. You know, it's only like 3 miles or something.
Yeah. Yeah, there's an error. There's an error over each distance as well. And then it gets even worse the further you go. So. I don't even know if those numbers are correct, what he's giving us, because we caught him in real time fudging his figures in an Excel spreadsheet. So. Can't believe anything he says. So Mez is just repeating this guy's numbers, but doesn't know where it was taken from.
Which spreadsheet did you? I mean, I know he lies all the time, but
Yeah,
which spreadsheet are you referring to? Yeah.
Yeah. Central caught him out. He's got lots of spreadsheets. Spreadsheets for each of my theodolites.
That was good, actually. His last project that I heard from him was he was gonna like test for refraction underwater in a fish tank.
Why? I think they've already done that, haven't they?
Well, they
And
did
then
the
where are you?
glucose one. I don't know what he thinks he's, it's just like a grift for dumb globe believers,
Yeah, and then
New content.
is it being refracted from the actual glass of the fish tank or the water?
No, he said he was going to do it inside and under the water.
They have a laser inside the fish tank, and then
Right.
must be a big fish tank.
No, I don't think so. I don't think so.
Under the water?
Under the water.
Guys, what is he trying to prove with that?
I don't know.
That most globers are dumb and gullible?
That he
I
can hold
meant-
his breath long enough to do a test.
Hold it longer.
But what is there an argument about in relation to lasers and refraction? I don't get it.
It always refracts the exact amount to make the globe look flat, man. And if you don't agree with that, you're a science denier.
Yeah, but that's not a specific thing they say for lasers. Like lasers are not different than any other light, right? They will behave the same way in media than any other
yeah,
source.
the claim is that they're going to refract down in atmospheric conditions. However, no one can demonstrate that happening.
What do you mean? We cannot demonstrate light refracting in the atmosphere?
No,
Lasers
there's
bending downwards.
Yeah, downward refraction in normal atmospheric conditions.
You know when we do laser tests, Peter, you see the laser getting shot over 5, 10, 15, 20 miles, and they film it.
Yeah.
We've got video footage of the lasers bending upwards, hockey stick style, bending upwards. The guys that did that went out for very specific conditions to show that this happens. Now, if lasers are bending downwards, as claimed by some of these globers, then surely there'd be video evidence or photographic evidence of the laser bending downwards. But
Hold
no
on,
one's
let
ever
me
provided
understand. So we agree that light can bend downwards. That's why we see like ships floating in the sky and stuff like that, right?
It can bend in all directions. Nobody has a problem with
Right.
that bit.
Got
The
it.
bit that we have the problem with is them demonstrating it actually happening.
Right, but we demonstrate to globers effects in which a ship floats above the sea level, right?
Yeah, and we explain to them
So
that it's
that's
CIR.
light bending
That's not an issue.
downwards, right?
Well, that's light bending off, bouncing off of itself.
Yeah,
Right, but
reflection.
tracing a path that's not a straight line, but its origin is lower, and then it traces an arc right into our eyeball.
But those ships that appear like they're floating in the air is just the water's reflection looking like the sky. That's not refraction.
But the light ray that entered your eyeball entered at an angle that's not where the source of that light was. That's the point, right?
When you see a ship that looks like it's floating.
Right. So that means that the light came from above, right? Into your eyeball.
No, it just means that you can't see that, you can't define the horizon. The boat's still sitting on top of the water.
I know that the boat's not flying.
You're talking about things disappearing from the bottom up, aren't you?
No, I'm talking about things appearing higher than they really are.
Let me get a picture.
The only reason, in the side chat, the only reason it appears to be higher than what they really are is because there is now a false horizon in front of the ship.
Yeah.
Because of TIR, total
Okay,
internal
let me
reflection.
rephrase. You know
So
that
have a look in the side chat.
Matrix,
so from where
you've
you
been
see the
starting
false
for the last
horizon.
hour. Can
Yep,
you
Peter,
control
don't do
yourself?
it. Yep, I am controlled, and I'll control you if you keep carrying on. As you can see
I
in
will
the
keep
side
going on
chat,
because you're full of shit.
suit yourself. Pretty easy going with that. As you can see in the side chat, Peter, there is now a false horizon in front of the ship. If you look at the inverted image, you can see where the horizon really is, behind the ship.
Yeah, it's
Total
not raising it
internal
up.
reflection. It just generates a false horizon because the light reflecting off itself appearing the same color as the sky. You can't differentiate between that patch of water and the sky.
Exactly.
That's all that's happening, giving the appearance of, hey, look, it's up in the sky. That's it. It's no big deal.
Behind horizon. You know the Skunk Bay GIF that we showed them?
What about
Does the landmass oscillate up and down?
There's no TIR in that one. That's
So
a
you think
different
that at
thing.
no point in that GIF,
And he's, hey,
what
Pete, you
is
didn't hear what we
observed
said.
is higher than its geometric
Peter, you're not
location?
listening. You're going into globetard mode. They are not the same thing.
Now I'm okay. I should have used a different example. Answer me this question. In the Skunk Bay GIF, does at
The
any
Skunk
point
Bay
in time
GIF does not
Yes.
have TIR in it.
All right,
They
I
are
understand.
different effects.
Yes, I
So
acknowledge
using
that.
the
Moving
Skunk
on.
Bay one, using the Skunk Bay one as an example against the floating ships is going to be a false.
Yes,
not good.
Yes, you were completely right about everything about the ships. Now I'm talking about something completely different. In the Skunk Bay GIF, in your opinion, is there a point in time as the object fluctuates up and down that what is seen by the observer is actually higher than its true geometric position on flat Earth?
Probably.
Therefore, the light is bending down at that moment.
And?
If the light from Skunk Bay, from whatever that landmass is, can bend down at that moment, so can a laser.
Excellent.
Laser is light.
So therefore, why don't they have any visual evidence, photographic or filmography showing this happening?
I do not know, but are you proposing that lasers are different than natural light in the sense that they are subject to a different
I've made no
optics?
such proposition.
Okay, if they're subject to the same optics, that they will bend the same way natural light bends.
Peter, obviously you missed the start of what I said. I agree with light bending. I have no problem with this. The problem we have is nobody to date seems to be able to demonstrate it happening. They can
Maybe
tell us
that's why
about
Jesse's
refraction.
doing the
They
fish
can
tank.
tell us it bends up. They can tell us it bends down. We can prove actual refraction showing this. Positive and negative indices. We can show this happening on paper. But yet no one seems to be able to film or video this happening in real life.
Well, I've seen lasers bending in media in laboratory settings.
Bending downwards?
Yes.
We're not talking in laboratory settings. We're talking outside in the real world.
I understand, but to me that's
excellent.
Like, I
Show
understand
it.
you want to see it. I don't care about seeing it because I already know they do that.
We don't have a problem with the ability. Okay, I have the capabilities of winning the lotto, but I haven't done it yet. That's an analogy. The light, we agree, it can bend, but we haven't seen it yet. We're waiting to see it happen.
Okay.
If you want some excellent videos on optics and whatnot, Dr. John D. Check his stuff out. Oh my god, people are still posting the Rainy Lake crap? I thought they stopped doing that. What are you talking about?
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. If you have any questions, feel free to ask.
See, you guys are non-serious. You deleted all the evidence that I posted because you can't actually argue anything in reality. You have to just make
What a
things
weak
up.
troll.
Oh, bro, it's a
It's not,
total
it's
troll
not a
channel.
troll.
If you thought this was a serious
I
place,
literally
I don't know what you
posted all
pure
this stuff
troll.
for you guys. I don't know what to tell you. If you're gonna delete it, I mean, I don't know what to tell you, boss.
Bro, go do something else with your time. Like, if you're gonna troll with some,
Oh
creative.
no. I like sitting in. This isn't a troll. I'm literally trying to educate you guys. I like sitting in here and listening to you guys squirm all night. Kind of fun for
We
me.
know more about the
You're
globe
bored.
than we have forgotten more about the
You
globe
literally
model than
just
you will ever know.
deleted all of the scientific evidence I just posted for you. So this is a non-serious. This is a non-serious thing. This is just
Did you
cognitive
see
dissonance.
anything deleted?
Yeah, the 20Fs just deleted everything I posted, so I don't know what to tell you.
What happened was I hushed them, and by consequence, it deletes a bunch of shit.
Ah, see, so like
Well,
I
what I can do. So here's the thing.
so I mean, like what I don't know what to tell you. But listen, I
Yeah,
can't really talk.
Hey,
stop
it's
yapping. 3 o'clock
Here-
in the morning. I can't talk.
Yeah,
Sorry.
so here's what I can tell you, right? I can unhush you, right? You engage in a conversation, right? And periodically you bring something up that's relevant to whatever you're actually talking about, instead of you just hurling a bunch of shit in the text, right? You see the difference?
Okay, the
Right.
difference is
So I can
they
do
were
that.
saying there was
If you're
no
willing to
evidence
engage.
for any of this, so I was posting evidence for anyone else to join in on the conversation. Again, I can't really talk. It's very late here. Sorry. But they were talking that, oh, there's no evidence. This has never been done. I posted 4 things, and then you just delete it. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. Sorry, guys.
I hushed you, man.
No, I have
deleting it,
kids,
no,
Lao
no.
Taizu, or whatever your fucking gay ass name is.
I didn't hear any of that because I was speaking, but yeah, dude, if you want, I'll unhush you and do bit by bit, engage, form an argument, or don't. All right.
The argument is in the research paper. If you're not going to read it, I don't know what to tell you.
Saying,
And
saying
like
you
I said,
form your.
and thank you. I can't.
Yeah,
Listen, bro. I can't talk right now. Okay, so I'm
yeah,
giving you guys the
okay.
information.
We get it. We
so
heard you
can
the
do
first
something
time,
with it.
dude. Okay, you're not
Okay,
the only one with kids. Cool.
Take the information and do what you want with it. You deleted it. That's your guys' choice. Okay, I can't help you.
Hey, I got an idea, dude. Come back tomorrow. Yeah, come back tomorrow, man. We can chat.
I'm here. I'm here every night. We've been on this laser topic for like 3 months
we'll
now.
chat
You
when
guys
we
got to
don't
get
have
off
to
the laser
whisper.
topic.
We'll
Just get off
chat
the
when
laser
we don't have
topic.
to whisper. It's okay.
Just get off the laser topic. Is it? Just go. Move on to something else. Give us something else to talk about, please.
I get it. Okay, you're bored. You're bored with the lasers.
Yes, because it's very well explained with the globe model. And you're just deleting the evidence, I don't know what to tell you.
Okay. I'm gonna unhush you. Post something in the chat pertinent to that. Okay.
Well, I was trying, but I don't know what to tell you. I'm hushed again.
Yeah. Sorry about that. That's weird. I unhushed you, but it rehushed you. I think. Hold on. Maybe I got the command wrong. Okay, there you are. Should be unhushed. There you go. Problem solved.
As I was saying, the second one is a little dense even for me to follow, so I'll give you that one. If that one's a little tough, I got you. But the first one should be pretty accessible for everyone. But all right, I'll talk to you guys later.
You're posting links that you don't even understand.
No, just the second one. The second one's a little tough. Yeah, the second one's tough. I'll be honest. The second one's tough. Then it's really the second half. Some of the calculus is a little dense, but
Hey, I wanted to throw a subject out to kind of test the water, see what everyone's thoughts are. I've been reading a lot about it today. Uh, is anyone here familiar with the Minos neutrino underground experiment by Fermilab?
I am familiar with some neutrino experiments, but I don't know if it's this one.
It's when they they used a beam of neutrinos and they fired it from Fermilab to an underground detector 732 kilometers away. And they angled the beam downward at 3 degrees. And at the detector, the neutrinos were detected to be emerging from the ground, going upward at positive 3 degrees, like 3.5 or something.
Right, so I know where you're going with that. It's similar to an argument I used to use when I was a glober. There are neutrino measurements from the neutrinos that originate from the sun. The sun produces a shitload of neutrinos. It's a scientific term. And they come from inside of the Earth at night. right? So the globe argument would be, oh, the sun is on the other side of the sphere. That's why the stream of neutrinos come from the inside of the Earth, and then as the sun moves or the Earth rotates, whichever version of the imaginary heliocentric model you want to use, then that beam shifts accordingly. So you're just presenting another version that, like, okay, humans shot neutrinos into the Earth, and other humans received it in another location, right, from inside of the Earth. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, and it sounds like both of those experiments are very strong evidence that we live on some sort of concave surface.
Again, what do neutrinos have to do with the shape of the Earth?
Well, when you shoot them down into the Earth, they come back up somewhere else. That's not explainable unless you have some kind
Or
of
maybe you shoot them into the Earth and they bounce off something and come up.
Oh, okay. Can you provide any experimental evidence of neutrinos
No, can you
bouncing off
provide the
the rock?
experiment that they're not bouncing off?
Yeah, because that's not how neutrinos behave. We have no
Yeah, well,
observations
the
of neutrinos
largest
behaving that
hole
way.
we ever dug was 8 miles, so you don't know what's below 8 miles.
But it wasn't going 8 miles.
Maybe it's a neutrino reflector.
The mine was 700 meters below the surface. And you can calculate what the minimum height would be. But basically, yeah, you're basically saying that.
Yeah, why don't you do all these calculations to prove the globe?
So neutrinos don't refract through matter the way light rays refract through.
You don't know that. Maybe there's unknown matter inside of the Earth that does refract them.
Yeah, so you're invoking some unobserved mechanism that you have no evidence
in your
for.
model, 90 or something % of mass energy content of the universe is of unknown character.
No, it's through the Higgs mechanism. That's very well understood.
No, listen to the words. See, you're new to this, and you don't know the globe model very well. 90-something % of all the mass / energy, because mass and energy is equivalent in your model, in this universe is of unknown type, meaning it's not explained in the standard model of particle physics.
No,
It's not
the majority of for example.
You're not listening.
Protons.
Just Google it.
No, I know what you're talking about. It's not
%
even.
of the content is not in the standard model of particle physics. It's not a lepton, it's not a boson, it's none of those things. If you look up standard model of particle physics,
has nothing to do with quantum field theory.
Oh my God, I'm just saying, if 90% of the universe in your model is not known, it's what it consists of, then me proposing that there could be an unknown material inside of the Earth that does reflect neutrinos doesn't sound that crazy.
Wait, repeat that last part. Something.
If in your own model, lambda CDM,
okay,
in this model of your cosmology, lambda cold dark matter.
Oh, you're talking about dark matter. Yeah,
90%. But just let me finish. I'm repeating this because you asked me to repeat it.
98% of the mass in the universe.
Stop interrupting me. Stop interrupting me.
But
You asked me to repeat this.
Peter to finish. Yeah.
If in lambda CDM, 90% of the content of the universe is not known, meaning it's not covered by the standard model of particle physics, then this is an analogy. Then me proposing that inside of the Earth there could be some yet undiscovered material that has the property of reflecting neutrinos doesn't make me sound like an idiot, right? Because I'm invoking the same paradigm. You people invoke this paradigm in lambda CDM. You say, oh, galaxies don't move the way we expect them to. There must be some invisible thing of unknown property that is causing that. I'm invoking the same for neutrinos. So?
Well, lambda CDM model
Peter,
and quantum field theory
in their model, how they.
I'm responding to what he said right now. I'm responding to what he said. I can't respond to two things at once.
Oh.
The
You
lambda
heard me try to
CDM
get in earlier, but go ahead.
the lambda CDM model and quantum field theory are two separate things, and
I
we don't.
understand.
Yeah, and so
But
we
they're
don't.
not. But they're
And
not. Because lambda
they are two
CDM
separate
says,
things.
no, lambda CDM says the universe consists of matter and energy, all of which is covered by standard model of particle physics, photons, neutrinos, electrons, protons, not protons, quarks, antimatter, all that stuff. And it says there's also a very large amount, I forgot the number, but 90-something%, that is dark matter and dark energy, which is not included in the standard model of particle physics. We have no idea what it is. That is admitted openly. I have no as a Glober, I didn't have a problem with that. I was like, okay, we don't know what it is.
Yeah, neither do I, and I'm
You
not talking
challenge me.
about
Good,
lambda CDM.
good. It's an analogy. I know. Understanding analogies requires an IQ of like probably 95
No,
plus.
no.
So
Basically,
listen.
what you're
So this
saying is that
analogy.
what you're saying is that okay, if we live on a flat Earth, we see the beam goes down and it comes back up, so there must be some reflection or curving happening inside
Absolutely,
the Earth.
yes.
Okay, that's where you're at right there. And
then you say,
to
oh, but
bridge the
neutrinos
gap,
don't reflect.
To bridge the gap, you're invoking dark matter / dark energy.
No, I'm not. See, this is why your IQ is
He's not getting
93
it.
maybe
It's an
instead of
analogy.
95. What I'm saying is,
so you're
you
saying
dunked on me, and you said, oh, you cannot invoke that possibility because we know that neutrinos don't interact with anything. Well,
except for
how
the weak
now I invoke a yet undiscovered type of matter that does interact with neutrinos. How about that?
Okay, can you provide any sort of experimental evidence
Yes,
that such
yes,
matter exists?
I can, and it will be analogous to lambda CDM invoking dark matter, and listen to it. Here it is. The Earth is measurably flat. If you shoot neutrinos into the Earth, there's no way they can come out on the other side from the Earth. Therefore, I know that there's some substance down below that reflects them. This is
That's literally
analogous.
begging the question, though.
No, this is well. Then
you're
lambda
presupposing
CDM
the shape
does
of
that.
the Earth and then invoking some imaginary
Then
thing
I'm
to
sorry.
make it
Then
all field
lambda.
observation.
I'm
That's exactly
just.
what you guys accuse Globers of doing with refraction.
Well, I'm sorry. Call me stupid, but I am at least at the level of the scientists that embrace lambda CDM. So I'm very humble. I don't aspire to be better than them.
Your whole argument is that well, in order for these neutrinos to curve, it would require some heretofore unknown
Yes.
type of matter,
which is exactly what lambda CDM does.
No, and then you're saying, and I'm justified in claiming that this
Do you
matter
hear what I'm
exists
saying? Yes, I
I don't
admitted
think
that.
he gets it.
No. You're okay. Let me finish. Goddamn. You're saying I'm justified in claiming that this undiscovered matter exists because some other scientist in some other field did something that I perceive to be similar.
No. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
And lambda
I'm
CDM
sorry.
is
I
not.
stand
It's not just
corrected.
like,
I
it's
stand
not some
corrected.
cosmology of the gaps. We have.
Yes, it
we
is.
can observe the effects of dark matter.
I stand corrected. You're absolutely right. I invoke a substance that reflects neutrinos because I need to confirm what is observed, the Earth being flat. Now, period.
No, but the
I put
Earth
a
being
period
flat
here.
or round is the conclusion. You can't presuppose
No, we know
that,
it
and
from
it's
other
circular
things.
reasoning.
No,
It's exactly what you
no, it's
accuse
not.
Globers
No,
of.
it's not.
Yeah.
No, it's not. Can I
You
make
have
an
become
analogy
the
that
monster
maybe
which
you would?
you hated.
Would you be able to think through an analogy?
Yeah, your analogy is flawed because we actually have
Okay.
observational evidence
Well,
of the effects
let me try another analogy.
of dark energy and dark matter.
Yeah, okay. So there used to be a cosmology called general relativity, period.
Used to be. General relativity is not.
Yes.
What are you talking about? It still is.
Lambda CDM is a modification of it in two ways. One, it has a lambda, which Einstein set to 0. It has a non-zero lambda, and it has CDM. That's why we call it lambda CDM. It's an evolution of general relativity, not the pure.
Science isn't a religion. We don't have
somebody
Saint
mute this guy?
Einstein and Saint
Can
Darwin
somebody
or
mute
whatever
this
they
guy
said
for
is so
3
perfect.
minutes? 3 minutes is all I need. So when people made more careful observations, I'm explaining your model here. They realized that what they call galaxies, they're spinning in ways that should result in them breaking apart. Yet, we don't observe them breaking apart. It was then postulated that the only way to explain what is measured, which is a very specific motion of those things, is the presence of otherwise unknown type of matter that would create additional gravity to hold them all together. So people used exactly the same reasoning that I presented, the same analogy. I know it's very hard because you have to think about two things in parallel, which I don't think you can do. They went like, we observed them moving this way. Our calculations do not agree with that. If we introduce this unknown thing, if we postulate it, then calculations do agree with what we observe. Lambda CDM. Now, I am doing the same. We observe and measure the Earth to be flat. We supposedly observe neutrinos be shot into the Earth and come out on the other side from inside of the Earth. How do we make it work? We invoke the presence of an unknown substance that reflected neutrinos. It's a working model, the same way lambda CDM is. That's it.
Hey, quick question, Peter. Probably for both of you. If you're shooting neutrinos, how do you know it's the exact one that you've shot out that's come back into the receiver? So neutrino number 472, you've shot him out. He's on his merry way, and then number 472 hits the receiver. How do you know it's not
because
just something else?
can manipulate. You can make them look special.
Yeah, that's great. But how do you know it's the ones that you've shot out are actually being received?
The same way when you laser paint a target, the bomb knows that this is the laser you shot and not a laser that Sergei shot.
That's what I want to know. How do they know that?
It's in the paper. These things are explained in these papers. That's the crux of the whole experiment, how to make it work this way.
So he hasn't presented the paper yet. So maybe he should present that so we could see how these things are detected.
Of course he
That'd
can.
be
I've
cool.
seen those papers, and I remember reading that, and it has all the nauseating detail about how they generated the neutrinos, yada, 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 yada. But yes, I'm not questioning the experiment. I'm questioning the conclusion from it.
You finished? We can unlock him now so he can bore us to death.
Yeah,
with,
absolutely. I know what he's going to say. He's going to go in the loop.
Blitz fanboy crap.
Matrix, the answer to your question is simple correlation. When the emitter is not turned on, you detect background, basically mostly coming straight down, or just random directions. And then when the detector is turned on, you see over 10-fold increase in the neutrino flux at the detector, which correlates when you turn it off, the flux goes down. When you turn it on, the flux goes up. That's pretty conclusive evidence that the neutrinos being generated are the ones being detected.
Yeah, and those fuckers, they travel nearly with the speed of light, right? So it's nearly instantaneous on
the speed of light is not instantaneous.
Scales we're talking.
It's finite.
I said nearly in time, you moron. Like, given the relatively short distances, you can ask the guy, "Hey, I flipped the switch on. Hey, I see the neutrinos." A fraction of a second later.
Yeah, timing is like a thing. Yeah. This is a somebody just posted a thing from the paper. Great, cool.
Now prove that it relates to the shape of the Earth.
Well, I mean, I explained it, right? So okay.
And I explained it as well.
Well, no. Okay.
Yeah, how do you know Peter's explanation wrong?
The consequence.
So
you said,
first
assuming
of all,
that the Earth is a sphere, it makes sense. I said, assuming that the Earth is flat, and knowing the Earth is flat and assuming there's a substance inside of it, it also makes sense.
So first of all, this experiment was not devised to prove or demonstrate whether or not the Earth was curved or not. It was just to analyze something about the phase of the neutrinos as they're changing. And it's as a note. It's like, okay, yeah, so on this end, we pointed it down at 3 degrees. And then at the detector, we have to orient the receiver because the trajectory of the beam is coming out at this angle, right? And it was like a footnote.
Perfect.
Yeah, you didn't answer Peter's
question. I love it.
You love it. Okay, so that doesn't prove anything for anybody. What are you talking about?
Yeah,
Yeah.
the dudes
so
did an
basically,
experiment about neutrinos. They
yeah.
shot some neutrinos, they received them, they measured some shifts, whatever the detail in the paper is. Congratulations.
Yeah, and so
How does it prove the Earth's a
height.
globe?
Well, yeah. So let me see if I can draw this up. Yeah, so there's some height, some minimum height that the beam went through, right? And you can calculate that just based off of the geometry of the sphere and all that. So basically what you're saying is between the surface of the Earth and 700 meters down, there is some unknown layer, or under it, actually. Yeah, it's.
Yo, Watson, how deep, like percentage-wise, from the radius of the claimed radius of the Earth have we dug?
8 miles. 7.6.
No, percentage of the claimed radius.
You're gonna make me calculate the percentage what 7 is of.
I don't know. Physically dug down.
I think it's 0.19%.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that we can't probe the internal composition of the planet through other methods.
So you know the entire composition of the planet, with like beyond reasonable doubt.
Me personally, I'm not a geologist, so the answer would
Hey,
be
you
no.
know what? I just derived the composition of the Earth beyond 8 miles just now. I just derived that it has a layer that reflects neutrinos.
Okay, now prove that it's that.
I just derived it.
No, can you demonstrate that such matter exists?
Yes, I believe there's an experiment where they shot some neutrinos into the Earth and they came out on the other side from inside of the Earth, which would contradict the fact that the Earth is measurably flat. Therefore, I derived there's a layer that reflects neutrinos.
Yeah, because you're presupposing flatness, and then you're bending everything else, and you're
No, we measured the flatness.
And you're invoking imaginary matter in order to make your theory fit.
And we couldn't.
You're doing everything that flat earthers claim globers do.
Let me explain. We measured flatness. We couldn't measure what's inside of the Earth. That I give you. We did not measure that. And we did measure the behavior of the neutrinos. I will grant you that paper without looking at it. Therefore, we just derived that there's a neutrino reflecting layer inside.
Yeah, the Black Mirror Earth. Black Mirror Earth layer.
I don't think he gets what you're doing, Peter.
Yeah, he's creating his own fantasy world where he can rewrite the rules.
He really doesn't get it.
He's doing exactly what you're doing.
Okay, so what does that mean? Does that mean that both of us are right or both of us are wrong?
But because of what the neutrinos are doing, you're coming to a conclusion. He's doing exactly the same thing as you're doing.
Well, I would say based on...
You're both wrong.
No, based on...
Dude, I'll help you.
You didn't
measure curvature.
It's not affirming the consequence.
You didn't measure curvature, so you're using your understanding of neutrinos and an assumption that you know what's inside of the Earth to confirm the curvature or derive it from it that you couldn't measure directly. We're doing the other way around. We measured the flatness directly. We do not know what's inside of the Earth. We actually assume that your understanding of neutrinos is roughly correct and that you can emit them and receive them. We grant you this. And therefore, we derive that there's a neutrino mirror somewhere inside of the Earth.
Yeah, it's flat Earth of the gaps.
And it's lambda CDM of the gaps.
Nope.
Yeah,
we actually have direct observation.
You can't have your cake and eat it too.
There's literally CDM and lambda are two things that are not covered in the standard model of particle physics. It's literally in the name.
Are covered by the standard model of particle physics, which would
be
true
they are.
Even on your flat Earth. Okay, so let me
ask you a
question. But on your flat Earth,
the mirror is not included.
But Peter's got one more.
Standard model apply.
But Peter's got one more thing. Sorry, Peter's got one more thing than you've got, right? He's got a measurement of a flat surface. You don't have a measurement of a curved surface. So at the moment, his is more correct.
Neutron beam?
What are you talking about, dude?
Does Peter have a measurement of a curved neutron beam? Because you need to establish that.
Yeah, I do. You just gave me one
in order to present it as an explanation.
Yes, you just presented one.
He doesn't need to show they're curved.
Do you understand that this is derived in a very analogous way to
How do you
how
bend the
dark
neutron
matter
beams?
is
Tell me.
derived.
How do you bend the
He's
neutron
not
beams?
bending them.
How do you make extra gravity where there is no mass?
How do you make extra gravity where there is no mass?
Hey,
Yeah, you
want
add dark matter. You add dark matter. You
Hey
postulate
guys,
dark matter.
check this out, Peter. Check this out. Hey, Wansome, if you go and get a CAD program and draw where these supposed neutrinos are going from, so an angle of 3 degrees below the surface, if 3 degrees is the actual number, then your little receiver should be, what is it, 135 miles away? I think it was. No, 218.3434 miles away.
Yeah, so it's
Is that where the
700
receiver was?
So the receiver is 700 meters below the ground and 732 kilometers away. So
Well,
I
that's
actually
not going to hit then.
I calculated it.
CAD
Yeah,
draw
and
it out. Go and CAD draw the
Yep.
angles out and see where it hits.
I know trigonometry, so I can tell you that.
Yeah, that's
on a-
right.
if
Go
you were
and
on a-
CAD draw the fucking thing out and look where it hits.
I don't own CAD.
I use a free version, LibreCAD. Go and
Why is
download
CAD
it.
Oh, listen. So these are the
Draw it
numbers,
out.
right?
Go and draw it out. You
I'm
will
drawing it on
understand
a
after
piece
you
of
see
paper
it.
right now. It's
Yeah, that's great.
732 kilometers. That's the horizontal distance, and the vertical distance is 700 meters. Okay, that would correspond to about 0.05 degrees pointing down on a flat Earth.
So at 1 degree, if we shoot something down across, which is just off of horizontal, it's only going to be 87 kilometers away.
Yeah, that's right. That's what I'm saying.
You need 700. You're a tad bit short, son.
My whole point is that the measured angle.
Your whole point is you're making a claim that neutrinos are landing in a very, very particular spot based on a very accurate angle. I'm showing you your angle and/or your distance is incorrect.
If you try to draw it out on a flat Earth, it doesn't work. It only works on a.
I'm not drawing it on a flat Earth. I've got it on a fucking great big sphere with a 3959 mile radius. That's why I said draw it out and you'll see what's happening. Your numbers don't match up. They shoot this beam. There will also be a deviation. They don't shoot perfectly. They will have a spread.
Yeah.
Excellent. So what's the upper and lower limits of this spread?
It said that the central axis of the beam had this orientation. So regardless of the spread.
Plus
the
or minus
central
what?
axis- Plus or minus what?
That's what I want to know.
Plus or minus irrelevant because they're talking about the central axis. So whatever.
So
spread
if
they
you're
do
off
measure-
axis, they're not going to hit. So you have a problem. You're claiming they're hitting. I've got no problem with that as a claim. So that means these things have got to be accurate. If they're not, you're not hitting. The math ain't mathing, son.
Do you think I made this up or something?
I don't give a shit. To me, I'll tell you what I think. I think you're a Blitz fanboy and you thought you'd come in here and lay down this cool shit. You're lucky Indio's not in here. He'd rip your asshole a new one.
Dude, Indio's a fucking joke. I call him Indica Indio because he puts people to sleep and he makes you feel
Indio
like you're high just
owns
listening to
you.
him, bro.
You're just a hurt little boy. You've come in here making claims. I've pointed out your mathematics is incorrect, and now you are coping.
Yeah, go run away to Indica Indio, bro. He's gonna put everyone to
So
sleep.
you've got nothing. Have a nice day, kid.
Well, I'll give him 1 point. Indio does tend to speak for a very long time.
Yeah, it always ends up being about flat earthers, never flat earth.
That was actually quite funny, Peter.
How's about that Aries failure?
And it wasn't a claim, it was a measurement.
Yeah. That was good.
Does Ares failure debunk or prove, or is it neutral to a globe?
I don't know. It was a null. It was a null conclusion, wasn't it?
I'd
Yeah.
have thought it was called Ares failure for a reason.
It shows no motion, right? It's not about the shape of the Earth. Things in the sky have nothing to do with the shape of the Earth.
Yeah. It was about the Earth moving through the ether or something like that, was it? If I'm remembering
He
correctly.
filled up a telescope with water, and he filled up another one with air or something. Something happened, I forget. It was either the ether was moving or the Earth was moving. Was what it was.
Can you
And it
post
came
that?
up null. So he has to go back to the drawing board.
Kind of a funny name, Ares, like the god of war, Ares failure.
No, it's not. It's like Airy. It's the researcher's name.
That's exactly the same. Experiment tested whether filling a telescope with water would change the amount of stellar aberration, apparent shift in star position caused by Earth's motion. Ares failure found that the aberration was unchanged. This result contradicts certain versions of the old luminiferous ether theory and helped pave the way towards modern physics.
How did they determine that the Earth was moving and not the sky?
No, it said basically they were supposed to prove that the ether was moving or something, or we were
Yeah, but
moving through the ether.
one of the assumptions was that the Earth was moving, right?
Let's see.
You read it out. I think you read it out. Pretty sure you did.
A common misconception, especially in the geocentric or flat Earth argument, is that Ares' failure disproves the Earth in motion. Historically, that is not what the experiment showed. The failure was a failure to confirm the Aether hypothesis, not a failure to detect Earth's motion. Ares himself explicitly describes stellar aberration as being caused by Earth's motion.
So how do they prove Earth's motion?
No, it's just saying that they assumed it and that they weren't out to disprove.
They're out to prove the ether.
Yeah, but how do they know that the Earth's moving and not the sky?
I think that's just an assumption.
Yeah. They couldn't really disprove that the Earth wasn't moving or the ether wasn't moving because they don't know what's moving in the first place.
Well, I think some flat earthers think it's a globe debunk actually, but I guess you guys have never heard of
I
that
don't know.
before.
I don't think so. I don't think anyone's claimed it's a globe debunk.
I've heard it with my own 2 years. People claiming that. So
Okay, what did they
yeah,
say?
I don't think you guys. Well, I don't know. You weren't. You obviously have no idea. So I'm just
No
looking for
idea, or
something.
it doesn't mean it's got nothing to do with the flat Earth, though, does it?
You don't have any idea, yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't have anything to do with the flat Earth, does it?
You're not the guy to talk about it, basically.
Yeah, I know, because it doesn't have anything to do with the flat Earth, does it?
Well, it kind of would because flat Earth doesn't move around, right? We're not on a flying upward, rotating
Okay, so
pizza dish.
did that detect movement?
Oh, look, I just sourced like 5
Did it
videos
did it detect
on this.
movement?
Ares failure proved the Earth is stationary. So, like, don't worry, I got
So it
some
didn't
videos.
detect movement, right?
I don't think so. No, I don't think that's the whole thing. Is
Okay.
that it didn't. I just found some
No
juicy,
idea what you're talking
juicy
about.
videos on the subject. Like, I picked out three of the juiciest looking ones. Might take a watch. It's like really easy to research stuff now. You just type in BitChute and then type in whatever you're looking at. If it's censored, and then you just get the truth about it.
Okay. What did you research?
I'm looking up Aries failure. Just saying in general, man. Everything, anything you could research.
It's good.
You could research different pandemics, what actually caused them.
How to fix
Like
cars, how to
polio
fix
was
washing machines.
yeah, polio was completely caused by DDT poisoning. It's like pretty well documented.
Yeah.
Not
You're not
crazy.
supposed to talk about that stuff on our channel, man.
What?
The health stuff.
Oh, really? Is that
Yeah.
just 24/7, or is that this whole server? Or
Pretty sure it's across the whole server.
oh, it's pretty gay.
Yeah.
You can look up other things, all kinds of Freemason stuff on there. Holohoax videos. Quite a bit to watch.
Man, it sure is quiet in this voice chat with 22 people in it.
I think most of them are scared, being attacked and yelled at, berated and demantled.
Now blame them,
You
bro.
wouldn't show it.
Server muted, bro. For
Oh no.
nothing. I didn't even do nothing. I got server muted for doing nothing at all.
You didn't do nothing.
I didn't do nothing. And they server muted me.
Really?
All
That's
because
how.
I talked about Among Us 2.
Among
That's
Us.
what Among Us 2 is coming out, guys.
What's
Did you
that?
know
That's
that?
great.
The Among Us
That's
2.
probably why you got server muted, because you were talking about things not related to the channel you got server muted on.
You see, what ended up happening is they were talking about Among Us. And I'm not Among Us, imposters. So I brought up Among Us. It was
That's
related
kind
to
of
the
fun.
topic.
That's on point. Yeah, it's completely on point.
Probably just like that.
Well, it is Discord.
If you're too powerful, they'll mute you when you start beating them in the debate.
You could beat time with a stick.
Who's powerful?
Me.
Lack of knowledge. He was in here
What,
yesterday. He's an
Mister?
absolute clown show. You think you're a pain in the ass, McGoon. This idiot here will go for hours and hours on end and not answer a fucking question. It is spectacular.
Wait, I
Yo,
remember you.
yo, powerful
What's the...
guy.
Yeah.
Yo, powerful guy.
Mhm.
So Ares failed. So what do you have to say about that?
I would say that I'm a pilot, like I fly, right?
You're a fucking liar. You are going to come in here and repeat the same shit again. You have got to be joking.
You
Wait,
muted
what did
me
that?
because you're
What did that have
no.
anything? What did that have anything to do with Ares' failure?
Absolutely nothing.
I
Remember
asked
what
him
I
a
was
question.
saying about he could go for multiple hours and not answer the question? You just got the first 30-second taste of it.
Yeah, I was like, what about Ares' failure? Well, I'm a pilot. Like, that has no bearing on
Check it
Ares'
out.
failure. It has
He came
nothing
in
to.
yesterday claiming he was a pilot. He got quizzed on some really basic aeronautical stuff that any pilot would be able to answer like that. And he dilly-dallied around and had to go and Google things. He was just an absolute muppet. I ended up going to bed. I was getting too old for this shit. And he
Muppet.
was in for a couple of hours just yapping on with shit.
Muppet in the chat.
So how about, McGoon, since you want someone to talk to, I'll leave him for you, and you can tell him how you're a flat earther and he's not. This will be entertaining.
Where's your friend Gregory at? Did he finally figure out that time and gravity are interconnected and that like space
Does
time
that have
is what
anything to
causes?
do with Ares? Does that have anything to do with Ares' failure, or
No,
how does that
I
link
want to
in?
talk about. I don't want to talk about what you want to talk about.
Oh, what do you want to talk about? It
See?
better be equivalent or better than Ares' failure, or else you're just fucking wasting our time. So, what subject are you trying to talk about, sir?
Trying to explain to you like how space and time are connected, right? Do you know why that's important?
So, you want to talk about relativity? Is that what you want to talk about?
Yeah, I want to teach you how to fly an airplane.
What do you? Well, relativity has nothing to do with it.
I told you.
So
This is the dumb shit.
he's a troll.
He'll be telling you
No.
about his two-dimensional manifolds in a second, which I'm just going to put on mute. Seriously, it's going to save your brain cells. Anyone else, if you want to speak up and talk to him.
Mute. Put this guy on mute.
If
Fucking
anyone
retard.
at all wants to converse with it or try to, you're more than welcome to do so. But yeah, seriously, after listening to it for 2 hours yesterday and going through it with Gregory in here also, yeah, nah.
This guy's an idiot. Yeah, nah.
We
Put him
know.
on. I only heard him for two like 30-second intervals, and I think I've had enough, honestly. Muppet, an absolute muppet, as you said. It's exactly what he is. A muppet.
I was trying to be polite, dude. It's like, wow, that's crazy. So anyways, how's your curve proof going, McGoon?
My curve, bro. I've been looking for the curve for 6 years now. Been,
You haven't found it?
dude. I mean, I've found pretty much everything but the curve on every single excuse under the sun.
It's a bastard, isn't it?
Been an interesting fucking journey.
But you've learned some other really cool shit though. Stuff that you would never have thought up in a million lifetimes.
Definitely. I've just been reviewing actually the Artemis faking of Artemis missions recently.
See, I don't even bother watching any of that stuff. There's heaps of videos on the faking of it and all that, but I just go, you know what? I'm not going to waste my time.
I was also looking at some 9/11 dude, an hour worth of 9/11 pre-predictive programming, and none of the most of the clips are 5 seconds long. So I mean, you do the math. I mean, what is that? 60 times 60 divided by dude. And this is on the large scale, man. It was ridiculous. Yeah, it's like about 240 clips. That's that's the minimum because some of the clips are like 5 seconds. So, I mean, hundreds. Like I would say honestly there was probably around 500 different pre-predictive programming.
Damn.
It's fucking ridiculous, dude. I was like, yeah, this is. And you know what I noticed too? A lot of them were all right before 9/11. So there was like in the early days, like in the 80s, in the 90s, but then right around 1995, especially in 1999 and 2000, 2001, dude, there were hella clips. And even the commercials that were aired minutes before were of like airplanes going. It's just fucking crazy, dude. Just in your face.
I think my favourite is the news report. There's the news reporter on the TV. Blah, blah, blah. This has just happened. Blah, blah, blah. Building 7 has just come down. And here's Building 7 still standing in all its glory in the background.
Yeah, have you seen actually some guy broke it down and like
I've seen some
20
pretty good
it was like
documentaries on it.
yeah, 24 of the clips were all just re-edited versions of one clip, basically. Like they made one generic clip and then they changed the background 24 different times. But like if dude, it's fucking yeah, dude. So the way dude, these guys who are into like videography and stuff who like break down the moon landings and like all this shit who are really into that type of thing, dude, it's just a blessing because I watch it and I'm like, dude, this is fucking gold. This is diamonds, man. This is rubies. This is undeniable evidence that they're faking shit like on a mass scale.
Oh yeah, so I suppose you've seen what's it? 9/11 follow. Yeah, 9/11, a rich man's trick.
Mm,
I think it was
maybe not.
9/11, a
Actually,
rich
I don't
man's trick.
know.
9
I might have.
9/11, follow the trillions, a rich man's trick, something like that. I have to look it up.
Dude, if you
It's a
have a
pretty tidy
link, send it
documentary on
over.
it.
I'll take a look.
Yeah,
I mean, dude, the COVID thing was just fuck, bro. Like, I don't know. I kind of like going back to the classics, like 9/11. You know, kind of lets you decompress from all the shit that they're hitting us with, like in the moment. You know.
Well, if you liked all the crap over the last 5 years, there was who was it? Jeanette Assenbard, something like that, and it was the fall of the cabal. Is a pretty tidy series to watch.
Oh yeah, I think I've seen that. It's pretty
Well,
good.
there's also the second one, like the fall of the cabal's got like I think it's 21 or 22, something like that, and then there was the fall of the cabal, and there was another one. There's something to the cabal. And there's another 13 odd videos in that. So there's quite a few of them. And then she magically passed away. So she must have said something that offends somebody. I don't know.
Dude, there's so many classic ones, like the ones that review the communist revolution or the Holocaust hoax, bro. Those ones too. Kind of like checking those. Those are the classics, bro. Like I don't know. Even the the moon landing is so classic too, bro. Like some of the people who break it down, like
Are you guys checking the classics?
can we consider Sandy Hook and Alex Jones claiming Sandy Hook was real as a classic too now, or are we not? Like, are we all on board with that, or
Not far enough yet. Not old enough.
How
It's got
long
to be a
ago
bit older
does
to
this?
be a classic.
How
dude? But
long ago does that
Alex
happen?
Jones like pretending like it was real and stuff was real. I mean, it maybe it's not a classic yet, but it will be a classic, bro, because of that whole
How many
zesty Alex
people
Jones.
have to die to make it a classic?
Zero.
Because, like, regardless if you
Zero
say
deaths
like
make it
no
a classic.
or whatever,
That's why we're gonna
those
call it a
people are
classic.
still dead. You know, like regardless of what you say, those people are still dead. So,
Ooh.
like, how many people have to die to
Char-
make it a classic?
characters don't die. Characters just like they're not living. They're in your
I
head.
don't think a kid. I don't think a child, a kindergartner, is a character. Sorry.
It is. You have
Yeah, that's
no you
right.
have no
Wrong room.
evidence of them. You know?
Wrong room, guys.
Oh, yeah. I think it's a very wrong room. I agree.
Yeah, nobody has any evidence of kids being dead. To the contrary, we have evidence of fake dead kids. So you should be.
I love it. You give them the warning, and then they
I'll
just
give a
start
clean
again.
warning. Yep,
They
that was a pretty
agree,
clean
and then
warning.
start again. Far out.
Whoever did press the button, that was some epically nice timing. Just saying. Oh, young Fish has come back. Welcome back, Fish.
What's up?
What are you up to today?
Just working. Same old, same old.
Boo. Pays the
Yeah,
bills, though. That's all that counts.
exactly, man.
So I didn't get to hear yesterday with all the ruckus. You a flat earther or are you a ball believer?
I am a glober.
Why would you do that to yourself, dude? It's like 2026.
I'm just not convinced yet.
We're not here to convince you. You do know that.
Oh, I mean, yeah.
We're here, actually, we are here to convince people to go outside and check things for themselves. Confirm the stories that they've been told. Oh, it's JJ. You have got a target painted on you. Ah, the robot's pointed at you. You're toast. Yeah, better go and grab some of those spheres in Skyproof. Welcome to whoever dropped in. To leave if you want.
I think they dropped in and dropped out.
I didn't even see who it was. I just heard the dum.
I wish there was an easier way to see who just arrived when you hear that. I don't know if there is.
I think, me personally, it's just luck. If I happen to be looking at the right portion of the screen, I'll see all the names drop down, and the new one that's there. But if I'm above their name and I don't see it, I've got to scroll down, and you don't know unless you've memorized it. Sometimes it's super easy. Other times it's like, I got nothing.
Well, yeah, why don't they fix that? Or maybe is it a paid feature? I don't know.
Yeah, it'd be nice if they, like, when they dropped in there, like a different color, they start off like blue or something, and they just fade into grey like the rest of them.
Yeah,
That'd be
just
cool.
highlight their names for 5 seconds or something.
So Ice JJ is not presenting his spears in the sky. Oh, but formed by gravity. Aha, you see that? That's funny. All right, I'm on Facebook having a quick scroll through, and someone's posted up, what is a common myth about your country that is 100% false, but many people still believe in it? And this person's posted up, Romania. Many people believe that we have vampires, but in my 700 years of living here, I haven't ever seen one. That's clever. I asked my mates back in the castle. They also haven't seen any, and they've been around for longer than I. Oh, man. That shit's funny.
What is this gay
Quiet.
shit?
Gay.
Why is no one talking in here?
What's gay shit?
Right.
Is that when you're gay and you do a shit?
No, because I don't do either.
Are you gay?
No,
What's gay shit then?
I don't know.
Why'd you say it?
Felt like it.
You just say random shit that comes to you.
Correct.
What other random shit you got in that head?
Plenty of things.
Like what?
It's a little too dark. I'm like really
Live on a
edgy.
globe?
Turn the light on.
Yeah, walk away from the edge.
Turn the light on. Put the fries in the bag.
You live on a globe?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Really?
hmm
How do you know that?
I've seen it.
You do blurt out random shit.
You sound like you want me to bend you over.
No, thank you.
Who's mommy's good boy?
I
Gay.
don't think so.
That's
I don't
that
think
gay
his
shit.
missus would appreciate that.
That's that gay shit. Oh, are you his missus? I'm sorry.
That would be you. That would be you being weird, not me. Fucking weirdos.
Were you around yet? You were around yesterday, Timbo, with this knowledge kid?
Yes.
The one Gregory was trying to talk to.
What did he start out? Was that after Mez or?
I didn't get to see Mez.
Oh, so maybe it was before Mez then.
What time was Mez on?
I jumped in maybe 7:30 p.m.
After Mez then.
After Mez. Yeah, he was Was he like a? Oh no, that's yesterday. Yesterday.
The kid that said he was a pilot and got called out for it and just got wrecked. and all he could
Oh
do
no,
was
I
just.
didn't hear that. No, I didn't hear
Oh
that.
well, he's there for you.
Oh,
You
yeah.
can listen to it.
Knowledge. Why do people have to lie? Got to lie to Glurf, right? I'm a pilot. Yeah, okay. You there, Knowledge? Now he must hate flat earthers.
Lights are on, but no one's home. What have you done to your audio?
And he's gone.
No, there's something going on with his audio. He lit up like as if he was talking, but nothing come through. So yesterday, yeah, he was yapping about being a pilot, and he got called out. Just asked about some general pilot stuff, and couldn't answer. Dilly dallied around, everything but, and is it working now?
Yeah.
There he is.
May I ask a question?
If it's sensible, you may ask questions. If it's not sensible, don't be surprised if someone flips out.
Why did you delete all my messages in the side chat?
I didn't.
Why are they deleted?
That's a great
It,
question. I didn't
it,
delete
it
them,
so
so I don't know.
So what happened was when your friend Gregory posted the Einstein quote, he didn't
That
read
was
the
yesterday.
full
Okay,
quote.
whoa. Go back. If that's yesterday, the chat naturally gets deleted every so many hours. It gets cleared off and reset. So it doesn't matter how much stuff you posted on there or how offended you are. Everyone's shit gets cleared off after so many hours.
It says you do not have permission to send messages in this chat.
Well, that means you've been hushed.
Is that because I was winning the debate?
You weren't even in the debate, son.
Yes, I was.
No, you weren't.
When you posted the Einstein's quote and you guys tried to claim that
I didn't
Einstein
post
didn't,
it.
Gregory did.
That's great. Take it up with Gregory. If
But
you
you were
disagree with his quote, you take it up with the person you
were
disagree
I
with.
remember your voice. You defended the quote.
That's
you defended
great.
him.
Yep. You know why? Because I informed you that you misread a certain portion of it, and you didn't want to take that. So that's on you.
No. Space
Yes.
time is like what creates gravity. Yes, the warping of it when you put a massive object into like
You don't listen, kid. Space time, as you so lovingly cling on to, is nothing more than a mathematical construct.
I get what you're saying.
Excellent. So now that you understand that, show us space time in reality.
Okay, but the problem is you were saying that Einstein didn't say that. That was the issue.
No.
Yes, it was.
You misinterpreted a specific section of it. We corrected you on that. Full stop.
You did not correct me. You corrected yourself when you
No.
posted the quote.
You chose not to listen. That's the problem. And you kept repeating ad nauseum the same stupid shit. You chose not to listen to Gregory, not to listen to me, and not to listen to, I think it was Says Who.
The Einstein quote, I can go get it, said that space-time is what creates gravity. That's what when I said that gravity is an effect of time, all time is space-time.
You said that it is caused by time. Time is the causational mechanism. This is a falsity. That's what we were pointing out to you.
All time is space-time. So when Einstein says space-time causes gravity, that is what essentially what he is saying.
It's a theory. It's not
Okay.
actual.
You can disagree with it. That's fine. But why did you say that
Oh,
Einstein?
no,
did
I'm not
say-
disagreeing with it. I'm telling you, it is a theory. Do you
Okay.
not comprehend that?
Why?
Do
didn't
you
just say that?
understand that it is
Why-
only a theory?
Why didn't
Yes
you just
or
say
no?
that? You said that Einstein didn't say that. That's the problem.
It's a fucking theory. No one gives a shit. It is yet to be proven in practicality, physically, via scientific experimentation. Holy shit. You are clinging to something that's nothing more than a mathematical construct. They're getting dumber. And yes, Timbo, this was the idiot from yesterday. And the same thing he was talking about there went around and around and around for about an hour 25. He just could not get it in his stupid head that he misquoted Einstein, and he was assuming that time was the causational mechanism of the bending and warping of space-time, or gravity. You're doing staticky things, Timbo.
Oh, sorry, I was changing outlets.
Ah, cool.
Yeah, well, you could just say that time causes everything then, right?
You're in that case.
Yeah, you just wait for it to happen, and then it was time that caused it.
Flat tire, time.
Time. If there was no
Lost all me-
time, it wouldn't have happened, right?
Lost all my money on the pokies. Time.
Time.
Run out of durries. Time.
Yeah, time is the cause of
Hungover.
everything.
Time.
And what's he saying? Space time is the cause of gravity. Wouldn't it be the bending and warping of space time?
Well,
Due to
you can have it
mass.
out with him. Click the button. He's yours.
Nah.
Yes, that's exactly what I was saying.
Okay, all right, cool. So
that's exactly the quote.
Yeah, and then where do you go with that?
Okay, so the curvature of gravity is what we pilots use to. It's called like a geodesic. Okay, it's a straight line on a curved surface, right? So since gravity's curved, like that geodesic is what we do to map our airline routes, and all pilots do this.
Pilots?
Yes.
Okay, so where's the globe?
But him saying that, like, where's the globe?
Yeah.
I'm proving the curvature.
Where?
No, you're not. You're claiming gravity is curvature. There's a slight difference.
When you distort, like when the heavy object like the Earth distorts that space and time, that's what creates that's the warping of space-time. It's the curvature.
That's the gravity, not the Earth. You do know there's a difference.
That's what gravity is, though.
What are you comparing it to know it's distorted?
Because we can do experiments and that sort of thing. Like, right?
Like what? Like what?
We know that time ticks slower, like near the equator, than it does up in three-dimensional space.
No, you don't.
Because, like, when you're towards the center of the Earth, the gravitational pull is stronger, so time is going to tick slower because of that.
You made a lot of claims just there. One of those claims.
Well, I posted the source in the side chat. They deleted all they deleted all those sources because they lost the debate.
You posted them yesterday. The side chat cleans itself. This is not controlled by us.
Like 4 hours or something like that.
Yeah.
Depending on how many messages are in there.
Gotcha. They do that in the conservative server too, I think.
Yeah. But yeah, you yet to prove even one of those claims. Earth
Do
curving
you
as a
do you
ball, Earth
do you
spinning.
see the plane take off every day and reach its destination? It works
Yeah,
every day.
yeah, yeah. And
What
what's that got to do with
the
it?
planes navigate those geodesics, right? That's how they maximize their fuel efficiency, right? That's like they have like the GPS systems, which are
No, they
like
don't. They fly the safest route, so closest to land, right? So if there's an
okay, but
emergency, they can
the fuel
reroute.
system, which
So
incorporates the
it's
GPS,
got nothing to do with that, right?
when it's on autopilot, which
Got
is
to
what
do
most
with
people
safety
do.
of passengers.
Oh, I forgot to mention Timbo. He will just talk through you and just
Well,
babble
he
on with
sounds
shit.
reasonable. He sounds reasonable. I'll answer.
Excellent. So shut up and listen to him.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So you said that it follows the geodesic. That's how we do the flight routes. But the flight routes are taken due to economy, right? So can we pick up more passengers and drop more passengers off? Or if we fly this far and there's an emergency, where can we stop? That's how the flight routes are done.
Yes, but you have to follow the geodesic in order to maximize that
No, you
efficiency.
don't.
Yes, you do.
No,
pointing
you're
a
following the
direction.
land. You're following land masses. None of that requires curvature. It requires following land masses. You are allowed a specific distance from them depending on what craft you're in and its capabilities.
Why don't you fact check me? There's called thing
Why
called
don't you
Google.
fact check me?
Well, I can't post in the side chat, or else I'd show you. All pilots, all corporations, all the pilots navigate the geodesic, right? That's what we do. That's how you navigate, right? If you allow
Put
me
it
in
on
the
a
side
map.
chat,
Put it on a map for me.
give me my permission back, and I'll show you.
I didn't
It's
take it away.
literally we can
Then you
pivot
say,
away.
"Oh, that's exactly what this kid thinks it's happening." This was yesterday. This is what Gregory was blowing up about yesterday. That his
In the chat.
definition of gravity, and then was claiming all this other stupid stuff. Claimed he was a pilot to start off with.
It was Einstein's definition I gave you, not mine personally.
But
So
you don't
why do
use
you
the
ascribe
bending and
to it?
warping of space-time to fly.
Because the geodesic is born out of space-time, so when we say that time is fourth dimensional, that it like follows a
When you're
like
saying
a
geodesic,
manifold, and that its effect on the metric tensor is what
all right.
like
When you're
creates
saying
the geodesic.
geodesic, what? Just explain that. Go. The geodesic. Go.
A geodesic
You're using. Yeah.
So when you're on the ground, right, we use the standard like from point A to point B, right?
Yeah.
But like you can do that on the ground when you're driving. But like since the earth is curved, when you're up in three-dimensional space, like straight lines don't work like they do on the ground, like because of the curvature. So what you do, the geodesic is a straight line on a curved surface of this planet, and that's what the pilot has to use to navigate the airline routes.
So you're saying you correct the plane to like account for this
Do we
curvature?
do we travel in straight lines to get from point A to point B?
And no, I said, do you correct the plane, like nose up, nose down, to account for any of this curvature, or just does it itself?
Well, if you just maintain altitude, like you'll be fine because you don't have to do it because because the center of gravity is pulling down on it, like towards the center. So not necessarily. Just as long as you maintain like altitude or whatever, you'll fly level. Like because
the center. So you don't use it then.
Well, I mean, yeah, of course we do.
Well,
but
how?
I'm saying that like you can fly level is what I'm saying.
Well,
like
if you don't correct to it, then you're not using it. You're just flying level, right?
Well, the autopilot does that for you.
Well, it corrects, so the autopilot corrects, does it?
Yeah.
Or it just maintains altitude.
It maintains your destination wherever you're going.
So where's the curve? So where's the curve? Is it just maintaining altitude? Then it's just maintaining altitude. It's not doing any corrections on a globe.
So the GPS
Almost
incorporates
like it's not
the
there,
curvature
right?
into the Earth. Like right, the clock, the time
Yeah.
has to
Then
be accounted for because of. Okay,
then
so
the plane
time.
would be making corrections, right?
Okay, so time ticks faster up in like 3-dimensional space because you're further away from like
You're
the
in a
center of the
plane. We're
Earth.
talking about the plane's to the ground. Why are you suddenly jumping to time ticking?
Because I'm trying to explain. I'm getting to that.
I'll be back.
No, you're not. It sounds like you're avoiding that. You tilting your plane, you're pitching, yawing, or rolling your plane has nothing to do with the clock unless you're running late and you're going in the wrong direction. Then you probably would apply those functions to get going the correct way.
I don't do it manually. Like most people just use the autopilot.
So out of all this autopilot, which is adjusting pitch, yaw, or roll, where does it account for the ticking of time or the bending of space-time?
Because the autopilot incorporates it's following the geodesic in 3-dimensional space.
No,
which
it's
is
not.
Yes, it is.
It's flying from point A to point B. Nowhere in that is a magic geodesic that you believe in.
But it has to be in a straight line.
Excellent. So not a geodesic then.
The geodesic is a straight line in 3-dimensional space, which is up in the air.
You're yet to show us 3-dimensional space. You're making things up. You seem to believe by repeating the same stupid shit that you've got some kind of gotcha moment. You can't produce any of this. You are making hollow claims. How do planes stay up in the air? It's to do with air pressure above and below the wings. That's all. None of that requires the shape of the ground to be anything in particular.
What if I told you that distortion in space-time is what creates that effect?
If you said that, I'm going to call you a fucking idiot. So probably best you don't say it. Good idea. So nowhere
you don't allow me
does a plane flying in the air have anything at all to do with the shape of the ground.
Shape of the Earth.
Same difference. It is not a requirement for the Earth to be anything special in order for a plane to fly.
To ask Google, do pilots navigate like our airline routes according to geodesics? Why don't you just ask it? I guarantee.
I don't need to.
Why not?
Do you know why? Because you think you've got a gotcha moment. That's why.
So
Google will tell you, listen carefully, Google and AI will tell you the majority of most inputted sources.
I can't post.
I don't care if you can or can't post in the side chat. This has nothing to do with the shape of the ground. Your ability to fly has nothing to do with the shape of the ground. For some reason, you can't comprehend this. You are ascribing a map, a 3-dimensional ball map. That's what you're ascribing to. You are yet to prove the ground exists as such a thing. So until you can do that, please stop it.
We can prove it. You can watch.
No, you can't. You're affirming the consequent.
You can watch the airplane go from point A to point B. He's following.
Excellent. So how does your circular reasoning, so aeroplanes do something because of a map, the map exists because of aeroplanes. That's what you're telling me. It's circular reasoning. And until you learn to snap yourself out of this circular reasoning cycle, you are going to look like a fool. It is a falsity in logic. Please stop it.
I'm going to continue to fly the plane the way I was taught to do it. Not by what some guy on Discord tells me. Listening to you would be like listening to fucking like JFK Jr. on vaccines. No, I'm not going to do that, sir. We have an administration right now that doesn't pay attention to science, and look where it's gotten us. Okay? listening to people like you, we're gonna like listening to you would be like listening to conservatives on economics. It's not gonna get us anywhere. They're absolutely wrong about economics.
So this is your coping mechanism because you've just realized that you are showing false logic, and now you're trying to weasel your way out of it by diminishing the opponent. You've realized that you've made the mistake, you've made an error. Instead of going, oh, thank you, sir, I didn't realize I was showing a falsity in logic, you are now showing and weaseling your way out of it and trying to lower your opponent to make yourself look better so the error doesn't stand out as much.
No, I'm not like
This is a
lowering.
debate tactic. We get all sorts of slimy little weasels in here. You are nothing special, my friend.
No, I think you have good intentions. I just listening to you,
Excellent.
people will die if they listen to you because you're trying to teach people that 2 + 2 does not equal 4 when it does.
No, you're trying to tell people 2 + 2 does not equal 4. We're trying to tell you very simply, a aeroplane, a craft, up in the air, flying from point A to point B, has absolutely nothing to do with the shape of the ground. You, my friend, seem to believe it does. When the plane is in the air, there is nothing linking it to the ground. Even you can see that. You are trying to ascribe that the ground is a geodesic and that we're following a geodesic.
I'm saying that up in 3
You see, and here he goes
space.
again. He's going to repeat the script.
3-dimensional space is not the ground. What are you talking about? That's a 2-dimensional manifold on the ground. I didn't say that. I said if 3-dimensional means you're up in the air. Up in the air when the geodesic.
So you're not linking it to the ground then. So you've got no proof of curvature.
I never said that though.
Because all of this bollocks was you proving curvature of the ground.
Up in the air on the ground?
All of this was you proving curvature of the ground. Your proof of curvature of the ground was the three-dimensional manifold that planes fly along.
Yes, because the Earth is the geodesic.
Excellent. So you've just shot yourself in the foot again.
You're the one saying that. I said up in the air. I never mentioned the ground.
No, you didn't say up in the air. You said three-dimensional manifold. Quote.
Three-dimensional space is up in the air, buddy. It's not on the ground.
So is the plane flying on the ground or up in the fucking air? My God, you're a simpleton. Which is it?
Wait a minute, I'm reading AI overload.
You want to be careful calling him something like that.
No, I'm reading what he's reading in the side chatting. So the Great Circle routes are exactly geodesics. Like that is what it is.
So now you're going to tell me that planes fly these Great Circle routes.
The geodesic is the Great Circle route.
The plane doesn't necessarily follow those lines. You do know that.
Perfectly, but they still follow them.
Excellent. Why don't they follow them? Logistics, fuel, safety.
See, it says right here, while geodesics, Great Circle
and he's going to avoid it.
Provide the shortest theoretical distance between 2 points on a globe. That's true because of the curvature of the Earth. You have to follow in a straight line. Like if you see what he's posting here like that, right? That's true, right? So yes, but the Great Circle routes is exactly how we navigate because that is the geodesic. So we have to follow the shortest possible routes because that's how like we get there on time. Like you don't like say like I don't want to go from like, I want to get there on time, right? So we take the shortest possible route to get there. It's the same way on the ground, right? You want to get there to the shortest distance as possible.
Taking into consideration all of those other factors. Why the fuck did you not read the rest of the sentence out? Why is it you only read out the bit that made you feel warm and fuzzy instead of reading the entirety of the article posted? I agree with you. They probably do want to go the shortest route. factoring
Exactly.
in logistics, factoring in fuel, factoring in safety. If their safest route happens to be 9,000 miles longer, bad luck, Charlie.
Okay, but like in perfect weather, in perfect conditions, we always follow.
You don't have perfect conditions, and why did you sound like perfect
When I say
storm then?
perfect conditions, I'm talking about like when there's not like like thunderstorms or like. Of course, you want to avoid like those situations, but I'm saying when you take off from your like destination, right? Like if it's perfect weather, perfect route, you're going
You
to
get
travel
told where to fly. You don't make the decision, so don't pretend you do.
You are traveling the shortest possible distance to your destination.
Given the factors of safety, fuel, logistics, weather conditions.
Yes, and if none of those are
Excellent.
factored in, we
None
follow
of
the
those, fuel, weather conditions, safety, logistics, have nothing to do with the shape of the ground or Great Circle routes.
A geodesic is a straight line on a curved surface. That proves
The weather
curvature
conditions
of
has nothing to do with a straight line on a curved surface. Safety has nothing to do with a straight line on a curved surface.
yes, it does.
Fuel has
That's
nothing
what
to
it
do
That's
with
what
a
the geodesic
fucking...
is, buddy.
Yeah, like
You are not going to start talking. Knowledge. You are now going to tell everyone how fuel, logistics, safety, all are proven by a straight line on a curved surface. This is going to be most entertaining.
Doesn't matter, dude. Doesn't matter. He just said we fly the shortest distance between our takeoff location and our arrival location, as if it's the primary consideration to the exclusion of all others. So he's not a pilot in any sense where any of this needs to be taken account. He's talking entirely theoretical. Okay. Clearly has no idea what he's talking about. Matrix. This kid's probably got his 250 hours of flight time, got his pilot's license, and flew from like a municipal airport to a municipal airport. And now he thinks he can tell you about international flights and how they actually navigate.
I was going to say Microsoft Flight Sim, but anyways.
Dude, him trying to coordinate a geodesic over a physical object while maintaining an altitude to a geodesic in space-time, that was just embarrassing.
I'm not getting in a plane with him.
Do you know why you have to take a curved trajectory going over a surface that's curved? Do you know why?
Why you take a curved trajectory over a surface
Yeah,
that is curved.
Yeah, in a plane.
Well, if you didn't follow, say you want to keep the same elevation, you would have to
No,
follow...
it's simpler. No, you're thinking too hard. Think simpler.
Think simpler, because it's curved?
No, think even simpler than that.
Oh, shit.
Because you can't fly through the ground. That's literally the only reason, dude. So saying if you're on a curved surface, if you travel across the curved surface, your trajectory will be curved. That's a truism, dude. It's like no freaking duh. Why did you know that if you travel in a curve, you're traveling curved? Oh my god, a derp. And he thinks it has something to do with space time, dude. Oh my goodness, dude. Hey, knowledge, dude. You're embarrassing yourself. You should take a break, brother. Go get some orange juice. Get your blood sugar up so you can think straight. Then look in the mirror and say, do I really want to come back and lie to these kids when they know I'm lying? When they know I'm talking theory and not practice because I've never done any of this in my life and I have no idea what I'm talking about? If you want to talk theory, I'm fine with that. But don't lie to the audience and tell everybody that you know what you're talking about as if you've done any of this stuff, as if you've calculated an intercontinental flight and then flew it. This kid, dude, Matrix, this kid wants us to believe that he's a pilot that just leaves, like, let's say, Savannah Airport and then just flies right across the ocean to Qatar. Right? He just says, well, that would be the shortest route directly over the ocean. That would be the geodesic. That's the way I'm going to fly. Oh.
Yeah, this is flight control. Please turn around and land. You're an idiot. You are not allowed to fly anymore.
Yeah, I'm getting tired of these liars, dude.
It's
Like, why
been a
lie,
constant
dude?
theme this week.
Why?
There's been a few of them.
Why lie? You claiming that you're doing these things when clearly you don't know what you're talking about doesn't make your point more valid. Just talk about the point. At least, like, didn't Wolfie 6020 at least film himself doing an international flight, like the entire flight? He had a camera on him the whole time, proving that he actually was an actual international pilot that can fly.
Yeah, I think he's got a couple of plane videos. Got quite a few, actually.
Dude, the Google literally listed like 10 physical considerations, right? That means 10 physical considerations that result in you not flying in a quote unquote geodesic. And then this kid is like, no, all you do is fly in geodesics. You just go from here to there in a geodesic because we got to get there in the shortest possible time. That's the only consideration. Now, to me, that proves he doesn't know what he's talking about. He's not doing any of this, and he's not a professional in which this has anything to do with anything he's ever done. It's all theory to him.
Someone asked him yesterday, what is it? What was QH or what was HQ? There was a real short thing that was asked, and he wouldn't even answer that. And I can't remember who Beastie Calls asked it, and he said any pilot would have been able to answer that straight away because they would have known what it stands for. And he just, no answer.
Oh, why do you get muted? Not that I want him off mute, but I was just curious.
Because he's a menace.
I don't know about that. In order to be a menace to society, you'd have to be impactful enough to affect people's lives, like, actually flying a passenger plane intercontinental. But since he's never done anything like that, he's really not a danger to anyone. That reminds me of that one kid who was a physicist, right? And he says, when we find planets and exoplanets and yada, 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 then come to find out he's in his freshman year pursuing a physics degree.
How cute. That's cruel, isn't it?
Dude, nine out of 10 Globers that come in here that claim they're something, it turns out they're like the most novice, most tangentially associated with that field, and the 1 out of 10 doesn't have any significant evidence that they can present either. So it's like why lie about it?
Yeah, why not just come and say, hey, I'm in my freshman year, this is what I've learnt, and just drop what you've learned down and let everyone rip that apart.
Yeah, the like if you do a grouping, like a sorting hat, the amount of Globers that come in and are accurate with their level of um along whatever field pursuit they're in is very low, and the amount of them who lie about the level of the pursuit of the field they're in is very high. That's kind of weird. And you know what part of the problem is, Matrix, is that they think that authority makes things more true, right? So they come in and like, well, if I tell them I'm a physicist, then that gives me authority to speak on the topic. If I tell them I'm a pilot, that gives me authority to speak on the topic.
But so if you pass that, yay for you. You can have a vote.
Going to say the furthest I went was pushing those shapes through that little block thing. Everything goes through the square one. Square, 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 square.
Oh shit, that's funny.
I love that clip, dude, where there's one of those clips where the girl is watching him do it, like, you know, and her face
And
is
she's
just
freaking out.
contorted.
Yes. He starts off and he's about to put it in the right hole. Yes. And then he puts it in the wrong one. It's like, okay, I can do this. That was just a mistake. It's all good. And she just breaks down. That's great.
Yeah, but you know what, dude? In the end, she sent him a DM. I'll give you guys a second to figure it out.
Nah, you lost me. Trying to put a... Oh. Trying to fit an eggplant in a guava hole.
Yeah, dude, it's like women like men who can decisively act despite contrary expectations, make a choice, and execute it with their own power. Right? and that includes
Like if it's
putting it in
right
the
or wrong.
hold on. Right.
Okay.
True. Whether it's right or wrong. And that's
Yeah.
one of the reasons why a lot of times women are attracted to bad boys whose life is generally a train wreck, but they have this aura of decisiveness. And just, this is my decision, this is what I'm going to do, I have the power to do it, I'm doing it. And of course, there's a little innuendo in there as well.
Oh, fuck. I love it.
I know, bro. That's like the 7th dude I've turned gay this week. Dude, I'm gonna check out our oh my goodness, dude. Yeah, Matrix. I flew from Savannah, Hunter Army Airfield, through Maine to Nova Scotia, skirted that, area over to Ireland, and then to Germany, and then to Kuwait, right? And yeah, that's a straight line, bro. Straight line on a different projection, for sure. And what was that question that Beasticles asked?
There was some 2-letter thing. What is HQ or what is QH? Or I can't remember what the 2 letters were. But he asked directly, what does this represent? And Knowledge didn't cough it up. I can't remember what the 2 letters were now. Sorry.
Definitely had a Q. Let's see, we got EF, NM, TR, PA, FA, AG, RW, DH, CD. How about DH?
Could have been that one. I don't know. I've just.
Let's see, we got AT, VFR, IFR, and PP. It's probably PP. He definitely doesn't know what PP is.
That's when a pilot goes to the bathroom. Solid guess,
Okay,
but no.
so DH is called decision height, the height above the ground where the pilot must decide to continue on instruments or execute a miss of approach. Cool. Cool. Yeah, I mean, look what it says right here. Aviation relies heavily on two-letter shorthand to keep communication rapid and clear. So if there was a very important two-letter shorthand that pilots have to use, right? And somebody asked you, and you said, "Hey, I'm a pilot," and you go, "Oh yeah, what's DH or what's this other thing?" They'd be like, "I don't freaking know." Be like, "Well, I guess you just got your pilot's license or something, or you just started. You got your 5 hours of flight time on your road to 250 or whatever it takes to get the license." Or you got through the third page of the book, and your first pilot class is like 2 weeks away because that's when they open up for the season, and then you go on Discord and are like, "I'm a pilot." And I'm not accusing knowledge of doing that. I'm just saying that is what some people do.
Why not? We've had worse come through here.
Dude, we got people saying that the reason why planes fly an arced path is because they're following a geodesic in space-time. And then we got other people saying that if you travel a distance on an arc and you say the word miles, then the arc is flat.
I was just reading the confusion that's been chucked in side chart. Gravity is an effect of time, and since all time is space-time, the warping of it is what creates gravity. What's this? The issue with you is you think that time and space-time are different when they are not. Lol. No, I made it exceptionally clear earlier that it is just a theory. If you've chosen to get something else out of that, I suggest you go to the doctor and get your ears checked, because I don't have a quiet voice.
I'm a Philadelphian. I'm retarded.
I don't know, bro. The googly machine says they're different, so I guess you're wrong, sucker. Yep.
Yeah. All I was putting down was it's a theory, and if he wants to claim it as actual, he needs to provide a scientific experiment which validates this theory. His validation is you can stand there and watch planes fly.
Here, let me read this. Space and time are deeply woven together in physics. They have completely different fundamental properties. Interesting. The main reason matrix is that you can't describe a real thing that's not occupying space and time, right? You have to use temporal language for an object, right? So like my my cup or my water bottle is physically on my stand. Now, if you read that sentence, my water bottle is physically on my stand. Does that mean it is on my stand? The answer is no. Maybe I moved it after you read the sentence, right? So the relevance of when something is on something is only relevant to the moments that it is, not the fact that it is, or that it was, or that it could be. So basically, in the space-time interpretation, you can't describe a location in space without describing its location in time, and you can't describe a location in time without describing a location in space. In regards to any like position, basically.
Right, so at
But
0800, when you left your cup on the stand, it was there.
right, but see, you intrinsically understand that even though what I just said applies when they're doing the physics formulas, that me and you can actually have discussions about facts in which that previous statement that I said isn't true. Except in a philosophical sense. So if I tell you my water bottle, it is on my stand, that's a moment, right? So now it's presently on my stand.
Yeah.
But if I say it was on my stand,
Past tense.
then yes, but I have described past and location, right?
Correct. Oh, we've got a ball believer.
So
Welcome,
in that
Binks.
sense, oh yeah, go ahead.
Binks, welcome. You can talk to us.
Well, I prefer to listen and learn. That's why I'm here.
Okay, bro, before you get started, we've got to fix that microphone. You went loud and quiet, and yeah, I don't know what you're doing, but we got to sort that out. I didn't say drop out. Is my accent really that bad? Oh well.
Matrix, check the guest mod chat.
Guest mod. I've got to scroll down for that somewhere. I know it's down here.
No, it's in no our guest mod server. Sorry. I actually got a ton of DMs from him. It's pretty embarrassing.
Depressing.
Yeah.
I blocked it a while ago. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, that one's an absolute melt. Nothing you can do for it.
Dude, has it been 40 minutes? Holy
Since
crap.
what?
Since knowledge got muted.
Yeah, it was pretty close to. It was only just past 4 o'clock for me.
Do. Knowledge in the chat doing a composition fallacy. Because something's made up of 4 parts, therefore all the parts are identical. Holy crap, dude.
And you're going to get, in about 20 seconds, the cesium clock test where they chucked them up into the planes. I wonder if my socket powers are good enough.
Show me a series of tests with a similar satellite system without accounting for any time dilation. To be able to have a benchmark comparison.
I posted it yesterday.
What? You posted a whole satellites that don't account for quote unquote time dilation? What? For real?
You could do this.
What?
Why don't you do it?
Do what? Do what?
Run your stopwatch like when you're flying on an airplane, and then when you're on the ground, compare the 2 times. The one that's up in the air will always tick faster than the one on the ground. You won't get the same, because like when you're towards the ground,
Really?
right? You're towards like the because gravity pulls us towards like the center of the earth.
Okay, great.
Since you're closer to the center on the ground, that stronger gravitational pull is going to slow down time.
Yeah, that's great. Question: does this only work with very particular styles of watches? Like, if I get on there with my digital, it'll still do it, or does it have to be a wind up?
No, you have to have 2 different. You have to have 2 different watches.
Why don't you look it
bro.
up? You do it.
No, you're
Why
telling
take
us
my word
about
for
it.
it?
We're trying to get the information from
But you don't have to though. You can look it up yourself.
Look it
so
up.
this is cool story, bro. Okay, that's not a problem. I can leave it at that.
Yeah, but anyway, Matrix, you have to have 2 identical watches.
Try it.
Try it, he says. Have you tried it?
I have not.
Oh, really? So here, let me flip it.
Okay.
You just
Let me
burn
flip it
yourself,
back
you
on you.
clown show.
Hold on. Let me flip it on
I
you,
haven't
bro.
did it myself.
When you show me yours, I'll show you mine.
I'm busy though.
Well, then I mean, this relationship isn't gonna last if you're always too busy.
Hang on a minute. You're supposed to be the pilot. You have more opportunity to do it than brokies that can't afford to fly.
Sir, we
You're in
have
there every
modern
day.
pilot. Listen. We have modern technology now. We don't live in the 1930s anymore. Nothing's done manually, really.
Oh, so now you don't have to do it. So let me get this straight. You're telling us
Yes,
to go
the
do
AI
it, go
makes
do
it
it,
lazy.
and yet you're the one with the golden opportunity to do something so simple. Wear your watch on your arm like you always do, and leave the second one at home. Fly to and from work, come home and compare the 2 watches.
I don't argue with flat
You don't
earthers
have to
every
do
day.
anything special.
Most people don't argue with flat earthers every day. Why would I do that?
Because you're the
You're-
one telling us all about it.
Yeah,
Why
but you're
wouldn't
already
you do it
wrong.
so you can tell us all about it
No,
and then go, by
Matrix,
the
the wrong
way,
answer.
I've
No,
done
Matrix,
it.
Matrix. No, Matrix, you messed up. When he said, why should I be the one to do it? You say, well, because you're the one flying in planes all the time, Mr. Pilot.
Yeah,
I've
but
already said that bit.
I'm not trying to prove Geo. It's not my job.
Hey, well, here's what
But
I'll
the-
do. Here's what I'll do. Here, no, dude, your job is nothing, dude, because you're not you're not a paid pilot of any significance.
I don't
So,
I know I bought this car in this driveway. I own this property. You like
okay,
the
so
car?
you're right. So you're a driver.
I'm way richer than you, boy.
Okay, so hey, Matrix, we figured it out. He's an Uber.
Flies around in his car. He's just exceptionally efficient.
Why would I buy a sports car for Uber? I would be wasting gas.
To show off, dude. Why else?
I'd buy an electric car.
I don't
Yeah,
know. You
nah.
know what, dude? I'd like to see the stats on electric cars for private Ubers versus non-electric. Because keep in mind, well, I don't know because
shit like that.
AI, do you actually believe this stuff, or is this just all for good fun?
What stuff?
The flat Earth stuff, or is it just to have fun?
Well, describe a flat Earth stuff that requires belief.
I'm just saying, like most people just like troll with it. Like, I know a guy named Max used to do it. Like he used to like pretend to be a flat earther, and it was funny.
Yeah, well, to be fair, most Globers come in here and pretend to be in fields that they're not in.
Guys, the world is a globe. Okay.
Oh my goodness.
That was funny, Knight. I don't know.
Oh
The
my
Earth is a
goodness,
globe.
dude.
Mute.
No. He said the world is a globe. And clearly there's a book published where the title is The World is Flat, so he's clearly wrong. That's an economics book, by the way.
So, Knight, you can bring up Antarctica, the 24-hour sun in Antarctica, if you want to get when you get unmuted. Like we can switch over to that. Do you know that?
And you're still
like,
looking
do you know
in
that
the
most,
sky.
Do you know that most
How
people,
cute.
the smart people smarter than you, claim that there's not a 24-hour sun in Antarctica when there is?
Here's the kicker. The
Who
ground
cares?
is measured as flat, so the sun could do a figure 8, it could spin backwards, it could even turn purple. It still has nothing to do with the shape of the ground. Oh yeah, it could also be up in the sky, visible for 10, 15, 82 hours. No one really cares, because the ground is still measured as flat.
I'm still waiting for the answer to my question. What flat Earth stuff requires belief?
So if you make a claim, like, right, there's no 24-hour sun in Antarctica because, like,
We haven't made that claim.
No.
okay,
See,
but your
I
model
said
does.
what flat Earth stuff.
You guys know who Dave is? Like, didn't they just do an experiment with the flat earthers and they took them out to Antarctica and they showed them the 24 hours?
No. That's not. No, dude. I think you're confused. If you go to a location to look at something, that's called an observation, not an experiment.
Okay, so is it true that the North Pole is the exact center on a flat disk? Would that be true?
Dude, the North Pole is a center of a polar coordinate system.
Okay, so on the flat Earth model, like the North Pole is the exact center, right? So the equator would be like it's a ring halfway between the center and the edge, right?
No, wrong. Dude, it's like you can't listen to words and understand.
It's
Okay,
your
what did I
model.
say?
You're debunking
Wrong.
your own model?
No.
This is
There's
the
a
flat Earth
difference
model.
between debunking our own model and you strawmanning us. Slightly different.
Hey,
Your model
listen,
says
knowledge,
that
knowledge,
the North
knowledge,
Pole is the
knowledge,
exact center of a
knowledge,
flat disk.
knowledge. Let me help you out. If you want to engage with your own answers to your own questions, you can do that in the mirror.
Now he's confused because he doesn't know what to argue against.
No, I'm confused because you're debunking your own model to me.
Nope.
We haven't presented a model, so how can we debunk something we haven't presented?
Because
How
it's
can you?
flat Earth model.
How
It's
can
all flat
how
Earthers
can you
use the
be?
model. That
How can you be
is
dunking?
like.
How can you be debunking something
Hold on,
when
let me
you
go get
ask
it real quick.
when you
Let me
ask
get the
the
flat Earth model. I'll
question
show you.
and we said
Imagine
AI
it's
said
a-
no, that's not correct, and you kept on going with it.
Why are you using AI?
You were talking to him before.
The AI is wrong. It quotes from like Reddit posts and stuff.
Okay,
It's a person.
knowledge.
It's the guy you were
the
talking
person,
to before.
AI overlord, the sexy voice that converted you. That's his name, AI. We're not talking about AI as in ChatGPT or any of that bullshit. There's a person in our chat, A.I.Overlord.
Yeah, but there's an easier way to solve this, guys. Just call quote unquote AIs LMs, because they're not artificial intelligence. They're just language model programs.
That's true. Just kidding. Come on.
All right. So you still don't. You're trying to debunk a flat Earth model that no one claimed.
Do you even understand your model?
You'll need to study. It's obviously not our
Do you
model,
understand
then, is
that
it?
Do you understand that flat earthers have a model of like the flat Earth?
Oh
like,
wow, we've got a model. Did you know that, AI? We've got a model. I didn't know that. No, thank you for enlightening me. Please tell me about our model.
Your model says that Antarctica, well, not that. I mean, the North Pole, sorry, like is the exact center of and like the equator is like is the ring halfway. So like if there's a 24-hour
I don't
sun.
believe that. I don't believe that.
Oh.
You're gonna have to ask.
There was just a huge fight about this last year, which the fucking Globers won. They schooled the flat earthers, right? Your leaders in your community.
No, they didn't,
Leaders.
dude. Leaders.
They didn't. This is great. This is
Dude, this
Comedy
guy is
Central.
projecting. No, dude, this is just pure projection, dude. He's just projecting his worldview onto us. He has a model dictated by leaders, so he thinks we do.
So we've got a model. We've got leaders.
And we've been debunked.
And I've been debunked. Is there some kind of hierarchy? Like Timbo's in line before me and both of us line up behind AI? Is there some kind of list that we get to line up in? Like
Yeah,
baby
he's called
flurfs, middle
Overlord, right?
flurfs, senior flurfs, overlord flurfs? How
So
does this structure work?
So it's called the final experiment, right? It was a pastor, right? His
It
name
wasn't
is
an
Will
experiment.
Duffy. It was to
That was just
prove
an
that the
observation.
24-hour sun exists, like in Antarctica, which the flat earthers
Excellent.
deny. He
So
organized
the
a 37,000
24 hour.
person expedition in December 2024. It's
He's
called
just
the
gonna. He's a
final.
script reader.
Yeah.
We know all about it, bro.
Before they left, I agreed that there was a 24-hour sun.
And you're wrong, knowledge.
It
It's not
cannot exist on a
knowledge.
flat Earth on any flat Earth model.
Knowledge. Okay.
Like, are you saying
I'm not
no?
fighting.
In order for
Hey.
that to happen, there would be no nighttime because the entire sun would hit if it.
Knowledge. I'm not gonna fight you for the mic, bro. I'd have to raise my voice. Now I'm gonna correct some of your errors. Okay. There are some people who believe the Earth is flat, who thought there was no 24-hour sun. That is true. It is not true that quote unquote flat earthers believe there's no 24-hour sun in Antarctica or in the South or in any location that's not the North. That's not true. In fact, there has been recordings in history of flat earthers explaining the 24-hour sun, or at least recognizing the observation. So you're just wrong. Now, to your second point about it's impossible, that's a whole nother issue. Okay. That's a different discussion. But if you're going to say the flat earth position of all flat earthers ad infinitum into the past, currently in the present, right, is that there's no 24-hour sun, and that if there is a 24-hour sun, it debunks flat earth, that is just stupid. So please stop doing it. Now, if you want to talk about why you think it's impossible if the earth is flat, that's fine. Go ahead.
Then how do you explain daytime and nighttime cycles?
Holy crap. That's not even the 24-hour sun, dude.
If there was a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, it would light up the entire northern hemisphere, right?
Why?
That would mean that, like in Tokyo, like we see that it's nighttime in like Tokyo in like December, but if it wouldn't be nighttime, it would be daytime if there's a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, right?
Why?
Why?
Mm-hmm.
Because as I told you, right, like according to your model, remember, follow me here.
No.
The
Don't
exact
worry about
center
our
on a flat
model.
disk is the North Pole. The equator is like is the ring between like the center and the edge, right?
Wrong.
So like what that would say is like
You're wrong, dude. You don't need to keep going. You're wrong.
that's what you guys say.
No, that's not what we
I'm
said.
telling
Timbo
you,
just said you're
told you
wrong.
We're wrong. You're wrong.
Timbo, hey,
Why do you think
knowledge.
we
Why
did
did
the
I
final?
mute?
Why
No,
do you think we
knowledge, bro. I had to mute you and explain something to you. Did you just ignore what I said?
But if I listen to you, I can't debunk your map that you claim as reality.
He still goes. Like you say, no, that's not what I think. And he goes, yeah, you have to think that.
The fundamental problem here, knowledge, is assumptions, which you don't know that you're making. So I'll help you along. One of the assumptions you're making is if the Earth is flat and the sun is above the Earth, the light from the sun would shine on all portions of the Earth.
Well, if it's the center, right? Like if you say that the North Pole is the center, right? And like at the equator, it's the halfway between the center and the edge, right? So what you would say, like, right, is that the outer perimeter on the disk or your flat Earth model would be the largest area, right? So that would mean that like places like New York, Tokyo, there would be no nighttime.
Well, let's stop for a
photo.
second. Let's agree that let's imagine you have a polar coordinate system with a monopole, let's just say, and so you have concentric circles going out. And let's say that the biggest circle would represent the Antarctic perimeter. Now, that doesn't mean that the Earth would necessarily stop there. It just means that's just the end of your system. The Earth could still go on further. So the idea that the Earth stops at this point, it's just irrelevant. Now, secondly, you're making claims about where the sun is above the surface. Now, I mean, that's okay. But one of the more important claims is that the sun would shine on the entire Earth if it was above the surface. Right? That's one assumption. Another
It would
assumption
light up
is
the entire outer rim, which is like at the exact same time, right? So, like in no part of like the rim, like there would be no nighttime within like that. Like that's bullshit. We know that Tokyo
what?
has day and we know that Tokyo, like in New York and like these other places, have day and nighttime cycles.
Okay, yeah, but you're assuming the distribution of the light from the sun,
I'm
correct?
telling you what your model is, buddy.
Oh
You
yeah,
keep trying to
whatever,
tell
dude.
me your model
We
isn't
haven't
real.
presented a model. Knowledge. At
Your
what
model.
stage? Not knowledge. Shut
is
up.
the
I'm going to
flat
ask you a
Earth model.
basic. At what stage did anybody on this panel present to you a model?
I can present you a model. I just bought a new model car.
Oh, what'd you get?
XR6 Ute.
Turbo or standard?
Oh, turbo.
Nice one.
Old school. BA?
Yeah.
Hey, dude, I can show you a model right now where a singular light source above a flat Earth can't cast light on the entire Earth. Physical model, not on a computer.
I'd have to go through it and like read it.
You don't get, no, dude. Okay. Holy crap. Hey, bro, you don't read physical models. You touch them or you look at them. Oh my God,
Yeah,
dude.
but if you just show me a model, it doesn't prove anything. What are your claims that you're making?
Okay.
Oh, wait a minute, guys. Hey, if you don't show them a
Models
model,
don't
it
prove
doesn't prove anything.
Like when they do the flat Earth model, it's different from the
Hold on.
heliocentric model.
If we don't show him a model, it doesn't prove anything, but yet you can make claims off a model that hasn't been shown.
Well, we can talk about the heliocentric model if you want.
No, you've
Hey,
been telling us
no,
about
here's
our model.
Matrix. Here's how it works. Here's how it works, Matrix. Here's the rules. Okay, I got to set the rules for this game. If you show me anything with a heliocentric model, it works. If you show me any models, otherwise, it doesn't work. I love this game.
But we can make claims. We could say that
We've been listening to them. Don't worry.
I'll make a claim. If the Earth is flat and we have a 24-hour sun, then you can have a 24-hour sun on a flat Earth.
There, I posted my physical model of a singular light source incapable of lighting up the entire surface simultaneously. Physically demonstrated.
okay. So what's the exact center on your model? I need the exact center like they claim on the flat Earth model. They claim
I
it's the
claim
North
that.
Pole.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do.
We've never claimed an exact center.
So you're
Magnetic
saying that,
center.
So you're saying that you're different than all the other flat earthers that present their model as the
How
North Pole
about
being the exact
knowledge?
center?
Instead of making all these
Have you ever heard of the ice
assumptions,
wall in Antarctica? There's a lot of people that argue this, bud. Okay.
that's great. If there's a lot of people that argue for it, go and cry to them.
It's the one that dominates.
Has any
There's
knowledge?
also a lot of people who've come in here saying they're physicists when they're not, and saying they're pilots when they're not.
I'm not a physicist.
What about the crazies
Well, you
that
got it
say that
half
the
right.
Earth travels upwards? at 9.8 meters per second squared, thus giving you gravity. Have you heard those ones yet? They're
Yeah,
called
and since you can't tell the difference, hey, according to relativity, you can't tell the difference in the reference frame. So with the equivalence principle, it's identical. So boom,
It's relative to the observer.
all the observers are in the same reference frame, unless you have
if
the
you're
external
at,
observer, which
if
would
you're at,
require
so
God's view.
that's why we brought up like time dilation, right? How time travels like slower.
Still works the
you know?
same.
Hmm?
It still works the same.
He doesn't get it, dude. He's incapable of critiquing an idea without mixing models. Literally low IQ.
I'm using your model.
Not our
No, you're
model.
not, dude. No, you're
It's
not,
not our
dude.
model.
You're using somebody else's model to
Yes,
critique another
I'm using the
model
flat
with
Earth
a
and what
model.
they claim over the years, the decades that they've claimed that the North Pole is the exact center on the flat disk.
No, dude. Nobody's ever claimed that.
Yes, they have.
Yep. Okay. Really?
There's a reason why we had a huge experiment, which that pastor paid $37,000 to those flat earthers to come out to
Yep.
Antarctica. They all sat there and watched
Hey,
the 24-hour sun.
knowledge,
And guess what?
knowledge.
Now they're
Knowledge.
excommunicated.
I'm gonna give you a chance. Knowledge, I'm gonna give you a chance. Find me a citation from any flat earther in history that says the North Pole is the exact center of a disk. Now you know you can't bear that burden, so just drop it.
Okay.
Now I'll give you a
So,
hint. I'll give you a hint though. If you are gonna go
so
look
on
for it, the
Britannica,
best
it says,
place.
hold on, I found it. It says, yes, the most popular flat established in the 19th century depicts Earth as the stationary flat in a model. The North Pole.
You said you don't use LMs. Try harder.
It's in the Britannica. It's right here.
Yeah,
Post
but
it.
the actual
This is the most popular.
quest.
You just debunked
Yeah, but
the most popular model the flat earthers have.
hello, the actual quest you were given was find a flat earther, citation from a flat earther that says that it's in the exact center on a disk. Not you straw manning someone.
No, you're straw manning me.
What?
No, you failed to listen again. You got your information from Britannica, which you quite clearly said. That's not where
Yes,
you're supposed to
this
get
is
it
your
from.
model.
Britannica is not a flat earther. Do you understand the difference?
You can read who posted these models in the Britannica.
Are you listening? Are your ears painted
This
on,
is your
son?
model, boy.
Knowledge.
Hey, knowledge. Real
He's
quick,
not even
real quick,
listening,
Matrix.
AI.
Let me help
Holy
him out.
shit.
No, let me help him out, dude. Hey, knowledge. Do you live in a place that has Amazon instant delivery via drone? Because I'll send you some focus factor real quick. Oh my goodness.
Like this. That's not our model. Yes, it is. It is your model. This is what you believe. No, it's not. Yes, it is. That's what you believe.
No, it's not.
All right, let me read his thing here.
I can feel a burning coming on.
Holy crap.
AI overload, why are you on Xbox?
Why not?
That's a good point.
I know, right? Listen, it has a connection to Discord. I have a really nice mic that fits on my head. I'm sitting in a chair, relaxing with my feet kicked up.
What game are you playing?
I've got my mobile device so I can ban people at will.
Oh, makes sense.
I know, right?
He
You know
backed
what,
off a bit
friend?
there, didn't he?
You know what, friend? I was looking for a game to play, and I kind of got into the conversation and really didn't settle on the game.
No, I didn't really back off. I'm like just out of it. Still
You know what? The
what?
game I've been playing is Turok 2.
Oh, nice.
Classic.
So what chat am I in? I'm honestly like I am a bit tipsy and I've just been getting like going from like bang bang bang. Everybody went silent.
Oh, it's Flat Earth, bro. 24/7 Flat Earth.
Oh shit. I'm in this chat. Okay.
Yeah,
You guys
you're in the guest chat. You're in the guest chat that previously dominated the politics server for an entire year as the #1 channel with concurrent hours greater than the next 3 channels combined. Yeah, you're in that chat, brother.
Yeah, this chat used to be like pretty popular. It kind of died off for a little bit, and now you guys are back again.
Well, it's because we had to do other things, bro. We had to go conquer servers that are 4 times bigger. And now we're working on servers that are 10 times bigger.
You've got to try to reconquer politics.
Well, let's find out. Hold on a second. See what we got going on here.
I don't think we'd have enough hours up yet, would we?
Hold on, let me go to my
Might shock me. We've had a few big days.
I mean, you could use this guy to conquer Australia.
I really just want to conquer Canada.
Hey?
Yeah, fuck Canada.
Oh, 24/7 Flat Earth is the most popular channel except the main politics channel.
Yeah, I'm gonna probably throw up, so I better leave the chat.
The only way for us to conquer the main channel is if we stay and don't do our other guest channels and home server.
One of the months there, we had that many hours up that second, third, fourth, and we're only about 100 hours off fifth place combined, equaling our hours. We clocked up that much, and then it was just after that when all the voting and stuff started in the US that the politics channel itself, the main one, just went absolutely ballistic, and they just through the roof. So knowledge is still trying to tell flat earthers what the flat earth model is. How entertaining. So let's see how much of a straw man this is. Flat earth. The perception that earth exists as a flat disk. Either circular or square shaped.
Okay, let's stop right there. Does any flat earther believe the earth is a flat disk? That you know of?
I posted in the side chat.
Oh, a flat earther? Okay, so that's Jaren, right? And Austin Witsit. So two people that were talking about the sun not having a 24-hour sun in the Antarctic, right? So what does that have to do with a disk? Oh yeah, we know Jaren and we know Witsit. Witsit was a a moderator on our main server. In fact, I'm one of the reasons he got into Flat Earth. So yeah, we know the whole story, bro. You're not telling us anything we don't know. But what you're definitely not telling us is any flat earther who thinks the Earth's a disk.
It has to be like a disk with the North Pole being the center.
Why does it
Okay?
has
No,
to
it
be?
doesn't, dude.
It says who historically claim like that does not exist. Okay, a 24-hour sun in
You're
Antarctica
straw
cannot
manning us.
exist.
Why does it just go one step at a time? Why does it has to be?
Why does it have to be?
Correct.
A
You made
disk.
the claim. Why does it have to be a disc?
Because that's your claim. That's their claim.
I'm not claiming that. We've already established it. Now, why does it have to be a disc?
Because it's
No,
flat.
no, no, no. Oh, stop talking, bro. Stop
Okay.
talking. We're not going to play this game. So you either drop this stupid game, or you find me a flat earther citation from a flat earther who claims it's a disk.
They have to claim that it's a disk
Get muted.
in order for to say the sun doesn't exist. Because
Get muted. Option A, give me the citation. Option B, drop it. Now, option C is you can talk about an idea that you have in your head that the flat earth would have to be a disk, but not that it's our model or claim that it's a disk. Those are two different things. One is fair, one is unfair. So you're going to have to pick what are those three options, bro. We're not going to go down a verbal war of something that can just be settled by you stop making erroneous claims or backing up your claims. All right, so let us know which one you choose. Witsit never claimed it was a disk. Jaren never claimed it was a disk. Now, I'll give you a hint. There are flat earthers in the history of flat earth who have claimed it's a disk. So you could actually theoretically find it. But it is not anywhere near the quote unquote flat earth position, as in all flat earthers or even the majority of flat earthers imagine the earth or claim the earth to be a disk. It's a very niche, small amount of flat earthers in the history of the topic that claim the earth is a disk. So option A, find a citation of a flat earther claiming it's a disk. Option B, drop it. Option C, you can talk about why you think it should be a disk if the earth was flat without claiming that we are claiming it is.
Okay, so Eric Dubé. Is it Dubé or Dubé?
Don't matter.
Okay, so he said, like, he explicitly promotes the worldview that the Earth is a circular flat disk centered at the North Pole, surrounded entirely by a massive wall of Antarctic ice.
Right, so give me a quote from Zetetic Astronomy that claims the Earth is a disk.
You told me a flat earther that says this. He said it.
Samuel Robotham, isn't he a flat earther? Because if he's not, then you've screwed yourself. Because if Eric Dubé relies on work that Samuel Robotham did, it doesn't mean he agrees with all the claims Samuel Robotham made. So that would be a stretch.
He promotes the worldview that it's a flat disk.
Who does?
Eric.
I don't see any evidence of that. You haven't provided any evidence of that, dude.
Back to the LLM again. Just say
Why
no
don't you just
knowledge.
ask ChatGPT? Find me a citation,
What about
dude. Just
what about Mark Sargent?
no, he doesn't believe it's a disc either, dude. Hey, listen, let me help you out. Just ask
He is the
ChatGPT.
creator of the Flat Earth Clue series.
That's
It
nice.
promotes a variation.
He's a
of the
true
disk model.
earther.
He describes the Earth as a massive flat
Hey, knowledge,
disk
knowledge.
enclosed under a giant
He's not a
hollow
flat earther.
dial.
Knowledge. Please listen. He's not a flat earther. He's a true earther.
If you
Knowledge, what did I just say?
Who cares? Who cares? No big deal. Listen, knowledge. If you can actually get a citation or a quote, or you could go to his website. It might even be there. You really don't want to invoke Mark Sargent, by the way, friend.
He already has. All
It's
he's
gonna
doing
ruin
is
it's gonna ruin your plan. And let me tell you why it's
chat
gonna ruin your
GPT.
plan. Knowledge is because Mark Sargent is a construct earther. The Earth is not natural; it's an entirely synthetic construct. Okay, so in other words, a stage, a theater, a planetarium. So the idea then that where you start making claims about the sun in regards to the Earth, Mark Sargent's explanation for that is that the cosmos are simulatory. So that would ruin your entire spatial relationship claims, because in Mark Sargent's view, everything is essentially functionally a simulation, right? Even down to the laws of physics. So the creator can have things doing anything, but yet appearing it to you differently. So if you're trying to critique Mark Sargent in regards to where the sun is, you're going to get wrecked.
I'm not critiquing him. I'm giving you the sources of prominent flat earthers who claim that the disk is a flat disk. Like, yeah, what you just said was, but that's still like, even though it's a variation, like
So
what it
you've
says
got
in
the
the photo.
citations, is what you asked for.
Yeah.
So the citations of them saying this is
That
Dude, where
you
did this?
jumping
Where did
onto
what you post come
that
from? Where?
the Earth is a flat disk, and like the North
No,
Pole is
dude.
the center. That's how you get the
knowledge,
giant ice
silence,
wall.
knowledge. Stop. Answer the question that AI just asked you.
Where did you get this text from that you posted?
Where did I get it from?
Yeah.
Wikipedia.
Okay, so follow the link down to the primary source. Do you know what that means?
It claims that the Earth is a flat disk. That's all I need to know. That's all I care about.
Okay, hey, listen, bro. If you don't follow the claim and get me a
I don't
primary,
care about
all right,
the
go
other
on
claims.
mute. Good, go on mute, bro. Okay, I'm gonna give you a task, and you're gonna complete this task, or you're not gonna get to speak. Click on the link where Wikipedia allegedly got its source from, so that we know this is actually what Mark Sargent actually believes, and not what Wikipedia editor says he believes. Now, if you don't know the difference between those two things, bro, and you don't know why you need to do this, then I don't know how to help you. No, we're not strawmanning at all, knowledge. We're just asking for the primary source. That's all.
How the hell could that be straw manning?
Hey, listen, knowledge, if you go on Fiverr and hire me, I'll do it for you.
He's headphoned himself. Typical special ed. Fingers in ears. La 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 la. I can't
Yeah,
hear them.
No, he headphoned himself because he's actually going to go look up the primary source for the first time in his life.
I hope so.
Fiverr says he doesn't.
Ah.
And why is this exercise relevant, boys? Well, it's because he's trying to mix models, right? You know, if you have this quote unquote flat Earth model of the Earth as a disk, then the sun can't do this. Well, if he goes to Mark Sargent's model, he's going to be woefully regretting that in Mark Sargent's model, the sun can do anything Mark Sargent wants it to do. And in order for him to critique Mark Sargent's model, he has to impute assumptions from his heliocentric model. No, the sun can't do that. Because I say so, because it can't do it in my model, therefore it can't do it in your model. Mark Sargent is like less than 1% flat earther. And what I mean by that is his view about the conception of the realm we live in is not shared by 99% of other flat earthers. Hey, should I send him to Shane St. Pierre's model?
As entertaining as it would be. Young man, welcome.
Who is this? Hello?
Howdy.
Hello?
Yes, we've established hello. What brings you here today?
Matrix. Oh, I see. What's up? What's the argument?
I don't really have an argument. All going well. Earth is flat and stationary. Other than that, yeah, I'm having a pretty good time. Not really much to argue about.
How do you know it's not a pyramid?
Well, if it was a pyramid, we'd be measuring the corners and shit. That'd be pretty easy.
That doesn't make sense. Why is it flat?
Well, why it's flat, I don't know, but we do know it is flat because when we measure it, that's how the surface comes out as non-curving. So it's flat.
What about the sky?
The sky's blue. Not a problem with that. Sky's good.
Goes up forever? Or is there space or no?
Don't know. Being that I'm fat and white, I can only jump so high.
Oh my gosh.
What do you
So
want me to do?
wait. Do you believe that people went to space?
No, I think the whole space thing was bollocks.
Dang. What about okay. So where does it end? Like what is it? Where's the bottom of the earth?
The bottom, as in if I drill a hole straight down.
Yeah.
Well,
What's like the
the
bedrock?
deepest hole that's gone down is the Kohler super deep borehole. It's about 7.6 miles, something around there, and anything beyond that would be pure speculation.
But there's not really a theory of like what the earth is for you.
Earth is Earth. Earth meaning dirt.
Well, the earth just to say like the world.
How do you mean? I don't know what you're expecting for an answer there. I'm sorry. Like total shape
Like
type thing.
I'm asking like do you believe that the earth is like the universe? And then do you have a theory for what the universe is?
Well, the Earth is everything in existence. So you could tie the universe to that. I've got no problem with that.
Okay, so then you think there's no end? You think it's just dirt going all the way down, it's just dirt.
Well, down. And like I said, anything beyond 7.6 miles would be pure speculation.
So could it hypothetically be like sky? Go like the upside down?
What, like Asgard?
I don't know, like you dig and it's like it's flat, but it's just the other side.
I don't know, but if that happens beyond 7.6 miles, then you're more than welcome to dream about it. But as we've only gone down 7.6 and not hit any sky, well, I can only assume there's no sky so far.
I don't like that
Every year it's gonna
because
claim some kind of disc in space, man. Earth's not a pizza planet.
it's not a. So
Earth is
you're
not
saying
a
all
pizza
flat
planet.
earthers are like don't believe in space?
There's clearly upper space above you, but the story about the lights in the sky that you've been given is complete bullshit.
Oh, so there is like zero
They
gravity.
admit that they're just making guesses.
So you believe in space?
Belief has nothing to do with the floor.
When you say space, do you mean like zero gravity?
No, I mean upper space. Like space between you and me, or space between you and a cloud. Like, that distance, that area, not quote outer space, some weird sci-fi bullshit.
And What do you believe? It's just eternal dirt.
So you keep on saying belief, and nothing's eternal, nothing's infinite.
Well,
Nobody
because
claims that.
obviously you don't know everything, so I'm not just gonna treat you like a.
But this has nothing to do with belief, though.
Well, I'm just trying. It's just a way of showing respect, to not be like, oh, so what is your, what do you know? What do you, you know? I'm not trying to demand answers that you can't provide. But I'm asking if you have like a model. That's not. That's at least something you could provide, like a theory. Like, do you believe? Yeah. So then it would just be your belief. What kind of what is your theory of the universe?
I accept Earth for as it is without having to add to or take away from it.
Okay, what about how do you explain asteroids and or meteorites or whatever? Like, how do you explain rocks falling from the sky?
You just did.
Where do they come from?
The sky.
Why? Rocks don't sit in the sky.
How do you know?
I never seen a rock just sitting in the sky.
So what are asteroids then?
Hey, guess what? Neither have I. Thanks for debunking planets.
Oh, that was funny.
Okay, that was a real question though. Like,
Well, check this out, brother. I'm going to give you the honest truth. I don't know. If any rocks come from the sky, I only know if they're coming from the sky because they're coming out of the sky and coming down to the ground. Where they were before that, how could I possibly know?
so like they were created or like brought into the world from the sky.
I don't know. Maybe they were just hanging out up there and then something happened which caused them to come down here. How would I know?
Like space?
What?
What do you mean?
I don't know, bro. Where do rocks come from?
Not the sky, from the ground.
You're wrong. Well, not in your in the heliocentric worldview, rocks come from stars.
Um, okay.
So they do come from the sky.
But that, so like, I think they come from space, and rocks are formed just like the Earth, but they're smaller.
Okay.
So what's wrong with that? What's wrong with
No, you're
but
okay to
you don't
have
have
your
an
thoughts.
explanation. You don't have
Yeah, I
like,
don't. Yeah, you're right. I don't know. See, I'm comfortable saying I don't know. You're comfortable coming up with an idea. I appreciate that you have the confidence to
right.
have an idea you can't validate. I'm okay with that. You're a free person.
Well,
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
no, just to kind of, I'll let you speak, but I just want to say that I'm getting mine from scientific consensus. It's not really it's kind of or irrational to assume the Earth is flat when we have kind of a whole mathematical theory
Can
and
you
all these,
define scientific consensus?
like the scientific field of
Like which
study
field?
and oh,
Like which
media
scientist?
media.
Is it just like scientists you agree with and like the news or some shit? Like, what do you mean by that?
Well, it's
Sorry, I shouldn't. It's not my argument. I shouldn't press that, but that's just like a really weird thing to say.
in terms of output and in terms of like video and research. There's more
Okay,
about
like
that than the flat Earth.
so for example, right? Like you said you support like, looking into the research, looking into the science, looking into the media. Do you support bombing Iraq? Because I hear they're really close to developing a car.
Oh, that took a really dark turn.
That's a yeah, nah. Don't answer it, or you may join him.
Maybe an asteroid.
Yeah, moving forward.
Maybe a meteorite. No. Move. So AI overlord.
What up?
Are you flat Earth?
Am I flat Earth? No, I'm a human. The Earth is not a human.
Why
The Earth is
are
what it is.
humans not flat? That the Earth is.
What? Dude, that don't even make sense, brother.
I know. Why is
Listen,
everything not flat?
it's very simple. It's very simple. The Earth is our home. Humans are not the Earth's home.
Why does the home have to be flat? What our houses aren't like what we think up is not flat.
What? Our houses are flat? What are you talking about?
They're like multi-dimensional. It's like a Tarzak or whatever.
Do you think
they
that
call it.
people here are making a
Cubics.
claim of two-dimension, the Earth is a two-dimensional thing?
Well, it's like flat. It's like that's it. Everything else on top of it is not flat. So how can you explain everything else not being flat?
Flat's not a shape.
What is flat then? Why is it flat? What does that mean when you say it? Flat just means like a solid surface, right?
No, flat means that all the points on the surface, the extent of the width being much, much greater than the height, are between two parallel planes. That's all flat means. So, for example, if you took out a sheet of paper, right, and you put it on your table, you'd say, oh, that sheet of paper is flat, right? But if you look at it from a side profile in a microscope, it's crazy variance in the elevation, but it's all between two parallel planes with a certain tolerance to it, right?
So I think we all understand what we mean by flat, but why isn't everything else flat but the Earth is flat?
Okay, so let's break that logic down. So if the Earth is flat, why are things that are not the Earth not what the Earth is? Is that what you're asking?
Oh, why doesn't it share it's geometric nature?
Because, dude, geometric nature is not like a transitive property that you just catch like a virus. So like an object can be an object and another object could be a totally different shape. They don't have anything to do with each other.
But don't you agree that like there's an odd distinction between
Oh,
natures?
absolutely. Listen, I agree that the Earth is absolutely unique. Yep, I agree with that.
Well, but it's also like one of really two kinds of natures, which is everything else is flat, and then your assumption is that, or at least I just want to say that what you're saying is that the Earth is flat, but from everyone else's, or from like the scientific consensus, as I said, the media consensus is not. It doesn't think that the Earth is
Okay,
uniquely
let's say
flat.
that's true. Let's say that's true. Does opinions of people about a thing change the material fact of the thing?
The material fact is a material fact of the
Right,
reality.
independent of a lot of people agreeing that it's something else, right?
Yeah, if I mean, if you have a room full of people who agree on something, they can all be wrong.
Correct. And if you have a room full of 1,000 people and 999 of them are men, what's the last one?
Woman.
You got it. Now, according to your logic, if everything else is a man in the room, why is the woman a woman? See how incoherent this question actually is, my friend.
But we're all human. Hold on. What is the analogy for the difference between an unliving flat Earth and everything else being living and
Yes, yes. See,
everything but?
women and men are human, but that doesn't mean all humans are men or all humans are women. So likewise, even if you said the earth is a thing, and then there's 9,000 other things that aren't the earth that are round, that doesn't mean the earth is round.
Well, but it doesn't make sense. It doesn't explain why the Earth is what it is in your explanation.
That's fair, but I'm only answering the question you asked, which is how come other things that aren't the earth are something the earth isn't? Now, if you want to ask me what the earth is, go ahead.
Oh, let's see, Earth.
Okay, the earth is our home, and it's clearly flat on the surface. All the known
Well, okay.
territory.
Is the Earth the universe?
Depends. I mean, depends on what you mean by the earth. So if you say the earth is the realm, then maybe you could say that. If you say the earth is just the surface of the land that we're on top of, you could say that it's not the universe. So it depends on your perspective.
Is the Earth like? Is there anything outside of the dirt Earth that is a part of our?
That is a part of the three-dimensional space you could travel to? Maybe. Don't know.
Huh. So there might be something that is completely outside of the flat Earth. That
Yeah,
is.
just like in the standard conceptions of the universe, the boundary conditions are unknown, and whether there's more things outside is unknown. But the fact that you don't know what's beyond a boundary doesn't mean you can't talk about what's within inside the boundary.
Nobody here is going to claim some kind of God level perspective of everything.
Yeah.
Hello, guys. Hello.
It's May 9th, 1926. An American hero, Richard E. Byrd, flies into the history books, becoming the first person to ever fly over the North Pole. It's a huge deal. But what if the hero's own private diary, a diary that was kept secret for decades, told a completely different story? Well, today, we're diving into one of polar exploration's greatest and coldest cases. So here's our flight plan. We'll start with the hero's celebrated triumph. Then we'll crack open that long secret diary that threatens to unravel everything. We're going to decode the data, look at some pretty serious allegations of fabrication, and try to understand the legacy of what some have called a triple hoax. And finally, we'll ask what this all means for the history books.
All right, first things first, let's set the stage. You have to understand, Richard E. Byrd wasn't just some explorer. He was an absolute icon, a pioneering pilot in an age of real-life heroes. He was a superstar. So when he got back from the Arctic, the celebration was just massive. I mean, we're talking a Medal of Honor, huge ticker tape parades, the whole shebang. He had conquered the North Pole for America, and at that time, that was a huge boost for national pride. People absolutely adored him.
And this right here, this became the official story. The fact that got written into every textbook and encyclopedia. For 70 years, this was history. Case closed. But as it turns out, behind that very public record, there was a very private one.
Yeah, this is where the story takes a turn. Because the key piece of evidence in this entire controversy was kept under lock and key until 1996. That's when Ohio State University finally unsealed Byrd's personal flight diary. And for the very first time, people could see the raw data he scribbled down mid-flight.
So the big question is, what was in it? Well, this is the exact moment that the heroic story starts to crack. Because the numbers Byrd wrote down while he was in the air, they don't seem to match the official story he told the world. Not even close.
And here you can see it side by side. It's a flat-out contradiction. On the left, you've got the official report he submitted. Looks great, triumphant. On the right, his own handwriting from the diary. And the numbers for a really crucial navigational reading taken at 7:07 a.m. aren't just a little bit different, they are fundamentally completely incompatible.
Okay, so how big of a deal is this really? I mean, could it just be a typo? To understand the scale of what's being alleged here, we need to dig into the science just a little bit.
Back then, a sextant was a navigator's best friend. It's a tool that lets you measure the sun's angle from the horizon. You do that, you check your super accurate clock, and with a little math, boom, you know exactly where you are on the globe. For a guy like Byrd flying over a giant sheet of white ice, this was absolutely critical. And here's the bombshell. The difference between what's in the diary and what's in the official report isn't a few miles. When analysts plotted the location based on Byrd's own handwritten note, it put his plane more than 100 miles south of where he said he was. That's not a minor error. That's a whole different journey. And that 707 reading wasn't just a one-off. The diary is filled with problems. There are erased calculations that don't match the official story. That crucial sun angle reading, it's off by a full degree, which is a massive error in navigation. And maybe the weirdest part, a loose piece of paper found with the diary shows calculations that seem to be worked backwards, as if someone already knew the answer they needed and were just trying to make the math fit. When you put all of that together, you start to move away from accident and towards something much more serious. The allegation is that the official flight data wasn't just mistaken, it was deliberately fabricated to create a story of success. So how could you pull that off? Well, here's the theory of how it was allegedly done. It's like navigation in reverse. Instead of taking a real reading to find your position, you start with the position you want to be at, say right near the pole. Then you work backwards with the math to figure out what the sun's angle would have been from there. And then you write that number down in your report as if you actually saw it. It's how you could create a perfect but totally fake flight record. So this brings us to the biggest question of all, right? Why? Why would a beloved national hero risk everything on a lie? Well, to understand the possible motive, the source material says we have to zoom out and look at the chaotic state of American polar exploration at the time. Honestly, the early 20th century was a mess for North Pole claims. First, in 1908, Frederick Cook claimed he made it, but that was pretty quickly seen as a fraud. Then a year later, Robert Peary made his claim. It got certified, but it was immediately tangled in doubts that, frankly, still exist today. So America's reputation in this high-stakes game of exploration was already on pretty shaky ground. And that context is absolutely key to this triple hoax theory, The argument goes that after the huge embarrassment of the Cook scandal and with all the whispers about Puri, the American geographical establishment, especially its main sponsor, the National Geographic Society, simply could not afford another failure. They needed a clean, undeniable American win. This quote from the Dio Journal lays it out in really stark terms. It suggests this kind of domino effect. To cover for disgrace number 1, Cook's fraud, they had to rubber stamp disgrace number 2, Puri's questionable claim. And once they did that, they were locked in, which meant years later they had to certify Byrd, disgrace number 3, to protect the credibility of the entire enterprise. So, what does all this do to the legacy of Richard E. Byrd? The evidence, written in his own hand, poses a massive challenge to what was supposed to be his greatest achievement. You know, the source doesn't just paint Byrd as a simple bad guy. It actually suggests something a lot more complicated, maybe even tragic. It hints that if the flight was faked, the enormous pressure of keeping that secret his whole life might have really taken a toll on him, creating a far more complex figure than the simple hero everyone celebrated. So when you boil it all down, it comes to 3 main things. 1, the most powerful evidence against the claim comes from Byrd himself. 2, the navigational errors are huge, way too big to be simple mistakes. And 3, the whole crazy context of the Cook and Peary scandals provides a powerful, if pretty unsettling, possible motive for why this might have happened. This leaves us with a really fundamental question about how we write history. The evidence suggests that Richard Byrd, a brilliant navigator and an incredibly courageous explorer, may never have actually reached the North Pole back in 1926. And when a hero's private diary clashes so violently with their public legend, it forces us to ask some tough questions, not just about the man, but about the very nature of heroism and the stories we choose to tell ourselves.
Sounds like somebody came in and stopped it. Sabotage. Man, that sucks.
Picture this. It's May 9th, 1926. An American hero, Richard E. Byrd, flies into the history books, becoming the first person to ever fly over the North Pole. It's a huge deal. But what if the hero's own private diary, a diary that was kept secret for decades, told a completely different story? Well, today, we're diving into one of polar exploration's greatest and coldest cases.
So here's our flight plan. We'll start with the hero's celebrated triumph. Then we'll crack open that long secret diary that threatens to unravel everything. We're going to decode the data, look at some pretty serious allegations of fabrication, and try to understand the legacy of what some have called a triple hoax. And finally, we'll ask what this all means for the history books.
All right, first things first, let's set the stage. You have to understand, Richard E. Byrd wasn't just some explorer. He was an absolute icon, a pioneering pilot in an age of real-life heroes. He was a superstar. So when he got back from the Arctic, the celebration was just massive. I mean, we're talking a Medal of Honor, huge ticker tape parades, the whole shebang. He had conquered the North Pole for America, and at that time, that was a huge boost for national pride. People absolutely adored him.
And this right here, this became the official story. The fact that got written into every textbook and encyclopedia. For 70 years, this was history. Case closed. But as it turns out, behind that very public record, there was a very private one.
Yeah, this is where the story takes a turn. Because the key piece of evidence in this entire controversy was kept under lock and key until 1996. That's when Ohio State University finally unsealed Byrd's personal flight diary. And for the very first time, people could see the raw data he scribbled down mid-flight.
So the big question is, what was in it? Well, this is the exact moment that the heroic story starts to crack. Because the numbers Byrd wrote down while he was in the air, they don't seem to match the official story he told the world. Not even close.
And here you can see it side by side. It's a flat-out contradiction. On the left, you've got the official report he submitted. Looks great, triumphant. On the right, his own handwriting from the diary. And the numbers for a really crucial navigational reading taken at 7:07 a.m. aren't just a little bit different, they are fundamentally completely incompatible.
Okay, so how big of a deal is this really? I mean, could it just be a typo? To understand the scale of what's being alleged here, we need to dig into the science just a little bit.
Back then, a sextant was a navigator's best friend. It's a tool that lets you measure the sun's angle from the horizon. You do that, you check your super accurate clock, and with a little math, boom, you know exactly where you are on the globe. For a guy like Byrd flying over a giant sheet of white ice, this was absolutely critical. And here's the bombshell. The difference between what's in the diary and what's in the official report isn't a few miles. When analysts plotted the location based on Byrd's own handwritten note, it put his plane more than 100 miles south of where he said he was. That's not a minor error. That's a whole different journey. And that 707 reading wasn't just a one-off. The diary is filled with problems. There are erased calculations that don't match the official story. That crucial sun angle reading, it's off by a full degree, which is a massive error in navigation. And maybe the weirdest part, a loose piece of paper found with the diary shows calculations that seem to be worked backwards, as if someone already knew the answer they needed and were just trying to make the math fit.
When you put all of that together, you start to move away from accident and towards something much more serious. The allegation is that the official flight data wasn't just mistaken, it was deliberately fabricated to create a story of success.
So how could you pull that off? Well, here's the theory of how it was allegedly done. It's like navigation in reverse. Instead of taking a real reading to find your position, you start with the position you want to be at, say right near the pole. Then you work backwards with the math to figure out what the sun's angle would have been from there. And then you write that number down in your report as if you actually saw it. It's how you could create a perfect but totally fake flight record.
So this brings us to the biggest question of all, right? Why? Why would a beloved national hero risk everything on a lie? Well, to understand the possible motive, the source material says we have to zoom out and look at the chaotic state of American polar exploration at the time.
Honestly, the early 20th century was a mess for North Pole claims. First, in 1908, Frederick Cook claimed he made it, but that was pretty quickly seen as a fraud. Then a year later, Robert Peary made his claim. It got certified, but it was immediately tangled in doubts that, frankly, still exist today. So America's reputation in this high-stakes game of exploration was already on pretty shaky ground. And that context is absolutely key to this triple hoax theory, The argument goes that after the huge embarrassment of the Cook scandal and with all the whispers about Puri, the American geographical establishment, especially its main sponsor, the National Geographic Society, simply could not afford another failure. They needed a clean, undeniable American win. This quote from the Dio Journal lays it out in really stark terms. It suggests this kind of domino effect. To cover for disgrace number 1, Cook's fraud, they had to rubber stamp disgrace number 2, Puri's questionable claim. And once they did that, they were locked in, which meant years later they had to certify Byrd, disgrace number 3, to protect the credibility of the entire enterprise. So, what does all this do to the legacy of Richard E. Byrd? The evidence, written in his own hand, poses a massive challenge to what was supposed to be his greatest achievement. You know, the source doesn't just paint Byrd as a simple bad guy. It actually suggests something a lot more complicated, maybe even tragic. It hints that if the flight was faked, the enormous pressure of keeping that secret his whole life might have really taken a toll on him, creating a far more complex figure than the simple hero everyone celebrated. So when you boil it all down, it comes to 3 main things. 1, the most powerful evidence against the claim comes from Byrd himself. 2, the navigational errors are huge, way too big to be simple mistakes. And 3, the whole crazy context of the Cook and Peary scandals provides a powerful, if pretty unsettling, possible motive for why this might have happened. This leaves us with a really fundamental question about how we write history. The evidence suggests that Richard Byrd, a brilliant navigator and an incredibly courageous explorer, may never have actually reached the North Pole back in 1926. And when a hero's private diary clashes so violently with their public legend, it forces us to ask some tough questions, not just about the man, but about the very nature of heroism and the stories we choose to tell ourselves.
Right, it definitely stopped in the same place. So I think that's a problem with the bot. Maybe because it's the free version.